rendez-vous quand le moment serait venu. Et donc je voulais vous annoncer à tous que voilà, c'est ma dernière année au Paris Saint-Germain. Je ne vais pas prolonger et je vais terminer mon aventure dans quelques semaines. Je vais jouer mon dernier match au Parc des Princes dimanche. Malgré tout ce qui peut se passer en dehors, tout ce nuage médiatique qui entoure parfois le club, il y a vraiment des amoureux du club qui veulent défendre et faire briller ce club et ça fait plaisir. Et je sais qu'avec toutes ces personnes, ce club il est entre de bonnes mains. C'est difficile. Je ne pensais pas que ça allait être aussi dur d'annoncer ça, de quitter mon pays, la France, la Ligue 1, un championnat que j'ai toujours connu. Mais je pense que j'avais besoin de ça, un nouveau challenge après cette année.
Welcome into the latest edition of ESPN FC on the day that the worst kept secret in football was confirmed by Kylian Mbappe. He will be leaving PSG at the end of the season. That was just a small snippet of a 4-minute video, which I'm sure was lovely. Shaka Hislop with us here in the studio, as we also welcome to the programme Gab Marcotti, Nader Manua and Alex Kirkland. I want to start in Spain with you, Alex, and if you don't mind, I'm going to make this about me, because 15 years ago, I was at the revealing of Cristiano Ronaldo. Incredible scenes at the Bernabeu, 80,000 fans in attendance. Of course, that famous clip of Ronaldo looking at the stadium saying, "Who's playing today?" And they were like, "No, they're all here for you." This is the biggest signing since then, but is it fair to say there isn't quite the same amount of excitement considering all the faff that's led up to it?
No, I don't think so. I think the excitement when this eventually happens will be absolutely massive. And you're right, I think that Cristiano Ronaldo presentation back in 2009 kind of set the benchmark as having been sort of the biggest arrival pretty much that we've ever seen at a football club, certainly on that scale, filling the Bernabeu. And the expectation has always been that when Mbappe eventually arrives, that Madrid might well try and replicate that and make this sort of the biggest thing since the arrival of Cristiano Ronaldo. I wouldn't say that the excitement's been dampened by what's happened in the last few years. Yes, we've had so many false starts, and almost it's happened. We had that 2 years ago and 3 years ago, and going even further back, and even last summer as well. It finally is going to happen this summer. Although, of course, this announcement from Mbappe didn't include the words "I am going to Real Madrid." This was just about "I'm leaving Paris Saint-Germain." I think that makes sense. I think it's been pretty clear from him all the way along, and you could hear it in this statement how important it's been to him to kind of be seen to be leaving in the right way, to be seen to be leaving in a respectful way. And that's why the timing of this announcement makes sense as well, as he mentioned there, ahead of PSG's last home game of the season, giving him a chance to say goodbye, everybody knowing what the deal is. But like I say, there was no mention in that 4-minute statement from Mbappe of Real Madrid. That will come. But Madrid aren't in a hurry, I think, to get that out there. We don't know when that announcement will come, but my suspicion is that that won't come until the end of the season, because Madrid don't want any distractions ahead of the Champions League final.
What's interesting, Alex, and banging on with this Ronaldo comparison, is that when Cristiano Ronaldo arrived in 2009, they hadn't won the Champions League, since 2002. So it was a big gap there. Kylian Mbappe is coming into a side that's already won La Liga and are favourites to win the Champions League. So it's not quite that kind of same saviour narrative.
Yeah, there's this big debate, isn't there, right now, kind of who needs who more? Do Real Madrid need Kylian Mbappe, or does Kylian Mbappe need Real Madrid? Does he need this move to leave PSG, to join Real Madrid, to join the most successful club in the history of the European Cup, a club that have won the Champions League just in the last decade, 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2022, when PSG, of course, famously have never done it? Does he need this move more than they do? And that's quite a turnaround, I think, from even a year ago. Even a year ago, we would have said, with the departure of Karim Benzema, leaving this kind of void in attack for Real Madrid, even a year ago, we would have said Real Madrid needs Kylian Mbappe. Now that's a little bit different, and part of that is about what they've done this season, as you mentioned, winning La Liga, being in the Champions League final. Part of that is about the evolution of this Real Madrid squad, the way that Vinicius Junior has gone on to another level, to be arguably the best player in the world right now, the impact that Jude Bellingham has had as well since his signing last summer, being the other big star for Real Madrid this season. That has changed. I think the circumstances have changed, and the feeling has changed as well. But no, I go back to what I said before. I still think when this happens, yes, it's been a long time coming, but it will be hugely exciting. Everyone here will lose their minds, and we shouldn't forget what a good player he is. Even though he disappointed for PSG right at the end of their Champions League campaign, we shouldn't forget what a talent he is and what he can bring to this team and what he can bring to La Liga.
And when it comes to managing everything that's going to go on with his arrival, Gab, Carlo Ancelotti, not a bad man to deal with it all.
Well, he's certainly built a reputation over the years as somebody who's the Galactico whisperer, right? He's somebody who's very good at managing egos, managing superstars, kind of on the man management side, but also on the pitch, figuring out a way for people to play together. I mean, he has two left wingers in Vinicius and Rodrigo leading his attack this year, and yet he found a way to make it work. And they're adding another guy who plays on the left in Kylian Mbappe. So I think there's going to be two big pieces here. Is one on the man management kind of stroke ego side, keeping Mbappe happy, helping his transition, and the other one on the tactical side. How do these pieces fit together? And is it going to be Vinicius? Is it going to be Mbappe? Are they both going to play somehow wide left? I don't know. He's figured out bigger conundrums in the past, but this one's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, what's the expectation, Alex, from the Madrid media, how these stars are going to line up together?
I think what we've seen from Real Madrid this season actually has been a little bit of laying the groundwork for Mbappe and working out a way that Mbappe can fit into this Real Madrid team. And a big part of that has been the evolution of Vinicius Jr. as a player. As Gab said, Vinicius has always been a left winger until this season, when we started to see a bit of a shift. We started to see Ancelotti pick him as part of, at times, as a front two with Rodrigo. And as you can see there, potentially, I think you can see Vinicius Jr. operating as in a front two with Mbappe. We've seen Vinicius operating increasingly through the middle as well as on the left. I think he's getting better in terms of his movement off the ball, the runs he's making. Just look at that goal he scored, for example, in the Champions League against Bayern Munich in the first leg of their semi-final, that Toni Kroos pass running down the middle. Those are the kind of movements we've started to see from Vinicius this season. That's been encouraged by Carlo Ancelotti, who's talked about how getting Vinicius closer to the goal can increase his productivity in front of goal as well, being a player who scores with just one or two touches rather than just being a kind of a dribbling winger as he was when he first joined Real Madrid. So I think all of that has happened this season. Part of it has been about making Vinicius Jr. a better player and making the team better. Of course it has. That's been the primary focus. But also at the same time, I think it's served as like a little bit of a trial run in terms of how can we fit Vinicius Jr. and Mbappe into a team. As Gab mentioned, it's worked this season quite often with Vinicius and Rodrigo, sometimes with Vinicius coming inside, sometimes with Rodrigo coming inside. And I think the same thing might well apply to Mbappe.
Nathan, is there not, aside from Vinicius Jr., just saying, wait a minute, why am I the one that has to sacrifice my best position? Because I've proved that I am one of the best players in the world here at Real Madrid. Look what I did for you in the semi-finals, for example, compared to what Kylian Mbappe did for PSG, where he went missing.
Yeah, Dan, to be honest, I think ego is always going to come into play when it comes to football, but ultimately I don't believe that is going to be as big an issue as, say, you perceive it to be or other people might perceive it to be. The fact is they're bringing in one of the best players in world football to come and join Madrid, to join that Madrid culture and to try and help them be even more successful. And I think with someone like Carlo Ancelotti on the sidelines, there's so much belief that he will find a way. This is a guy that never looks flustered. This is a guy that can find a way with the pieces that are available to him. So I'm sure from when he comes in, if he comes in, obviously if he comes in, that they'll be able to form some sort of magical connection. As a consequence, Vinicius Jr. won't just be receiving balls from Bellingham. Now he's going to be getting it from Mbappe. He's going to have people stretching the game as well. And as a consequence, that raises their potential even higher. So I wouldn't necessarily take offence as such if I was Vinicius Jr., because ultimately I think there will be a way where both will be on the field and they'll both be able to thrive, potentially raise themselves to whole new levels yet again.
Do you agree, Shaq?
I do. I think key to all of this, key to this working is Carlo Ancelotti, as Gab was alluding to. I think he is the one who kind of understands players, their mentalities, and how to get the best out of them. Whether it is leave Vinicius Jr., who right now is among the favourites to win the Ballon d'Or, leave him on the left, somehow convince Kylian Mbappe to play on the right, or switch him around. But whatever it is, whatever that solution may be, again, I think this comes down squarely to Carlo Ancelotti, and there's no reason to not believe that he can somehow make all of this work, including somehow figure out Rodrigo and what his position with the club at the club is. And to Alex's point, I think as far as who needs more, I think so much of this is a win-win-win in that Kylian Mbappe needed to be away from PSG and France. I think a move to a club like Madrid a couple of years ago would probably have benefited him a whole lot more. Madrid welcoming the best players on the planet at the Bernabeu, again with Carlo Ancelotti, that works. And then for PSG, I think they desperately needed to figure out life after Kylian Mbappe. Again, as close as they've come 4 years ago, as close as they were this time around, this project, as it were, building around these global superstars, these individuals, hasn't delivered the Champions League, the holy grail for their spending. And maybe it is now they desperately need a more team-oriented focus, and they're only able to do that without somebody like a Kylian Mbappe within their ranks. They need it just as much as probably Kylian and Real.
Is there any way that Xhaka's wrong, Gab, and this could all fall flat and it be a disastrous move?
Oh, I think there's definitely the possibility. Look, as we said, we're all assuming it's Real Madrid. People have told us it's Real Madrid. But the reality is, as of June 30th, he can sign with anybody. So there is a possibility that, I think it's unlikely he's going to stay after he says he's going to leave, but hey, maybe fancy's going somewhere else. Maybe he's going to team up with Erling Haaland. Who knows? I mean, these are remote possibilities. But in terms of the team itself, there is that possibility. Luis Enrique tried him out in a central position on a number of occasions, especially in the second half of the season. Of course, we saw him play centrally against Borussia Dortmund after Bradley Barcola came on. It's not like he can't do it. But obviously, it is a transition. It may be that they take turns coming inside, which is effectively what Rodrigo and Vinicius have done this season. I think there's also another question, kind of the elephant in the room, is neither Vinicius nor Mbappe are known for their defensive work and their pressing off the ball. How is that going to affect how Carlo plays? Real Madrid don't press very much, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they do it very well. Will they have to do it even less? Can he get them to go and, cover that side of the game as well? So there's a ton to get stuck into beyond, who plays where and how do we keep all the egos happy.
How much better does this make Real Madrid than Manchester City now, Nathan?
Oh, Dan, thank you very much for that. It's very, very kind of you. I think Real Madrid, obviously, they're a class apart, especially when you look at European football. Whether they play well or play badly, they still have an opportunity to be able to get to these finals and to have the expectations that they have. And I think when you bring in one of the best forwards in world football and add it to, as the guys are saying, someone like a Vinicius Jr. who is, being spoken about for Ballon d'Or standard, then yeah, it makes them really, really dangerous. I think obviously as well, as you look at the Real Madrid side, I think when you put that possible starting 11, there's no Toni Kroos in there, there's no Luka Modric. So you can see that maybe there's a bit of a transition to come as well. But in terms of attacking potential, if they can find a way to make it work, this is one of the scariest front lines in world football. And ultimately, if they achieve their potential, they'll be really dangerous. But as the guys were saying, that defensive side of things is probably not going to be their strong point. And I think the teams who maybe are more balanced, that do have talent, yes, they'll think they'll have a good chance. But if he goes to Real Madrid, talk about a great team getting better. I think it'd be really exciting to see, and they'll be a very, very tough team to beat.
Game big in the title charge. So that's where we're going to begin our conversation. Before we get there, though, let's hear from the Gunners manager, Mikel Arteta.
My brain always took me to the place where we are lifting the Premier League. That's what my brain is doing at the moment. So I just follow my brain and my gut, and this is how I feel. And this is as well the way that I want everybody to think. And hopefully we can achieve it. That's something is not in our hands. I'm telling you how I'm feeling, the thoughts that come to my head, and what is driving my energy and my purpose right now is that ambition and that objective that is so good. Obviously, the difficulties there, the quality of the opposition, the quality of the individuals, the manager, it brings a lot of challenges. So, as I said, we've been in very difficult scenarios this season. We've done very well, and hopefully we can do the same on Sunday.
We got two managers in very different positions. Erik Ten Hag and Crystal Palace just thrashed United 4-0, and Ten Hag remains in a little bit of a tenuous situation. They've won one of their last 7 Premier League games. The Gunners are flying high, fellas, and have a chance to stay on the heels, if you will, or maybe even jump ahead, obviously, of City if they can win on Sunday. So we will start with the Sunday game first. And Janusz, I know because you've been pining and longing to talk more about Arsenal Man City. So let's just get right into your thoughts here. I mean, Arteta's a confident man, but this is a team that has not won at Old Trafford. In the last 10 trips, they've won once. So what do you make of this matchup Sunday? What jumps out to you?
Yeah, I mean, just a gut feeling. We've been talking about this, what's going to happen. We all feel that Manchester City are going to do what they normally do. They run out the schedule, and ultimately, when it's all said and done, they'll win the title by 1 point, probably, right? We're looking for these, what do you call them, hotspots, right? I mean, we thought that North London derby may have been won. Mikel Arteta and Arsenal have passed that test. This is one. I'm just going on a gut. I worry for no other reason than just my gut, because certainly Arsenal are a much better team than Manchester United. Manchester United have been an embarrassment to themselves and to their fans, right? I think we can all agree on that for whatever reasons this year. But, we've seen Manchester United at Old Trafford against Liverpool, where they have really derailed Liverpool in that 3-horse race. Remember, we were just talking about the 3-horse race for a while now. It's just Arsenal and Manchester City. So my gut just tells me that this may be a time where these players, and I'm talking about Manchester United players, will look into how much of an embarrassment they have been, and somehow they take points away. And I sorry, I don't want this to happen to Arsenal, by the way. Because they deserve, by the way they've played so far this season, they deserve the title. Actually, I've said it here many times. I think they're the best team, for me, the best playing team in the Premier League. The way I watch the games, I enjoy Arsenal this season more than Manchester City.
Tell me your thoughts, because Arteta, obviously, that sounds pretty confident. That first thing, he envisions him winning the title and taking on, hoisting that trophy. Lord knows I visualize it too. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Your thoughts on Sunday?
Yeah, it's a good place to start with Mikel Arteta. Just what we watched from the press conference. I think it was a very much quintessential Mikel Arteta presser. Actually, he likes to be very focused on the task at hand, not give too many cards away. And sort of focusing a lot on like what he visualizes and everything that they can do together. But I do go back to the point that Janusz was talking about, which is, listen, on paper, this should be an Arsenal win, like 100%, okay? Because, they've won the 14 out of the last 16 matches, and, they're entering this game with a fully fit squad. Manchester United, the complete opposite. We're talking about a team who, had to do a center-back pairing of Casemiro and Johnny Evans against Crystal Palace, which that, by the way, was the 14th pairing of center-backs for Manchester United. And like Janusz said, United have been a mess. They've been inconsistent. They've lost some really, really bad games as well. Bruno Fernandes is back in the squad, but we're not sure. So on paper, Arsenal should come in here and say, well, we got this. But as you mentioned, Alan, specifically at the very beginning of this show, historically speaking, at Old Trafford, Arsenal don't do that well. They haven't, they've won once in the last 16 visits. 10 of them have been defeats in those matches. So really, this is about consistency and match history. But Arsenal should come in here and really do something. But here is the key thing. This is a mental thing. And Mikel Arteta and Arsenal know that the hands of this title are not in their destiny. They're in the destiny of Manchester City. And I agree with Janusz. Arsenal, to me, have been the best team to watch this season. But unfortunately, that's not enough. And so I'm thinking that Arsenal will win this game because I think mentally they're ready. And one big key component, though, by the way, is Bukayo Saka's availability, because he's been tremendous against Manchester United. 5 goal contributions against them. Only Thierry Henry has had more in one season. And if he's not available, then there's a problem. But, On paper, Arsenal should win this game. But will it be a banana slip, just like when Villa won at Emirates? We'll have to wait and see.
And you just mentioned Saka. We will talk about Saka later because the Premier League has released their 8 finalists for the Player of the Year, and he's not on it. So we'll get to that later in the show as well. Giannis,
Dallin is so angry. You can feel it.
Well, I mean, you're going to feel this, though, too. Because the reverse fixture, this matchup, though, this was my first time at the Emirates, guys. I was there in September, one of the best sporting events in my life, because they're down 2-1, and they win 3-2. Declan Rice scores, place goes nuts. And there was always a belief. You talk mentality. I mean, being in that stadium was like, they're going to win this game. They dominated the game. They found a way to come back and win it. I feel like that mentality has carried through a lot of this year, but you mentioned Villa, you mentioned other games. There have been slip-ups. I mean, lost on the road to Craven Cottage. Like, there have been slip-ups through the course of the season. Is it purely mentality, Giannis? Because you believe that United is going to win this game, you just said, because of a feeling. Is it a mentality thing, or where are you at?
I didn't say they were going to win it. I think that the points may be dropped, but you're quite right. Mentality is big, and this is where you have to prove it. I mean, there's always going to be a game like this. If it wasn't the Northumberland Derby, it was going to be something else, right? Manchester City are coming into this saying, look, listen, we've been there, we've done that on numerous occasions, right? If you look at the last decade, and they're just winning everything, right? So they have that experience. They go into games truly thinking, we're going to win it. We know how to do it. We have the quality, and we have the experience. For Arsenal, this is the sort of a game, right? Because look, if Arsenal doesn't win the championship, this time around, to me, it's not necessarily going to be a choke, because remember, Mikel Arteta, maybe not in here, but in the past, has always talked about the process and the progress. And when managers talk about that, what do we do as pundits? Yeah, right. Process, progress. When he was finishing 8th twice, we were like, yeah, let's get rid of him. He's not good enough. Well, he's proven that point. And you look at Arsenal right now, and you can see them consistently getting better from those 8th place finishes to barely missing it last season, even though they were, before that, I think they finished 5th, right? Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
just outside of the Champions League spots. And then last year, it was sort of a push, but we all knew that they weren't ready. They are ready right now. Arsenal Football Club is good enough to win the Premier League. And this is going to be one of those games. Guys, think about that, right? I mean, we're talking here, Arsenal going to Old Trafford and winning it because they're favorites, and they are. So in a way, I hope that they do the job to make it interesting, to see this progress, to see this process to come to a fruition. I really, truly hope that this happens, because it's a good story for all of us, and it puts away all the naysayers that we are, where we look for what? Listen to me. I'm looking at a gut feeling. I can't back this up why Manchester United should win this game or take points away, because if they draw, it's done and dusted, right? City runs away with it. So I do hope that this story of Mikel Arteta and Arsenal comes good.
And
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done.
Your words were so eloquent, Janusz. We all couldn't say anything.
I was dumbfounded, and I think my internet buffered there for a second. Your point is well taken, because when they finished 5th, they faded down the stretch to really capitulate and lose a top 4 spot. Last year, they faded down the stretch. The last 3 or 4 weeks, it was no longer a race. This year, there's no fade. They are going stride for stride with City. It's just the position they find themselves in. Let's talk about United, though, on the other side, because LME, Ten Hag, it's a weekly conversation about, with new management, new ownership situation there. Will Ten Hag be the guy going forward? Is he the right guy? Is this kind of like a referendum? Is this a must-win game? Or is this is the hay in the barn as it relates to maybe his position going forward, given their form?
I mean, listen, I'm so tired of answering this question, because
sorry, man.
No, I mean, it's not even your fault, man. It's the thing that we do have to ask.
Let me count it this way: does winning this game matter to him in terms of his long-term future?
Well, no, I'm going to say absolutely.
Let me answer it. Let me answer it this way. First of all, Erik ten Hag absolutely wants to destroy Arsenal. He wants to win every single game, and he's very stubborn in both the way he sees the vision for Manchester United, as well as he sees every fixture going forward. The question is this, right? The question is this, and I'm going to be specifically about Arsenal on Sunday. Let's focus on that game for a second, right? The question is this: will Erik ten Hag be a little bit more flexible in his philosophy? The answer is no. When you have Mainu and Christian Eriksen that like to push up and sort of leave their man-marking duties, Manchester United are known to leave acres of space in the midfield, right? And that's exactly what happened last time around and many times over. Crystal Palace destroyed them. Obviously, Bruno Fernandes wasn't playing. Casemiro and Johnny Evans as centre-backs is not exactly the best solution, but Erik ten Hag is stubborn for his philosophy. And it's one thing that you have to admire of that, but at the same time, it's not the right plan for Manchester United. The best way to beat Arsenal, in my opinion, it's not always going to happen, is the way Unai Emery did it with Aston Villa. I was there in that game, and it was a sort of a mid-block counter-pressing situation where Yuri Tillemans and John McGinn looked up and just countered as soon as Arsenal lost possession. That's not Manchester United. Manchester United are going to push you. They're going to try and stretch you, individually create some one-on-ones with Anthony, etc. Rashford if he's fit, etc. But that's just breathing into the fire of Arsenal. So you just can't do it. So the question is this: if Erik ten Hag wants to stay in this job, can he be more amiable to be more diversified in his philosophy? I don't think that's the right answer. By the way, they have an FA Cup final against Manchester City. What if they win that? Will Sir Jim Ratcliffe be happy about it? I'm just saying this. If you want to beat Arsenal on Sunday, you're going to have to do more than just your specific high press, open wide, leave acres of spaces in the midfield. And that's not going to happen. And that's why I think Arsenal will win.
Yeah. And you know what? Now that you say that, I was just thinking, listening. In a way, for me, this is a litmus test for Ten Hag and Manchester United. It really is, because we don't know what the decision may be. We're hearing that he's got the backing maybe of the ownership, and obviously, you know, there's new investors coming in and new CEO coming from Manchester City. This, that, blah blah blah. I don't know where that stands. You know, I'm not on the inside to know what they're thinking about Ten Hag. But if it's still open, this is the game, right? I mean, they've got nothing to lose, because you've mentioned the philosophy and the way, you know, what Ten Hag does. We don't know that, right? We assume that he's going to be the sort of manager that came over from Eredivisie and Ajax, where you play 4-3-3, you play attacking football, you high press and all that. We know for one reason or another that this wasn't possible. And by the way, I feel for him a little bit, right? Everybody's getting injuries, and we could list here the Newcastle and everybody else. But it's not going to be easy, because even going into this game, he's not going to have key players in key positions. But if I were Ten Hag, if I was going to make a case for myself in this one, and I do feel that I think he's got to make a case for himself and for his owners to keep him. This is the game where they're likely will not make it to Europe. I don't think they will, even Europa League or Conference League, whatever it may be, just to say, okay, here we are. It's a one-off. It's Arsenal. This is the way I want to play. And kind of, take the handcuffs off a little bit, because I feel that this is how this Manchester United has been playing, and not true to what I believe is his philosophy.
Yeah, and by the way, Dallin, very quickly, just reminding everybody, 14 center-back pairing changes this season. 14. That's not because Erik ten Hag wants to do it. It's because the injuries have been the case. Harry Maguire's no longer there. Rafael Varane, Victor Lindelof. I mean, I'm not saying they're tremendously consistent center-backs all season, but they're people that Erik ten Hag relies on. And this is the problem. When you want to create a condition in which you want to better prosper with your team, you can't do it when you're changing 14 times your center-back pairing. Luke Shaw keeps being injured. I believe he's back for this one. But he's dealt with a lot. Janusz is right. And I do feel for him. But, not all of it is down to injuries. A lot of the time, he has to stand up, put his hand up and say, okay, what do I do in order to make my team the best possible ready for a team against Arsenal? We'll have to wait and see what happens.
And then definitely, I think, some man management questions along the way with Ten Hag, whether you look at Sancho's situation, other situations throughout the course of his tenure there. Real quick then, Janusz, you think they take points though? Give me a score real quick. Just give me the numbers.
1-1.
1-1. LME?
Nah, this is 2-0 Arsenal.
2-0 Arsenal. They are huge favorites, -260, which means you got to bet $260 to win $100 back.
Not happening.
That's that game. All right, let's go to 7:30 a.m. East Coast time here, afternoon kickoff in the UK. Fulham hosting City. We're just gonna keep this real quick, guys. City, talk about big favorites. They're -450. You gotta bet $450 to win a Hundy back. Giannis, any shot the Cottagers pull this thing off?
I don't see it. I don't even know. I don't even want to explain it.
That's fine.
Crazy,
That's fine.
Crazy things do happen, and of course, in Premier League, it is true, right? I mean, almost anything can happen, but I just don't see how they drop the ball. They've been there, they've done that. You look at Fulham that do what they do, right? Flip-flops on the beach. I'm not saying that they're not gonna show up for it. They're capable, as we've seen it, but that's the typical Fulham. I think they're past that stage where they're fighting relegation, although we may revisit that in seasons to come. But this is who they are. This is where they are, and I think once City scores the goal, it's going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, and let's also add this, Dallin. Man City have won 15 consecutive times in all competitions against Fulham. That is the longest record in English football, and that they also share City against Bournemouth and Watford. This is just not happening. Not to mention that Fulham, is flying kites in the training ground. They're just having a picnic. Watching some Netflix in the dressing room. They're done. I mean, they're not going to go. They're not. Listen, it's a very slim chance of making a top 10. No European football. The only thing that I'm hoping for from a Fulham perspective is that Anthony Robinson ends his season the way he has gone, because he has been tremendous, and a lot of big suitors are going to be coming for him, I think, this summer. But no, this is a Man City win, 1,000,000%. And by the way, Man City squad fully fit, and Erling Haaland is playing the best football since he returned from injury. So no chance.
No chance, he says. Good call on Anthony Robinson. Let's hope the left back for the US team continues.
I don't like those stats that he gave me, because that's I don't believe in stats, historical stats, because it's crazy. I don't know why people even bring that up, but now
you don't believe in historical. They're there. There's nothing to believe. They exist.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's one,
you took my nugget. We're moving on.
If there's one stat, I don't believe what happened 10 years ago, right? I mean, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Chris Coleman, 2005, last time the Cottagers beat City. There you go. So there's your historical nugget too. Okay, we're moving on. The Premier League released their shortlist for Player of the Year and Manager of the Year. The top 8 finalist list. A panel of experts and the fan vote will determine who actually wins the award from the Premier League. Let's pop up those so you can see the 8 players that are listed there. Foden, Haaland, Odegaard, Rice, Isak, Watkins, Van Dijk, Palmer.
Where's Rodri?
Before we get into how we're going to rank them, some snubs here.
Where's Rodri? Where's Bukayo Saka?
Well, let's start with. Go ahead with Rodri first. Just wax philosophical. That's insane to me. He's the third favorite to win the whole thing when you look at different books. He's not even on the list.
Listen, I'm just going to tell you about this, because I'm not going to bore Janusz with too many stats, because everybody knows about Rodri. He's the best player in his position in the world, not just in the Premier League, in the world. There is not one more consistent example of a professional player in the Premier League than Rodri. He is ridiculous. And yes, Erling Haaland breaks records, goal-scoring records, but I do believe this. When Man City don't have Erling Haaland, they can win.
Bernardo Silva in what looks like a fresh haircut, takes the ball down the right side, guides it backwards, and City with Ruben Dias help it on to Nathan Ake. Ake just level with the halfway line, plays it across to Diaz again, and City already are starting as we expect them to go on, in control of the ball. Bernardo Silva down the right side, Williams come with him. He's level with the edge of the area, lays it back to Rodri, and then on to De Bruyne, who loses possession. And Robinson guides it back to Bernd Leno, and Leno thumps it into the sky, up towards Muniz, and then there's a ball down, and Fulham are going to take advantage, and there's no flag either, and they're round the outside of City, and they've won the game's first corner off Ruben Dias. What went wrong there?
Yeah, I thought it looked like a foul by Muniz. He's jumped into Akanji. Which is great forward play, and the referee's not seen it. They then picked up the second ball, and then there's a little bit of danger. But impressive with the physicality of Muniz. He's really caused a problem there in the first two initial contacts.
It's a corner to Fulham inside the opening 2 minutes. The giant figure of Diop is someone that's eye-catching in that central area. Kovacic looks as though he's got to try and mark a man who looks several inches taller than him. And the corner's about to be swung in towards where Diop was waiting, but it's cleared by Rodri, only as far as Iwobi. Iwobi plays it out wide, and Fulham still have the targets in the middle as the second ball comes in. That one's cleared by Haaland. Fulham pick it up again with Robinson, and they're still in control of the ball with Willian. Willian comes across in the middle area of the pitch and moves it to Iwobi, who's inside his own half. And now Iwobi hits a long ball up opposite side of the pitch. It's good play from Fulham, actually. They've really moved this ball well. Robinson round the outside, and City have conceded I thought they conceded another corner. Diaz came across, but it must have hit Muniz behind him, and it's a goal kick.
Yeah, it's a great switch of play. Bernardo actually came into midfield and chased after the ball, which then created the opportunity to play the switch, and Robinson will explode quicker than anyone in the Premier League. It phenomenal pace, and I'm just not sure how, whether Silva's going to have to track that or who, because he does have the legs on Silva from a standing start. He's very, very dangerous.
City have just given the ball away. Diaz's pass to Bernardo Silva was too firm. He couldn't keep it in, and it went out for a Fulham throw. Pep Guardiola looks less than impressed. He looks as though he's overdressed to me in a rather thick sort of fisherman's jumper. But maybe he's got a t-shirt underneath that he can change to, because temperatures are around about 23 degrees, which is quite warm for us Englishmen, but maybe not too warm for a Spaniard, perhaps. Now, the referee wants a word with a couple of players here. In fact, he's bringing over the two captains. He's bringing over Decordova-Reid, because there was a little bit of an argument that took place, perhaps involving Mateo Kovacic and Andreas Pereira. And Decordova-Reid, as captain, has been brought over by Anthony Taylor, and he's trying to stamp something out before it develops. Good refereeing for you?
I didn't see it. Obviously, he wants to take control, make his mark, but I didn't actually see any altercation in any way.
Play goes on. Fulham have got it inside their own half, and already we're beginning to realise that this is exactly the stern test that Andy was referring to. Fulham have no pressure on them. They have the freedom to play how they wish. They can take risks if they want to. It's not going to affect anything in terms of their position in the table. And of course they know that all the pressure is ramped up on City, and the Fulham social media department have been busy. They've put pictures up of Bernd Leno, and they put pictures up of Alex Iwobi in their former Arsenal connections, and put the word ready next to them as an idea to maybe feel as though they've got a point to prove to help their former colleagues out today. City, of course, will ignore all the noise outside of this game, and they have the ball in Fulham territory, but Kovacic has been dispossessed. Decordova-Reid plays it back to Bassi, and there's a nice precision about Fulham, you have to say. The way they've started here gives you the feeling that they are very confident of getting a result this afternoon, despite this dreadful record they've got against the Blues. That is really quite astonishing. 15 wins in a row for City. But Fulham again developing the play well, although Iwobi loses it in central midfield, but they win it back again, Fulham. Just at the moment, Fulham are just kind of dictating things, and City are chasing the shadows that are quite literally across the pitch. And there's a foul by Andreas Pereira that I have to say was a deliberate attempt to stop City moving forward, and it's a free kick to the Blues. Marco Silva looks less than impressed with the concession of the free kick as Ake comes forward. And then it goes out wide to Gvardiol and back to Ake on the halfway line. Helps it across to Ruben Diaz under a bit of pressure from Rodrigo Muniz. Plays it to Akanji. Akanji on to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva plays it back to Akanji. And Akanji, I think, will have to go back to Ederson, who is waiting with his left foot ready to trap it. Ederson eases it out to Ake. Ake in the left back position. Helps it on to Gvardiol. On it goes to Kovacic. Kovacic just tries to bring it forward, and he does do, and brings in Haaland, and Haaland out wide to Foden. First touch, I think, for Foden, and was he fouled? Well, the referee says that it's a throw in to Fulham, so clearly no offence, according to Anthony Taylor. Fulham starting well here, Andy.
Yeah, they have, and you know, it looks like they're encouraging the ball to Gvardiol, and then they're jumping. There's not the same intensity when Bernardo's got the ball, but they seem to be, that's their trigger. Let them have it in them little areas, but when Gvardiol gets the ball, let's go. And interesting again, Muniz wins the header again. You know, he's a real physical presence. First time I've seen him up close. I've been impressed with him so far. But yeah, as you said, it's a very, very cagey start that hasn't really created any clear pattern yet.
So you've got the ball with Diaz, and now Ake still inside their own half. Wide it goes to Gvardiol. Gvardiol stopped by Castagna, and then Gvardiol gets away from Castagna, and he goes down the line, and then Castagna wins it back from him. And he's got not many options, Castagna, but he hits it off Gvardiol, and it goes out for a Fulham throw, level with the edge of their own penalty area. We're in the 8th minute. Fulham 0, City 0. No chances for either side, but genuine feeling among the Fulham players that they can do something today from the way they've started here with purpose and confidence. Ake tries to win the header, but City get it with Rodri. Rodri helps it on into the possession of Akanji. Akanji in the centre circle with Rodri, and on it goes to Kevin De Bruyne. Just about 7 or 8 metres inside the Fulham half. Rodri on to Kovacic. Kovacic away from the challenge of Pereira, finds De Bruyne. De Bruyne midway inside the Fulham half, and his pass is cut out, and City have been a little bit sloppy in their passing, not normally the precise crispness we normally expect from the Blues, and Fulham have it with Castagna. On it goes to Iwobi. Iwobi has to do a defensive duty today rather than a more attacking role because of an injury to Sasha Lukic, who normally plays alongside Palhinha at the heart of their midfield. Fulham with Castagna. Castagna guides it all the way back to Bernd Leno. Fulham fans are quite pleased with what they're witnessing here.
You know, probably for Pep, too many turnovers in possession. You know, I know he'd like to maybe 12, 15, 18 passes, even if they're going backwards, just to create that comfort that City are used to, because you know there's probably been 8 to 10 turnovers in possession so far, and City are not able to get their game going at the moment.
Fulham have it, but they're inside their own defensive third with Bassi and Pereira, and finding it difficult to get out at the moment. So Bassi, I think, sensibly hits it long towards Rodrigo Muniz. Ake wins it well.
Clever.
Fulham fans didn't like that challenge, but you're never going to get pulled up for that. And then De Bruyne loses it, and it ends in the possession of Bernd Leno. Leno in bright red kit and yellow trim. Maybe remembering his Arsenal days, which were not that long ago. Only left there a couple of years back. Bernd Leno, and he's been an ever-present this season for Fulham.
It's just interesting to see that last contact, Ali, with Ake and Muniz. So if Muniz gets you trapped, you're in trouble because of the physicality, and Ake's really bumped him on the balls on the way to create the opportunity to get some momentum. So really clever from Ake.
Yep. City just won it well with Diaz in front of Rodrigo Muniz, and now Diaz has got it inside the City defensive third. Pushes it to Akanji in the right-back position. Kyle Walker on the bench today. Bernardo Silva picks up the ball, still inside City's own half with Kovacic on the edge of the centre circle. Out wide it goes to Akanji. Akanji right on the halfway line. Plays it back to Bernardo Silva, and on it goes to Ake. Ake crosses the halfway line, finds Kovacic. Kovacic on to Rodri, back to Kovacic, a player who was in West London for a number of years, of course, when he was a Chelsea employee. The ball with Bernardo Silva, on it goes to Kovacic. Kovacic on towards Ake. Ake in the middle of the Fulham half, plays it across to Gvardiol, back it goes to Kovacic again. City holding possession now. They've just started to wrestle the initiative back. Bernardo Silva's got it, and it goes to Kovacic again. Kovacic out wide to Joško Gvardiol. Gvardiol back to Ake, still in the middle third, the Blues, but just starting to have a measure of control of the ball. Kovacic to Rodri, and Ake's joining in, and De Bruyne and Rodri, lots of ones and twos and little triangle passes. The ball is in the possession of De Bruyne, tries to find Haaland, but Bassi is there, guides it back, and Bernd Leno thumps it up towards Rodrigo Muniz. And again Muniz is strong, but this time it breaks for Kovacic. And now Ake, and now Rodri inside the centre circle. Looks up, tries to find, he finds Kovacic in the end, and on it goes to Ake. Ake crosses the halfway line, plays it back to Kovacic. Kovacic into Fulham territory, just eases forward, plays it to Rodri. Rodri out wide to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva with Robinson. Back it goes to Akanji, and now Rodri again, and now Foden joining in. And now Kovacic. City with some real control of the ball, but you can see how well Fulham have worked out of possession because the gaps are small. It's a narrow pitch, and City are finding it difficult to make space. Ake on towards Gvardiol. Gvardiol steps inside, finds De Bruyne, looks for the return. Gvardiol, real chance, and he scored! Joško Gvardiol! That is stunning! Absolutely wonderful goal from Joško Gvardiol. Little passage of play down the left-hand side. He came in, played a 1-2, and then just side-footed it with his right foot into the corner of the net. All of a sudden, Joško Gvardiol is becoming a goal scorer. And City lead 1-0.
It's 2 or 3 touches before getting the shots off are just perfection. You look at this, Decorator Reed has tracked him for the first 15 minutes, 12 minutes of the game, and then as soon as he switches off, once he comes inside, this little touch here, this is brilliant. Outside of his right foot, then moves it. It's a tremendous finish. You know, we've seen that in the recent weeks, the quality in his right peg. But that's just a tremendous quality, composed finish.
And in the midst of all of that, Kevin De Bruyne has just got his 111th Premier League assist, which means he's now second in the all-time Premier League assist list, with only Ryan Giggs in front of him. And remember, Ryan Giggs played 1,000 matches, so he's certainly done well, Kevin De Bruyne, to get into that particular company. And City lead in the 13th minute, courtesy of a wonderful goal from Joško Gvardiol, which all of a sudden is his 4th, his 3rd in the Premier League. And I think 3 of those has been with his right foot, which you wouldn't necessarily associate with him. But the Blues have the lead at Craven Cottage. And to be honest, it's only the first chance they've had.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing, Alias, we looked at the game and you're thinking, this is going to be really tight. But then as soon as somebody switches off, the picture changes so quickly. You know, every single time that Foden came into a pocket, Castagna went in tight with him. And then Decorator Reed, he almost became a sweeper, man-marking Gvardiol. But as soon as he switched off, I mean, it's just brilliant play all round, and just shows the concentration levels the opposition had to have against Manchester City.
Well, among the City fans behind the goal is, of course, Noel Gallagher. I'm pretty sure he's on tour at the moment, so maybe he's going to nip off to a venue straight after this. But at the moment, he, like all the several thousand City fans who've come down to West London, are delighting in the fact that the Blues are in front at Craven Cottage. And, well, what a start. You have to say Fulham had settled pretty well, and the first maybe 5 or 6 minutes they were playing the ball around and looking very confident, but just a moment of genuine quality. Joško Gvardiol, little 1-2 with Kevin De Bruyne, and there was Gvardiol to make it 1-0, and Kevin De Bruyne now second on the all-time Premier League assist list. That's an awkward one for Bernd Leno, and Calvin Bassey, what on earth's he doing? And De Bruyne will let that drift out. No, he won't, he'll keep it in play. De Bruyne on the byline, cross to the far side, Bernardo Silva, Haaland on the swivel, hits it over the bar. Calvin Bassey's had a nightmare there, and City almost benefited from it.
I think the idea was right, I just think the execution was really poor. I mean, you can see this, just put it back into the keeper. But then De Bruyne on the front foot, you know, probably you're thinking he's going to let that run out of play, but he keeps it alive, and tremendous movement.
Yeah, It's almost like a shark sensing blood on the surface of the water. Suddenly City was swarming round after that error from Calvin Bassey, and De Bruyne played a ball to the far side. Bernardo Silva cushioned it back, and Haaland just had to swivel and hit it, but he hit it over the crossbar. So Fulham 0, City 1. A wonderful goal from Joško Gvardiol, an assist of course there was for Kevin De Bruyne. His 16 assists in just 22 matches and 15 minutes. But here come Fulham with Willian. Ake on the slide, clears it out for a throw by the corner flag, and I'm afraid to say Ake has just pulled up with a problem, and well, it might well be muscular. I'm not sure. He's grimacing. There was a shake of the head. I'm not sure that looks good to me. We're just looking back. There's a replay on our monitor of that mistake by Calvin Bassey, but the Ake incident just there makes me feel as though he might have to give way to injury.
No, it's always alarms go off when you see a player with that kind of, I'm not sure where he's feeling it, his foot, whether he opened his ankle joint or, it's a strange one.
It is a strange one.
Because if he goes to his hamstring or his calf, but yeah.
Well, already Kyle Walker is running up and down the touchline, ready to come on. Ake's going to soldier on, but he looks less than comfortable. We're in the 17th minute. Ake's trying to run off whatever problem it was. We're really not sure exactly what it was. He slid, cleared the ball out for a throw, and then just pulled up lame.
Yeah. And he's moving gingerly there. It looks like he's just opened a joint, or
possible,
and that can clear up.
Certainly could. We shall see. We're in the 18th minute. Kyle Walker's warming up briskly. I say warming up, doesn't need to do much in terms of getting to the right temperature, because it is so warm in London, but in terms of making sure all his limbs are nice and ready. Fulham have the ball in their possession, moving the ball around the Craven Cottage surface. And the reality is that City have just got through that little moment there. Ake still doesn't look completely comfortable in his movements. Kevin De Bruyne is certainly attracting attention from the outside broadcast here. Big close-up on our monitor of De Bruyne, maybe because he has now joined Cesc Fabregas on the all-time Premier League list. But here come Anthony Robinson into the penalty area, headed away by Ake, who did well to adjust his position. Willian gets to the loose one in the left wing position. This game far from done, let me tell you. Willian's ball in, headed away on his haunches by Diaz, and now Iwobi's got it. I do sense that Fulham fancy this. The ball is round the outside with Decordova-Reid. He miscontrols it, much to the delight of the City fans in front of him. It's a goal kick. Yeah, I think we saw that danger there of Robinson breaking, and when he gets momentum, it's he's very hard to stop. Diaz has had to come across there and then slow him down, and once he gets up to speed, I think he's one of the quickest, statistically one of the quickest in the Premier League. He is. He's a player I've always liked, to be honest with you, Anthony Robinson. When I first saw him at Wigan Athletic, I thought he was a player, and nothing has changed my mind since. He's only 26 years old, but he does look as though he has everything that you would need in a left fullback. That engine to get up and down. He can defend, and he certainly can attack. Anyway, City got it with Ake, who does seem to have shaken off whatever mysterious problem that was. On it goes to Diaz. City still in the defensive third. Ake has it, lays it out wide to the goal scorer, Joško Gvardiol. Gvardiol, well, now a City player's gone down. Palhinha has just collided with Foden, who took one in the face. Anthony Taylor stopped the play, took a smack on the bridge of the nose by the look of it. He's less than happy with it. There are lots of cameras that would have seen that. Let's have a look. Foden comes across. It's a forearm smash into the face. I don't think he meant it.
Oh, I'm not so sure he didn't mean it.
Oh, you think he means that?
No, he knows exactly what he's done.
Okay. Yeah. It was actually Decordova-Reid, not Palhinha. Yeah. We've seen a couple of angles of it, and VAR are not getting involved. Foden's okay. City have it midway inside the Fulham half. Bernardo Silva. On it goes towards Ake. Ake's going to have to stretch out. He's not going to get there. And Decordova-Reid is onto it. Decordova-Reid can bring Fulham forward here. The cross comes Iwobi, can't quite reach it. And Foden hooks it out of play for a Fulham throw level with the edge of the penalty area. City try and win it back. They do with Kovacic. Kovacic on to Rodri on the edge of the City penalty area. Rodri, lovely play from him. Gets the ball out to Diaz. Diaz helps it on to Akanji. I'm still looking at Ake. I'm not convinced that he's completely free in his movements, and indeed there is a shake of the head, and I think he may just have to come off. The ball is with Ake now as we speak, but he doesn't look completely free in his movements.
He's limping, and that last passage of play, surely he's going to put the ball out.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, the last passage of play where it came up short was because he couldn't get there.
Yeah, and Ake is coming off, and it looks as though Kyle Walker is coming on. It's a strange injury around the foot area.
There's nobody near him.
No, there isn't.
And for it to be which looks like a bone injury, you know, it's you know, if it was a jolt or it's a really strange one. Unless he came into the game with something, you know, where there was a bruised foot and he's aggravated it.
Well, whatever it is, he's going off, and Kyle Walker is coming on. Kyle Walker, who was left out of the lineup today, comes on to replace Nathan Ake, who we think's got a foot injury. It's certainly what it looks like. Almost maybe one of those things where he might have got a tiny little stress fracture or something like that. Something around the metatarsal. Anyway, we'll find out.
But he seemed to know straight away, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. While City are making this substitution, all the players have come over to the sideline, and Pep Guardiola's just giving out some little detail instructions. I suppose it's the kind of day where you can allow a cooling break, although I don't believe officially that it's a cooling break. And we're just looking back at that goal from Gvardiol. It was a wonderful goal. De Bruyne's layoff. Gvardiol still had a lot of work to do, and he's just helped it beyond Bernd Leno with a lovely finish.
There's two moments in that, Ali, where he's caressed the ball with the outside of his right foot. And, you know, when you're naturally left-footed, you know, you can say a side foot or get a shot off, but to actually feel the ball with the outside of your right foot, you know, obviously very gifted technically.
Absolutely. And when City scored today, it means that they've now scored in 16 successive Premier League away games against Fulham. And no team in the history of the Premier League has ever done that away from home against the same opponent. So another little record for City today. Foden helps it back into the possession of the goal-scorer Joško Gvardiol. On to Kovacic, midway inside the Fulham half, and backwards it goes into the centre circle to Ruben Diaz, who now has a Akanji alongside him. Akanji's gone from right back to centre half, and Walker's gone across to his usual position because of that injury to Ake. Kovacic in the centre circle finds Foden. Remember, City's only absentee today, Jack Grealish, not fit enough to make the trip to West London. Ball on the edge of the area with Ederson, who was on the injured list not so long ago, plays it across to Diaz. Diaz out to the right to Walker in bright boots. Oh, and his first pass is a poor one, straight to Robinson. And Palhinha plays it forward, and Rodrigo Muniz, who looks a sharp and informed striker, finds Willian. Willian midway inside the City half. City back into a really good shape to repel. Castagna chests it down with Foden coming at him. Foden's put him off and then challenges him, but Castagna plays it backwards into the possession of the giant Issa Diop. Diop plays it across into Palhinha. Palhinha out wide to Castagna. Castagna back to Palhinha. Palhinha plays a long ball up towards Rodrigo Muniz. City will get to it through Ederson, who picks it up and bowls it out straight away into the possession of Rodri. Rodri can bring the Blues forward, getting towards the halfway line, but he stops and plays it to Kovacic. Kovacic in the central area of the City half, plays it to Diaz. Diaz on to Akanji. Akanji gets towards the halfway line. Now Joško Gvardiol back to Akanji. And Akanji midway inside the City half with time. And he takes his time. No one comes towards him, so he just taps it to Rodri. Very sort of congested, condensed area. Everybody in and around the halfway line at the moment. If City can play a ball over the top for someone to run onto, it could be a one-on-one opportunity, because Fulham are playing a very high line.
Yeah, I think that's a
deliberate
fair point,
ploy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's something that's really, you know, they're trying to compress space as much as they can, but there is space again.
Yeah, and they've found the space. The City are into the penalty area. Gvardiol into the path of Foden. It reaches De Bruyne. De Bruyne on the edge of the D. Shooting chance. Bernardo Silva. And a save by Bernd Leno. I don't think it was one of those that Leno would have ever backed himself not to have saved. But the fact was, it was an attempt on target, and City could have gone 2 up.
It's onside and right on cue as well, Ali, where you're talking about that space behind. You know, there's no real pressure on the ball, and yet they are inviting anyone who wants to make a run. Phil's made a couple of runs in behind, you know, and you're always thinking that Haaland's going to get in there, but there's definite space in there to cause Fulham problems.
City have just given away a throw-in, level with the edge of their own penalty area. A challenge on Rodrigo Muniz. So a Fulham throw. It's in the arms of Robinson. Robinson looking for Willian. Willian going backwards towards his own goal. Plays it back to Bassi. Bassi helps it on to Diop in the centre circle. You can probably hear the name Guardiola being sung by the City fans behind the right-hand goal. City lead by a goal to nil. The ball is with Pereira. Pereira with Diaz behind him. Diaz wins it back, scoops it forward, and then Rodri plays it. Nice ball to Kovacic and on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne, under a bit of pressure from Iwobi, goes backwards and finds Diaz. And Diaz brings in Bernardo Silva, and now Rodri. And again, look at that high line for Fulham. And Haaland is sensing the opportunity to run in behind if someone can slip a ball to him. The ball is in the moment with Akanji, and all 20 outfield players are all within about 6 or 7 metres of each other, around about the halfway line. The ball is with City at the moment, and City have it with Rodri. Look how high Fulham are here. Rodri, on it goes to Haaland. Haaland helps it on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne now can explode on towards Haaland, but a good foot in by Diop. Away by Robinson, straight to Rodri though. There are howls of derision around the stadium. Kovacic on towards Foden. Foden on to Rodri. Now Fulham had camped on the edge of their own area. Kovacic to De Bruyne. De Bruyne back to Akanji. On to Kovacic again. City around about the middle third. Kovacic on towards Akanji. Akanji helps it out wide to Gvardiol. Gvardiol goes back to Akanji, and on it goes to Kovacic. Good possession from the Blues. Kovacic getting towards the final third finds Rodri. Out wide it goes to Bernardo Silva. Walker on his outside. Bernardo Silva comes in. Plays it across to Rodri. Rodri on to Kovacic. Kovacic couldn't find his way through. Palhinha wins it back, and then City win it back again with Kovacic. Slides it through. Bernardo Silva, and now Rodri. Rodri on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne into the gap for Foden. Foden shooting chance, and straight at Bernd Leno. Another attempt on target though.
Brilliant from City. So hard for Fulham. When you're talking about 2 or 3 yard passes and congested areas, and you still can't affect the first touch, that's just how good City are and how difficult it is for Fulham to stop it.
And Fulham have the ball inside their own penalty area with Bernd Leno, their goalkeeper. Bernd Leno by his penalty spot. Haaland comes towards him, passing and moving on the edge of their own area. Back it goes to Leno again. Leno under a bit more pressure, has to go long this time, and Akanji's too strong for Muniz and finds Kovacic, and now Rodri. Rodri, beautifully done, brings in Foden. Foden on to Rodri again. Rodri turns away from trouble and then runs into trouble and loses the ball. Cordova-Reid's got it. On it goes to Palhinha. Backwards it goes to Castagna. Castagna forward to Iwobi. Iwobi to Castagna. Castagna stopped by Foden. Throw into Fulham midway inside their own half. There's an area of the main stand that is still being developed and is not open to fans at the moment. They've done a lot of renovation work here at Craven Cottage. Willian plays it back, and on it goes to Robinson, still inside his own half. Pereira back to Bassi. Bassi on to Diop. 17 minutes to half-time. City lead 1-0 through Joško Gvardiol. A really good goal it was too. Iwobi comes forward midway inside the City half. Back it comes to Cordova-Reid. De Cordova-Reid should be and is Ederson's. Easy catch for the City keeper. Nico Silva looks less than impressed with the way that his side gave the ball away. Kovacic has it. Helps it on to Ruben Diaz. Diaz on towards Walker. Back it goes to Diaz. Diaz on to Kovacic. City at walking pace inside their own half. Kovacic helps it on to Akanji. De Cordova-Reid comes to meet him, so he plays it back to Kovacic again. Kovacic brings in Bernardo Silva. Still City inside their own half. Still they're looking for the right ball. Still that very high Fulham line. Kovacic on to Akanji. Akanji on towards Rodri in the middle third, the Blues, with Gvardiol goes back to Akanji inside the City half again. Back to Rodri. Rodri helps it all the way back to Diaz again. Diaz on towards Bernardo Silva, still inside their own half, City. Kovacic, Foden, pokes it backwards. Diaz picks it up again. On it goes to Bernardo Silva, and now Diaz again. And now it's Kovacic again. Kovacic helps it on to Rodri. Rodri still inside the City half, by the way. Bernardo Silva inside the centre circle, looks up, still has the ball, plays it to Kovacic. Now City are inside Fulham territory, now they're back in their own half again. And it's Diaz. They must have held the ball for about 3 or 4 minutes here, but haven't made too much progress. Almost as if they're killing the game off already. The ball's with Kovacic. Kovacic followed by Iwobi. Rodri's touch. Still they've got it in and around the middle third. Akanji now starting to make progress, inching their way towards the final third. Kovacic, but I think it's going to go backwards again. Kovacic holds off a challenge and it does go backwards. Well, they just almost gain management in the 31st minute here, Andy.
Yeah, and what it does, it destroys Fulham. You know, it's heartbreaking, it really is, when you're just keeping the ball like this and you're just running around, especially at home. So difficult for the opposition.
City are getting to the final third now. Gvardiol in the position from which he scored before finds Rodri. Rodri taps it to Kovacic. Kovacic back to Rodri and on to Akanji, still in and around the final third. Kovacic centrally placed, finds Rodri. Rodri did too far out to shoot and closed down, but he keeps on going, Rodri. Out wide it goes. Bernardo Silva on the edge of the penalty area. Robinson in front of him. Robinson stopping him at the moment. Scoop little pass to Rodri. Rodri to Kovacic. Kovacic to Rodri. Rodri back to Diaz. How many minutes have City held the ball here? Akanji goes back to Gvardiol in the left wing position. Gvardiol. Back it goes to Akanji again. Akanji. On a warm day, you don't want to be chasing footballs, and that's exactly what Fulham are doing, and they're not getting anywhere near. Here's De Bruyne now. On the edge of the area finds Haaland. Haaland tried to find De Bruyne, hooked away by Robinson. City win it back with Akanji. On it goes to Kovacic. Kovacic now to Rodri. Still in and around Fulham's final third. This is marvellous control from the Blues. It really is. Ball goes out wide to Gvardiol. I don't think he'll get there because Castagna will, and he concedes what is actually City's first corner of the match, and it comes in the 33rd minute.
I think you've just seen what City actually do to you, Ali. You know, they've kept the ball for that long. Both their wide men, Fulham, are pinned back in deep. The only place to go is to scoop the ball out. City have got all that boxed off, and they just start the cycle again.
Yeah. There's no one quite like City at doing that. De Bruyne is going to take an in-swinging corner. Diaz and Rodri all waiting for the delivery. It's come deep to the far side. It's headed back across the area and then up into the air by Castagna. Gvardiol now in the right wing position. Helps it back to Rodri. Rodri on the edge of the area. Rodri with a little clip ball into the mixer, and it's cleared as far as De Bruyne. De Bruyne goes backwards to the furthest man back, Walker. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Then on to Rodri. Then back to Bernardo Silva again. Bernardo Silva under a little bit of pressure, but he guides it backwards to Diaz. Diaz in the centre circle to Kovacic. And City once again back in control of the ball where they want to be. Rodri on the halfway line, plays it to Akanji. Akanji hits it long diagonally out to Bernardo Silva. Robinson's quick and hems him in, but Bernardo Silva was delightful, and then he loses it to Robinson, and Robinson's done well, and now he brings it forward for Fulham. But then they go backwards to Castagna. Castagna hits a long ball up towards Muniz. Muniz plays it into the gap, should go out of play. City throw midway inside their own half. See, when Fulham do get it, they feel they have to do it quickly, because otherwise they're not going to get a chance again.
For them to have the patience to then turn back out, go back to a fullback, back to a centre half, and for them to then start the process, very difficult, especially at home.
Absolutely. Still 11 minutes to half-time. City lead by 1-0. Joško Gvardiol in the 13th minute. Had too many chances apart from that, really. Here's Haaland on halfway, and now he might charge forward. He's taking on Bassi. Bassi strong. Ball goes back to Foden. Foden into the penalty area, but he loses the ball to Diop. And Bassi will lose it to Haaland. Haaland will take it from Bassi. Haaland comes away and he's facing his own goal, and he passes it back to Kovacic. Kovacic finds Diaz. Diaz brings it into the possession of Walker under pressure. Walker goes back to Diaz again. City have it under control once more. Akanji. Akanji plays it into the gap for De Bruyne. Lots of space for De Bruyne. De Bruyne into the gap for Foden. It's too hard. And Bernd Leno picks it up. And there's an ironic cheer from the Fulham supporters, because it's probably the first time they've had control of the ball in ages.
The space was there, but there is a bit of pace and power and strength from Fulham on their recovery runs, you know, to you're going to have to get free to get away from them, because you've seen a couple of occasions there with Bernardo. Once Robertson gets hand on, he isn't running away from them. You know, they are strong, physically strong at the back.
And they're trying to pass the way out from the back at the moment with Pereira midway inside his own half. Robinson goes back to Bassi on the edge of the Fulham area. Back it goes to Bernd Leno. Bernd Leno helps it on to Diop. Diop under pressure from Haaland, finds Castagna. It's all in and around their own penalty area, and in the end Palhinha finds the ball to Rodrigo Muniz. Again, he's done well, holds off a couple of challenges, brings in Castagna. Castagna on the halfway line, good ball. Now there's an overlap on the left-hand side. Iwobi plays it into that space. Robinson with a crossing position, deep ball to the far side. City defend it well with Diaz, and on it goes to Foden. Not a good ball though, and picked up by Castagna. Castagna has the ball in a crossing position if he wants it. That's a terrible ball. Goes out for a City throw. I think he was trying to find Decordova-Ree, but very different wavelengths. And Marco Silva is seething. And I can't say I blame him, because Fulham were incredibly wasteful. A lot of activity on the sideline, which might suggest Marco Silva doesn't like the formation and wants to change things up. We shall see. City in the left-back position with Vardy. Pass back to Diaz. Diaz to the edge of the area to Walker. Walker gives it back to Diaz. Walker came on for Ake after Ake picked up what we think is a foot injury. Kovacic helps it forward. No, he doesn't. Keeps hold of it. Now he helps it on to Akanji. Still inside the City half. Akanji goes all the way back to Ederson. Getting towards the last 8 minutes of the first half. Fulham 0, City 1. Rodri into the gap for Foden. Foden has a through ball option. Haaland will get to it. No, he won't. Bernd Leno does. That was the right idea. Yeah. Through ball behind the defender. Yeah,
there was space in there down the side of Diop. But again, Bassi has done really well. He looks strong, and he looks like he's got a bit of pace as well there to track that run.
Absolutely. Now, Iwobi comes forward for Fulham. Fulham trying to send men forward, and they've got on the edge of the area with Castagna. City win it back, though, and Bernardo Silva clears it. Haaland, good little layback. Kovacic, good ball to De Bruyne. It's 2-on-2 if City are quick. De Bruyne now into the penalty area. De Bruyne bending shot. Ricochet, corner.
Yeah, good defending from Diop. Great opportunity, 2-on-2, and I was hoping that De Bruyne would go on his own, and maybe if he just tucks back onto his left foot, gets a shot across the keeper, because it's really dangerous here.
In the end, he took it inside, didn't he?
Yeah. I think Diop's done really well. He's made himself big.
So it's a City corner. De Bruyne's gone across to take it. Incidentally, he's held on to the armband, even though Kyle Walker came on. I don't know if that's just an administrative error, but anyway, it's now a corner on the far side. De Bruyne will hit an out-swinging ball, although he does have the option of going short. But I don't think he's going to go short this time. Haaland and Rodri and Diaz and Gvardiol and Kanji all in a line, trying to get themselves clear of Fulham markers. Anthony Taylor's watching Andreas Pereira manhandling City players at the moment.
Haaland's trying to protect Rodri. Pereira's got to get to Rodri to block him. Haaland's just stopping him to try and give Rodri a bit of space.
The corner's cleared, and Kovacic picks it up, and he goes all the way back to Kyle Walker, and Walker will probably go all the way back to Ederson. He does. Ederson on the edge of his own penalty area, looks up, has a pass to Rodri. Of course he has a pass to Rodri. Rodri's always available. Rodri, look at that high line again from Fulham. Goodness me, that ball over the top one-on-one is surely going to happen at some point. City coming forward with Rodri. Rodri goes back to Kovacic. Kovacic into the possession of Akanji. It only has to happen once and City will have a second goal. Haaland so high up. If he just gets his pace going, City have got an opportunity here. The ball is with Gvardiol. Gvardiol finds Haaland. Haaland's going to lose it though to Diop, and Diop will thump it away. City will try and win it back, but they won't, because it's Willian on to Pereira. Pereira midway inside the Fulham half, hits a ball long. Diaz comes across. Diaz just about gets there, and Ederson will pick it up. Claims of a back pass, but never in a million years. The ball is in the possession of Akanji. On it goes to Gvardiol, still inside the City half. De Bruyne, and then Gvardiol, and now Akanji. Still inside the defensive third, finds Diaz. Diaz to the halfway line to Walker. Walker goes back to Ruben Diaz. Just over 5 minutes to go. City lead by 1-0 in this baking hot day in the capital. 5 minutes to half-time. Goal from Joško Gvardiol in the 13th minute. Hasn't been too many chances for either team apart from that, truth be told. But 1-0 will do very nicely. Rodri's got the ball. Plays it on to Akanji. Still inside the City half, and the ball goes all the way back to Ederson. Ederson, no pressure on the edge of the D. Plays it to Rodri. Rodri on to Kovacic. Kovacic facing his own goal. Turns, plays it to Rodri. Rodri still inside his own half. Still with Rodri. Lots of Fulham players in front of him, so he plays it back to Diaz. Diaz still inside his own half. Plays it across to Bernardo Silva. Now out wide to Walker. Walker in his own half finds Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva hits a long diagonal ball looking for Joško Gvardiol. Inch perfect. Castagna has to come and face him. Joško Gvardiol steps in. Back it goes to Rodri. Onto the edge of the area to De Bruyne. De Bruyne breaks for him, and then, well, it was hooked away by Robinson. Akanji, good ball, finds Joško Gvardiol. Gvardiol, little bending ball, too close to the goalkeeper. And Leno says thank you very much and bowls it out to Robinson. Robinson in the left-back position but advancing. Plays it wide. Probably get it back again from Willie, and he does. Back to the penalty area to Calvin Bassey. Bassey back to Bernd Leno. Bernd Leno looks up, finds Bassey again. Bassey helps it on to Willian. Back it goes to Bassey in the penalty area. On it goes to Robinson. Little ball forward. City win it back. And now it's De Bruyne. And now Bernardo Silva gets away from Robinson. Lays it back to Walker. Seems to me that when Fulham have the ball, they're just not quite sure how to get out. And City are winning it back because they're hurrying the passes when they don't need to. De Bruyne.
Their starting positions are so deep as well, Ali. It's so difficult to start.
It is. It's great pressure from the Blues. And forget how good they are out of possession because they're in it for so long, City. Rodri's got the ball. Midway inside the Fulham half finds Kovacic. 3 minutes to half-time. City lead 1-0. Ball in the possession of the goal scorer Gvardiol. On it goes to De Bruyne. Too high for Foden. City pick up the loose one with Kovacic. Back it goes to Akanji. Akanji in the middle third. Spreads the play to the opposite side to Walker. Walker traps it beautifully. In a crossing position. Hits it into the area. Headed away by Castagna. Picked up by Iwobi. Back it goes to Robinson in the left-back position. He's given it away again. De Bruyne picks it up. Bernardo Silva and now Kovacic. City in and around the final third. Fulham defending so deep because City are forcing them there. Rodri out wide to De Bruyne. De Bruyne now to Bernardo Silva. On it goes to Foden. Foden, can he get his shot away? Maybe there's a chance for Bernardo Silva. It's blocked and it spins away. And Castagna prevents the corner. No, he doesn't. City corner.
Just that little change in pace. You know, pass, and then a little tempo there from De Bruyne, and it just began to open up, and Foden just couldn't quite get the ball out from his feet. But they look dangerous at any time. Looks like another gear they could go up to, Ali, and the closer we get to half-time, getting this second goal is so important, because as this drift towards 90 at 1-0 becomes very, very dangerous fixture this.
City have gone short with this corner. Foden back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne's ball in. Oh, it's on Marta Kanji. Oh, he should have scored. He should have scored. He knows he should have scored. I think the offside flag's gone up. Might have spared his blushes. What a chance for Akanji. Goodness me, that is exactly what you want as a defender in that position. It's not easy. He's got to readjust his side foot, but his teammates all look at him and say, what a chance that was.
Was he off, Ali?
I've got a feeling that he might have been.
It felt like the ball was stuck under De Bruyne's feet. But the quality of the cross is just incredible. Can't tell you how difficult that ball is to play, which he's just executed perfectly.
Well, Fulham now escape the press for a rare occasion. And Iwobi's striding forward. And he gets beyond Diaz. And Gvardiol cross into the area. Great clearance from Ruben Diaz in front of Rodrigo Muniz. That is a brilliant clearing header. Rodri finds Walker. Walker striding down the line. Little 1-2 with Haaland. Haaland lays it off. Good ball. City have a man over on this left-hand side. It's De Bruyne. De Bruyne now picks it up. Now, who's going to run off him? Bernardo Silva tries to take a defender away. Tries to find Haaland, but it will be cleared. Not very far. Rodri picks it up. He's in shooting position, but he lays it off instead to Walker. We're in the final seconds of the first half. Foden and now Kovacic. Out wide it goes to Bernardo Silva. Crosses towards Haaland, and it goes out for a throw by the corner flag from Diop's header. I just feel that when City want to, they can surely go up a gear that Fulham can't find.
Just looking at that defensive header at the... Yeah, brilliant from Diaz. I thought he was actually static, but he's timed it perfectly.
Yeah, so we're into the first of 3 added minutes at the end of the first half. City have a throw right by the corner flag. Gvardiol takes it short to De Bruyne, gets it back. Gvardiol in a crossing position, but decides to play it to De Bruyne again. De Bruyne goes backwards and finds Akanji. Akanji, who missed that golden opportunity to give City a second goal. We don't know if he was offside or not, because the flag didn't need to go up because it went over the bar. The ball is with Kovacic. On it goes to Rodri, into the possession of De Bruyne. Left wing position, De Bruyne. Plays it inside to Rodri. Rodri loses it, but it breaks for Kovacic. On it goes to Akanji. Akanji on the halfway line, give or take a metre or two. Finds Foden. And now Kovacic. Little bit of space for Kovacic. On to Haaland. Haaland, can he get his shot away? No, he can't. It's clear. Picked up, though, by Gvardiol. Gvardiol loses the ball. Rodri picks it up. Rodri finds Kovacic. Kovacic helps it on. Bernardo Silva and Rodri. And backwards it goes to Ruben Diaz. Shake of the head from Andy Morrison.
It's just so good, Alan. It's so good. Whether it's the first phase of the second or the second phase, they're just brilliant at stopping the opposition getting out. We've just seen the detail there that's gone in. 1 press, 2 press, 3 press, and Fulham can't get beyond it. It's brilliant.
Yep, Polini's just sank to his knees. I wonder if he's got a little injury problem. But he's got half-time, 90 seconds away, so the medical team can have a look at him there. 90 seconds of the added time to go at the end of this first half. Fulham 0, City 1. A goal from Joško Gvardiol. Lovely 1-2 on the edge of the area with De Bruyne, and he side-footed it beyond Leno. Leno now is going to have to go long with this goal kick. Marco Silva scratching his chin, pondering what changes he can make. The ball won back by Diaz. Walker to clear. Helps it on up towards Bernardo Silva. First time ball to De Bruyne. De Bruyne now in a bit of space, but now he'll have to come backwards with it. Goes back to Rodri on halfway. Rodri helps it on to Gvardiol. 3rd minute of added time at the end of the first half. City lead by a goal to 0. Akanji, Rodri. Rodri loses it, unusually for him. Ball breaks for Iwobi. Iwobi goes backwards to Diop. Diop finds Bassi. Bassi might have to go back to Bernd Leno. Bernd Leno in his own penalty area, of course. Helps it on to Diop. Diop on towards Palhinha. There's nowhere for them to go, and they're just staying on the edge of their own area because City's press is so good. Palhinha, maybe he'll have to go long because there's only seconds remaining. Palhinha out wide to Castagna. Castagna has to go back to Iwobi. Iwobi on the edge of his own penalty area has to go back to Bernd Leno. Leno helps it out wide to Castagna. Most of Fulham's possession in this first half has been in their own defensive third, and you have to say, although it's not done and dusted by any stretch of the imagination, City have been in control of this game. They lead by a goal to 0, given to them by Joško Gvardiol in the 13th minute. A 1-2 on the edge of the area with De Bruyne, who now moves second in the all-time list of assists in the Premier League history. And at half-time, it is so far so very, very good. Fulham 0, City 1. Well, let's go back to the studio. Sean Gota and Natalie. Sean Gota and Natalie.
Thank you so much to Alistair Mann and to Andy Morrison for the excellent first half coverage. So it is half-time. City lead Fulham 1-0. And of course, when you need a big goal in a big game, who do you look towards? Joško Gvardiol, that's who you look towards these days. Joško Gvardiol with the 13th minute goal for City. So still in the studio with Kit and with Sean. We talked about him before the game, Sean. I love it when we do that, when we pick out a player and say, oh, they're doing really well, and they step up in 13 minutes and score. I'm going to say we predicted it.
Yes, we predicted it. Phenomenal. I mean, he's pushed on and he's actually ended up in that sort of 10 position. But I think Foden makes a really good run for him. That sort of creates that space for him to go inside and drive and give it to De Bruyne, who plays it back. But the finish, when he gets in these areas, we talked about how good a finisher he is, and it doesn't look like it's a really hard strike, but it has enough power, and he knows he's guiding it in there, and he knows it has to be a top save for the goalkeeper to get to, but he's just cushioned it in there with enough pace. Beautiful goal. So great play by him as well.
Made it look really easy. I loved the 1-2 that he played with Kevin De Bruyne as well, and to find that space. And like Sean says, his finish, he just made it look really easy.
Well, what he did, he takes that extra touch, and then he takes his shot really quick. So Leno's still bouncing, getting himself set as he's taking his shot quickly. So he literally passes it into the goal.
Yeah.
It's a striker's finish, you know. He's passing it into the corner of the net.
Yeah. The other interesting thing was because we didn't start great at all. The first 10 minutes or so, we weren't ourselves. Andy had mentioned about the transition, and it became a little bit of a transition game, which was favouring Fulham. But Kevin De Bruyne had given away 1 or 2 balls that were intercepted. And it's strangely enough, when that ball goes into him, De Bruyne one touches it. Brilliant return back to him, and ends up being a great assist. But prior to that, the previous 2 balls De Bruyne had tried to pass was intercepted. And it just goes to show that you've just got to keep going. I mean, it's still early in the game, and De Bruyne has such belief in himself. As he's come in, he's said, oh, he's on. Flicks it around the corner, he's in, and then he just ends up finishing. It's absolutely brilliant.
We're saying that as well about Guardiola developing his game as the season's gone on. Because first part of the season, he'd quite often be our highest player, but out wide, high and wide. But now he's coming in field, like we say, and his finishing's been superb. So that's part of the game. I think through Pep, he's developed and he's added that dimension. Yeah. To his game now. So, you know, you've got full-backs picking up in that number 10. Who picks them up when they're in that number 10 slot? It's hard to defend. And up to the goal, Fulham have defended pretty well. But that's so difficult to stop.
Yeah. I felt City were finding it a little difficult because of the transition. But again, when Fulham had possession, in that opening 10 minutes or so, Fulham was doing really well. And it looked as though, OK, I see why they try to play football. But part of that was because we were giving the ball away a little bit more than we normally did. But then when we got a little bit further into the half, I mean, we sort of lowered them into the space.
I think it's sort of flipped round now. It's Fulham making the errors now, as Andy and Ali said in the comms there. It's like City got such a good high press. Fulham are trying to play out, but we're swarming all over them and winning it back high up the pitch. And sooner or later, another one's going to fall, and it's going to be 2-0.
Yeah.
Another big positive I'm taking from the Guardiola goal is obviously in seasons by we know that we've been in these battles where we've got to win every game going and we need big goals and we need everybody stepping up. And one of the big positives I'm taking is that you often find there's a player that steps up and scores goals that isn't the obvious one that you're thinking. And obviously in seasons gone by we saw it with Gundogan, who would pop up at really key moments and score really big goals. And this season I'm saying Josko Gvardiol is last season's or 2 seasons ago's Ilkay Gundogan.
Yes, this is what he's doing. This is, as Kit said, earlier this season he was a bit wider, stretching the team, but now, you know, because he's also got that calmness when he comes inside and able to link up. This is another dimension to his game, and long may it continue. But yeah, he's a quality player in terms of defensively and now what he's at offensively. But I never sort of thought, yeah, he'll be the one that will go in and break down the defence and be the one that will open up the score.
Now, we've got to have a word on Kevin De Bruyne as well. So the assist came for Kevin De Bruyne. He's 111th Premier League assist. He's now second in the all-time Premier League assist goal record setters. Second, Kit. That's not bad for our Kev. He just keeps producing assist after assist after assist.
I mean, he does. For the other players around him, he's just such a joy to play with. And as Sean said earlier, he finds passes that aren't on. No, they're not even on, and he'll somehow play it and get it to his man. He's the vision, but then the ability to execute it as well. He is absolutely incredible, and he just, you know, he's been at such a high level for so long now. He had his injury problems, obviously, earlier part of the season, but came straight back into it. You know, normally players take them a bit of time to find their rhythm again. He's come straight back into it at that incredibly high level that we've always known from him.
I hope he lasts forever, Sean.
Yes.
I hope we get a good more 3, 4, 5 seasons.
Yes. His ability, the way to pass, as Kit says, you know, the execution. You could see a pass, but you can overhit it, you could underhit it. But he seems to just get it right on the money. I mean, even times when he's cut inside today and he's squeezing balls into Erling Haaland and they're getting there, and I'm thinking, it looks tight. And you think, how's it got there? He's just got a really great way to pass to find players. So I would imagine he's probably got another assist in him today.
Ooh, OK.
Another prediction.
Yeah, another prediction.
Edison as well.
Yeah.
Are you still going for an Edison assist?
They're holding a high line. It's obviously harder for a goalkeeper. It's better if they press the goalkeeper and have a high line, but I'm still going to stick with that. That's him for an assist. Why not?
I like it.
Yeah.
OK, so we've got the goal by Gavard on the 13th minute with the assist from Kevin De Bruyne. 1-0 at half-time. What did you make of the rest of the game, Kit?
Yeah, I thought, as we spoke about, Fulham started quite well, started quite bright up to the goal. They've changed their shape a little bit. Defensively, initially, they looked pretty solid, Fulham, really. Like, Deco-Dova-Reid was dropping in to make a 5 at the back. Polini is sitting just in front with then the 3, and then Muniz up top. So they look very solid in that shape. They've changed more to like a 4-4-2 when they're dropping off into their shape now defensively, with Iwobi going up alongside Muniz. But I think City will find more space now. So they controlled the game, really, Man City. So Fulham would have done a lot of work in that first half, both with their legs and focus and concentration as well. So it's hard to keep at that level for the full 90 minutes. So I expect them to be making a few subs, but also I expect City to grind them down and go and get another couple of goals.
What I found interesting in that opening 10 minutes, I found that it seemed physically, the striker, Muniz, I think he looked like he had the physical strength over our defenders to just be able to, when balls came into him, to just be able to knock it down. It looked untidy, but he was able to do enough where they will come onto it, and then they'll flash a ball out wide to Iwobi or Willian, and it looked like this potentially could be a strength of theirs. But because they've not been able to keep the ball so much, they've not been able to get those opportunities. But in that opening 10 minutes, balls were going up to him. He was flicking balls on or just nudging it down, and it was going wide. It was creating really good opportunities for him. And I thought, this actually is not a bad situation for them. I think it could be really positive. Yeah.
And talking about substitutions, you mentioned there, we had a 4 substitution in the first half. Nathan Ake seemed to pick up some sort of knock, and Kyle Walker came on. Great, I'm all good with Kyle Walker coming on, but gutted for Nathan Ake and hoping it's not something that's going to keep him out for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it's a bit of it looked an awkward one. He just sort of slid in for the interception, won it quite comfortably. Yeah. But I don't know if his foot then sort of got stuck in the ground a little bit as he sort of rolled over. So it looked like, as Andy Morrison said in the comms, he might have opened a joint or something, but it looked an uncomfortable one. He tried to carry on, but you kept saying, Goats, didn't you? You could see he was carrying it and limping and not quite himself. So, like you're saying, that we just hope it's not serious.
Yeah. Interesting thing with that situation from a tactical point, when he went down and you know, he was injured, putting a coach's hat on, the first thing I was thinking is, if he goes on, because they had a little bit of momentum at that time, and if he comes off, and they've got momentum, a team could take advantage within that 30 seconds or so. But he got up and he hobbled, and I thought, well, that was a good thing because you still got 11 players on. But then obviously he knew it wasn't right. So tactically, it was not a bad thing that the physios and all them didn't go on, because they had a little bit of momentum and could have taken advantage of that, of being just one short for 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, definitely, and thankfully we got through that, and obviously bringing on England international Kyle Walker, club captain, is fine. So we're all good, Not too many big chances. I mean, no chance on target for Fulham in the first half. Not too many big chances for City. There was an opportunity for Akanji at the end of the half, but the flag went up. So we've spared his blushes there, Kit, because perhaps he could have done a little bit better. Yeah, you would think so. We were talking at the time, Sean and myself, and as a wonderful cross. Again, firstly, got to say, brilliant ball in, and it looked like Vardy would run across his line almost to Kanji. But then when you saw it from behind the goal, I don't think that was the case. Yeah. And he probably should have come to meet the ball and head it. You know, defenders, we don't want to be scoring too many volleys. Probably headers would have been a better option. But it was a fantastic ball in. But on the flip side, Natalie, Fulham have not had a lot, but when they have. And as the guy said in comms as well, they will put crosses in. We've looked really tight, really, everyone's been in their position and been really concentrated and focused in that. So you don't want to tempt fate, but that's a really, really good sign. So what you don't want is someone to switch off in a little slip. But certainly if that first half's anything to go by, the guys at the back are really on it today. So that's a good sign. We can see at Craven Cottage that Raul Jimenez is warming up. What do you think that is telling us about how Fulham are approaching the second half? Well, for me, it looks like Muniz will probably be coming off if Jimenez is coming on. So I don't think they'll play, certainly not early on, the two of them up top together. But, yeah, I mean, Fulham they've got to try and get back into the game. They've got to try and score a goal. So
it'll be interesting to see, because I think they'll continue as a back five, and whether they do a 5-3-2, which could mean that they could play two, but you see them play a lot more than I do. So I think you're right, that perhaps it will just be a swap for swap, strike for striker. But I think that they'll probably look and think that if Bowles can go up and they can get that setback and then they can get those runners to support, is a good chance and a good opportunity.
Noel Gallagher in the crowd at Craven Cottage. I don't know how... We would say, how do the cameramen always spot them? They've got incredible eyes. He was pitch side last week for the game before Wolves. We were chatting to him about going to away games. He said he loves it, just he gets bombarded for photos. So he's doing all right today. Looks like he's just having a nice little sit and watch of the game. So, half-time, City winning 1-0. I've been fairly calm in that first half, but if it stays 1-0 for too long into the second half, I am going to start getting nervy, Sean. What do you want to see City do to seal it?
Well, I think what City need is that second goal. There was a period, 25 minutes in, where City just totally dominated with possession, kept the ball for loads. It must have been 3-4 minutes, as Alistair Mann alluded to. And at that time, it just needed a goal in and around that time. And I think that second would really deflate them because of where they are, and I think then you'd see perhaps a third and a fourth. But I think we need to come out again, dominate the ball, because they're going to come out with a little bit of energy, because as long as it's 1-0, they're going to feel that we're in this game. Dominate the ball, create a chance or two. If we can get a goal within the first 10 minutes of the second half, I think then you could find that things could really open up in the second half and become a comfortable win.
The difference between a Spanish man and an English person is exactly what you're seeing now. Pep is in his roll neck jumper in Craven Cottage, and we're all out here in our swimming costumes in the back garden. He's just like, this is still not hot. And this is really hot for England temperatures. So Pep is walking out onto the Craven Cottage pitch ahead of the second half. So full second half commentary from Alistair Mann and Andy Morrison. You'll get that on the Manchester City app now. If you're not watching us on there, switch over to the app now. And then come back to us in 45 minutes where we will be here at the full-time whistle where, oh Lord, hopefully we are talking about needing 6 points to win the Premier League. Enjoy the second half. Come on, Blues, an early goal. Calm all our nerves. Over to Ali Mann.
Thank you, Natalie. Welcome back to Craven Cottage. Fulham are going through some warming-up drills, and we're getting word of a double substitution that has been made by Marco Silva. Neither because of injuries. Tom Kearney is coming on. All competitions, 26 wins and 6 draws. Of course, that Real Madrid penalty defeat counts as a draw in the official statistics. That is the kind of run that champions go on, but they will not be champions, you feel, if they do not win here. And at 1-0, this game is far from done. City have been in control of the game, yes, but they haven't finished Fulham off just yet. The Blues in possession of the ball with Rodri on the halfway line. He plays it across to Akanji. Akanji helps it out wide to the goal scorer, Gvardiol. Gvardiol goes backwards to Akanji, and on it goes to Rodri. Rodri back to Akanji again. Fulham supporters trying to rouse their troops with some chanting in the background. Ball is with Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva. Back it goes to Akanji. Still inside the City half, the Blues, but already in control of the ball. Gvardiol maybe went into a dangerous area and ended up losing the ball, but it was helped away by Robinson to Walker. Walker back to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva further back to Diaz, still inside the City half. Diaz. It's almost as if the first half whistle hasn't blown, because back where we were, in control of the ball.
Just interesting again. I mean, you're looking at Bernardo Silva in almost a false full-back position, and then Kyle Walker really high. You know, they just swapped over, and it just seems to effortlessly, you know, just slip into a system that they do.
The ball is in City possession, but it's with Ederson. Ederson finds Kovacic, who finds Rodri. Still inside their own defensive third, the Blues. Now Kovacic under a bit of pressure, loses the ball. Rodri gets it back, and then Rodri loses the ball, and, well, that has to be something, because it was a handball, that's what it was, and a City free kick. Handball by Issa Diop. What on earth was Issa Diop doing at the edge of the City penalty
Just before that, though, Ali, they were quite fortunate, because Kovacic just turned back into trouble when he'd actually gone past the press, and he went back into it, you know, and they can be very dangerous then, because other players are waiting for the next phase of play, and then you make a decision that you haven't seen, and then you're wide open. And so a little bit fortunate there.
Our monitor in front of us is a big close-up of Luis Boamorte, the assistant manager here at Fulham. One-time Arsenal player as well as a one-time Fulham player, and he was bemoaning the free kick that City were awarded, but they've now got the ball midway inside the Fulham half. City. Gvardiol back to Akanji. Akanji back to Gvardiol, midway inside the Fulham half, and gets the ball back rather fortuitously, finds Foden. Foden in the left wing position, but lots of Fulham players in front of him, so he goes back to Akanji. Akanji, midway inside the Fulham half still. And it goes to Foden. City fans now trying to encourage their players to get a second goal. De Bruyne tackle, breaks for Haaland, breaks for Kovacic. Kovacic looks up, turns into trouble, then finds Rodri. Back it goes to Walker, out wide to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva into the gap for Foden. Foden in the right wing position. Tries to find Bernardo Silva, Iwobi gets it for Fulham. Ball goes forward, Walker tries to win it, and Foden comes away with it and wins a throw. City throw.
That's so good. I'm just watching it again. Every time Fulham get the ball and they try and play, it's as if City have a player within 8 to 10 yards. That's because of the build-up play behind, when they're actually, their build-up phase of play creates opportunities that when it does break down, there's literally only an 8 to 10 yard quick press and snap to win the ball back. And again, there's a lot of detail, a lot of work, Ali, goes into that.
City take the throw to Foden. Foden back to Walker. City attacking the end where their fans are all housed in the shadows of Craven Cottage's stand. And at the moment, they've enjoyed their trip down to West London. Walker back to Diaz. Diaz all the way back to Ederson. Ederson with time. No pressure. Looks up and plays it to Diaz. Diaz scoops it forward and finds De Bruyne. De Bruyne in a bit of space, actually. Goes out wide to Gvardiol. Oh, he's overhit that. And it goes out for a Fulham throw. By his standards, that was an error.
Yeah, he's trying to be progressive and try to play it in front, which is the most effective way of, you know, keeping the tempo in the attack. But he's just overhit the ball. And you could see the disappointment, because he knows what an opportunity that was.
We're in the 5th minute of the second half. Fulham 0, City 1. Kanji was backpedaling and has hit it out of play for a Fulham throw midway inside the City half. This game has just got a little bit tepid, shall we say, on a hot day in West London. But City will be quite happy if this intensity stays like this. Fulham not really going for anything, and City just cantering. Of course, we'll be much happier with a 2-0 lead rather than a 1-0 lead, though. Just one moment of inspiration from somewhere, and it could all change. The whole title race could change with a Fulham's equaliser. Ball is with Robinson. Robinson heads it on. City will win it back again. Another mistake from Robinson. Sloppy. Kovacic into the gap. City on the edge of the area. Foden, but Fulham win it back. Then Foden gets it a second time. Foden into Kovacic. Kovacic back to Rodri. Rodri, midway inside the Fulham half. Gets it back again. About 35, 40 metres from the Fulham goal. Kovacic, listen to the City fans again, trying to get their men to find a second chance to score. Out wide with Gvardiol. Gvardiol, about 20-30 metres from goal, goes back to Akanji. Akanji, oh, that's not a great ball, and Fulham pick it off. Now there's a counter-attack on here that City have held them off for the time being. Kenny finds Iwobi. Iwobi has to go all the way back, and the impetus of that move has rather dissipated. Diop can bring it forward for Fulham. Down the right side they come with Castagna. Castagna, nice ball to Pereira. Pereira down the line. This is good play. And City are backpedaling. Adama Traore with the cross. And that should just drift out for a goal kick. Well, we know Adama Traore. He's one of those players who, if he gets it right, is devastating. He's only had 6 minutes, not got it right there.
No, listen, the pace is frightening. But you've always got a chance if you stand up. Akanji stand up really well and probably seen the reason why we may not have started the game.
So Ederson takes the goal kick, pops it out wide. Nice ball as well to Gvardiol. Gvardiol's tackled straight away. Goes out for a City throw. About 7 or 8 metres inside the Fulham half.
I think it's the heat, Ali. Does it feel a little
bit
flat? A little bit.
It does.
And that's so dangerous. The players really have to. They have to create the energy. The players themselves. You know, a bit of leadership out there now to really push this on, because these can become very dangerous, these games.
You can. De Bruyne's got it. Can City find an opportunity here? Haaland now. Haaland, edge of the area. De Bruyne on towards Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva saved by Bernd Leno. It was an impossible angle to score, to be honest. He hit it with his right boot. Bernd Leno always was going to save it on his near post. City have a corner.
Yeah, Haaland, De Bruyne linked brilliantly, and then it was just probably keepers expected to save that.
Yeah, and he did on his near post, right in front of the City fans. De Bruyne goes over to hit an out-swinging corner, puts the ball right on the edge of the quadrant. Assistant takes a good look at that and says, yeah, all right, you can take it from there, I'll let you. De Bruyne with a right-arm signal. Lots of jostling for position in the penalty area. De Bruyne hits a bending ball, out of play. Well, City have got sloppy in this second half, and no wonder Pep Guardiola's looking down, scratching his head, because he doesn't want this game to peter out. Because
no, and he normally senses it.
Yeah.
He does sense it, and he'll get up pitch side, and he will be incredibly, animated in his behaviour to generate it, because he'll sense it as we're sensing it.
Yeah, we're in the 9th minute. Yes, City lead by a goal to nil, but one lapse, one moment of inspiration, and all of a sudden it could be back at 1-1. Now there's a free kick been awarded to Fulham. The Fulham fans cheer as if somehow every decision's gone against them. I can't think of many that have. City have got a player on the floor. Rodrigo Muniz was wrestling with Akanji. Akanji took one in the face, and the referee believes it's a foul by Akanji. Oh, it was a forearm in the face from Muniz.
It's a little bit naughty that he's thrown it back, but there was a foul before that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the second phase. Akanji's quite entitled to ask that, because it is a throwing of the arm, and it's a movement that a striker will do to try and gain some leverage, but it's slightly unpleasant.
Well, it's a Fulham free kick. It's just inside the centre circle. It's on the halfway line, and they'll send it towards the edge of the City penalty area. They've got some big men to try and pick out, but they're not going to pick any of them out because Diop and Bassi have stayed back, and then they just hit it straight to Ederson. That was pretty awful from Fulham, but that will suit every City fan listening wherever you are across the world, because City lead by a goal to nil. Diaz brings it forward, brings in Akanji. Akanji helps it out wide to Gvardiol. First time ball and gets it back again, Gvardiol. Oh, Gvardiol's given it away. That's sloppy. Kearney picks it up. And now City are having to backpedal. Down the right side's Adama Traore. And he's done well, Adama Traore. And then a couple of tackles and City win it back. Akanji's got it. Fulham think there was a foul there. There definitely wasn't. Kovacic on the edge of the area, back to Ederson. Ederson has to hit it first time. Up it goes towards Haaland. Haaland was fouled. Diop threw him to the floor. Knew what he was doing, Diop. And it's a City free kick just near the halfway line. The Fulham fans, for some reason, Andy, think as though all the decisions are going against them.
I think once he gave the last one with Akanji, I think he's got no choice. You know, he's just
a foul, isn't it?
It's clever from Haaland, because he's not going to get to it because they've got a covering defender, but he's done enough, and he's won the foul.
So free kick to the Blues, just inside their own half, actually. And it's taken short to Kovacic around the 11th minute of the second half. City lead by a goal to 0. Kovacic goes backwards to Akanji. Very warm day in Fulham, and this game is starting to look like a pre-season friendly, dare I say it. It's really lacked its intensity in the second half. And okay, if it canters to full time at 1-0, then that's not a problem, but you always feel that 1-0, it could all go horribly wrong in just a matter of a second. Now, De Bruyne can come forward. It's headed away, though, by Robinson. And there's a bit of space here for Fulham to explore. Rodrigo Muniz with a layoff, and out it goes to Adama Traore. Now there's danger for City. Cross into the area, deflection. Ederson can't reach it, and then finally he does. And that's why we're concerned at 1-0, Andy.
Absolutely. Once you go back to front in the Manchester City's team, you leave yourself wide open, and that's probably one of the only times in the game where it seemed to be big distances between the units, and there's just a little touch, just enough. And Ederson, it's dangerous, really dangerous.
It was. There was just a split second. Oh, and City almost lost it again. Ederson, he's given it away, but Foden will get to it. That wasn't the recipient that he intended. But now City come forward with Gvardiol. Gvardiol midway inside the Fulham half, checks and comes back, finds Foden. Foden helps it on to De Bruyne. De Bruyne shooting position, good save, Leno. Really good shot from De Bruyne. Daisy cutter aiming for the corner. Leno at full stretch.
Yeah, it was a great effort. And it's a good save as well. I think he might just be going the other direction, thinking that he's bending, and it looks like, he just pulled it back through Diop's legs, and it's a good save, really good save.
It is a good save. City corner, their 5th of the match, their 2nd of the second half. We're in the 58th minute, still just 1-0. City desperately need a second, and then we can all start to breathe a little easier. Corner goes short, De Bruyne helps it to the edge of the area to Kovacic. Kovacic on to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva's bending ball is too close to Bernd Leno. For some reason didn't catch it. City tried to win the second ball. Kearney clears it. Kovacic's clearing header. On it goes towards Gvardiol and back to Walker. Walker the furthest back. On it goes to Kovacic. Kovacic into Rodri. Rodri looking up for a runner, but no one is running. Look how far up Fulham are.
He's clapping his hands, Rodri, there with frustration,
Yeah,
saying, somebody make a run.
Absolutely.
Stretch them in behind.
Yeah, so clear. Now Bernardo Silva can dart forward. He's got past Robinson, and then he's tackled right on the edge of the area, and it's a goal from Foden. Well, that came out of nothing. Bernardo Silva was halted on the edge of the area. I think he was about to win a free kick, but it came to Foden, and Foden tucked it into the corner with his right foot. And out of almost nothing, City lead by 2 goals to 0. And the sharpshooter, the marksman, that is Phil Foden, takes his 25th goal of the season, and there's daylight at last.
Yeah, just Bernardo does really well. Just slips past Robinson, who sells himself there, drives in. We thought he might get a foul for that, but it just falls perfectly, and it's just that pulled, dribbly one into the corner. The keeper can do nothing about it. Such an important goal, that, because what you'll get now is that the nervousness that City are playing with will disappear. I think we'll get the 3rd and 4th goal going on from here. Not getting ahead of myself. No. That goal is so important, Ali.
Absolutely. I tell you what, the challenge from Palhinha was horrible, but and that's on his international teammate. They're going to be colleagues in a few weeks in the Euros, but Palhinha went slamming into Bernardo Silva. The technique of the tackle made me think that was a bookable offence, but it broke for Foden. Foden kind of mishit it really with his right foot, but it found the way into the corner of the goal, and City lead by 2 goals to 0. And we do have the daylight that we were hoping for, with a goal in the 59th minute. And I have to say, by the way, Andy, that was just in a period where City were not quite at their best.
Football's incredible. How it continually throws up these events where Fulham are at their most dangerous. And I still think Robinson, if he just stands up, he sells himself in on Bernardo. And Bernardo makes the right decision because he makes them make a decision. And again, you see the second phase of the attack. Just a little ricochet, ball drops. Foden's the only one who's moving, pulls that shot, and that's almost impossible for Leno when you drag that one.
Absolutely. Well, City lead 2-0. There's half an hour to go. Excuse me, at Craven Cottage. A second goal. Actually, another player scoring with his weaker foot. Foden with his right, after Gvardiol had scored with his right earlier in the game. So 30 minutes to go. City are a clean sheet away from going 2 points clear at the top of the Premier League table. What they mustn't do is allow Fulham to get the third goal, but look at the space out wide. Can they get it out wide? De Bruyne, Haaland! Oh, he's missed it! What a chance! Oh, he dreams of chances like that. He can't believe it. Pep Guardiola can't believe it. It's still 2-0, Andy.
It's brilliant for the City. I said he'd get another chance, it would open up. He just can't get his foot round it. And sometimes you feel your foot onto the ball and then you create the movement. But the movement's too late. You can see it in his ankle and it's just... And that might be down to the pitch being sticky, Ali. I'm not making excuses for him, but it's not easy. Not always as easy as it looks, but yes, he certainly should have done better.
Well, if you'd have put your mortgage on Erling Haaland to score that, and you'd be fairly certain that you would be safe, I'm afraid you've just lost your home, because he put it over the bar. It was one of those chances you just was expecting the back of the net to ripple, but he put it over the angle of post and bar. It is still, though, 2-0. Haaland on halfway is muscled out of it. The ball's with Bassey. Bassey to Kearney. Kearney back to Diop. What they can't do is allow Fulham to make it 2-1, because suddenly the momentum of the match changes. But chasing a game on a hot day is never an easy task, as Akanji gets there in front of Adama Traore. Vardiol took it down well. Adama Traore's at him. And there's a tackle from another player, Pereira. On it comes to Adama Traore, back to Pereira. Pereira's ball in is low. It's cleared by Diaz. In the left-back position is Foden, dispossessed by Pereira. Pereira trying to win a corner or a throw by the corner flag, holds off Foden, hits it into the area, and who's back there? Bernardo Silva. There's claim of a handball from the Fulham fans, and the referee Anthony Taylor says, yes, I'm checking. VAR are checking for a handball against Bernardo Silva. VAR are checking. Let's have a look. The ball comes in. Good grief, that's ridiculous to claim that. Anyway, I'm quite embarrassed if I was a Fulham fan claiming that one. It hit his chest. It was a mile away from his arm, and they all went up as one there, Randy.
See, the difference now, Ali, is we're just looking at a chance again. Another assist, perfect timing from De Bruyne, and the weight of the ball is perfect. But when we see City now keeping the ball at 1-0, they're keeping it, and they're leading themselves into danger. At 2-0, now they can keep it as much as they want, you know, because we don't have to worry about that last 3 or 4 minutes, you know, with 1-goal lead. Pivotal moment in the game, and as I said, I expect them now to create a lot more chances.
Well, having gone 2 up, they did create a wonderful opportunity, but strangely, the master scorer put it over the bar. Erling Haaland from maybe about 10-11 yards from goal, unchallenged, put it over the bar. Foden, oh, that's a mistake, and now Fulham can pounce. Kearney comes forward, Foden's chasing him, goes on to Iwobi. Iwobi's gone the wrong way, and Fulham's impetus is lost. Ball goes back to Bassey, the centre half, and on to Diop. Diop, just near the halfway line. Cross it goes to Castagne. Castagne up into Traore, on to Pereira, back it goes to Castagne. Castagne goes back to Diop. Diop in towards Kearney, still inside the Fulham half. Palhinha on halfway. Has to go square to Castagne. Castagne, ball over the top. The chase is on. Iwobi's looking for it. Diaz cushions the header back to Ederson. Ederson with the ball in his right arm, bowls it to Rodri. Rodri turns and brings the ball forward, finds Foden. Foden, the scorer of City's second goal, his 25th of the season, his 17th in the Premier League. He's now on 84 City goals. Not bad for a midfielder, and he's only 23 years old. Well, he will be for another couple of weeks when he turns 24. Ball is in the possession of Bernardo Silva. Backwards it goes to Diaz. Diaz all the way back to Ederson. Ederson under a little bit of pressure, finds a pass to Rodri. Rodri to Akanji. Akanji helps it on beautifully to De Bruyne. Look how far back De Bruyne has come. Vardiol, nice touch, on it goes to Foden. This is great football. Foden charges forward, drifts infield, plays it back to Rodri. Rodri helps it on to Bernardo Silva. Walker's on his outside, but Bernardo Silva's just stopped in his tracks by Iwobi. On it goes to Foden. Foden into Rodri. Rodri goes out wide to Vardiol. Vardiol in the left wing position, from which he scored the first goal with a 1-2 with De Bruyne. Back it goes to Diaz. Diaz on towards Akanji. Akanji now helps it on to Kovacic, and now Rodri again. And Rodri out wide to Gvardiol. Gvardiol back to Rodri. Rodri back to Kovacic. On it goes to De Bruyne. De Bruyne's tackled from behind by Palhinha. Haaland tries to win it back. Referee says foul by Haaland. Free kick to Fulham. 25 minutes to go, and you were in awe of that passage of play from City.
Yeah, it was just so good. You know, right from the goalkeeper. There was a couple of balls that looked dangerous. I mean, Ederson's reversed the ball in his own box. Back to Diaz, and then the weight of the pass of Kanji plays it around the corner in one, and it's so good to watch, Ali. It really is.
So change. Armando Broja's coming on. Rodrigo Muniz is coming off. Remember, Armando Broja came to Fulham in the January transfer window from Chelsea, and he's on for the 8th time as a substitute. So 3 changes have now been made by Marco Silva, all tactical. So far, still the same 11 for the Blues. Remember, they play again, City, on Tuesday night away at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So maybe, if City can get a 3rd goal, it'll give Pep the opportunity to give 1 or 2 players a breather. Ball's in the right-back position as far as Fulham are concerned, and they've won a goal kick by hitting the clearance against Haaland. Approaching the midpoint of the second half. Fulham 0, City 2. Goals in the first half from Gvardiol, in the second half from Foden. City needed a second goal because the play had got a little bit patchy and there wasn't the same intensity. That second goal has just given them a little bit more room to manoeuvre. Now, ball is on towards De Bruyne. It breaks for Castagna. Castagna wins it and plays it to Adama Traore. Traore, so elusive, so bustling, but he loses it. And De Bruyne's got it. Now there's a chance. Can he find the through ball? Still De Bruyne. Still De Bruyne. Good tackle, good defending. And then Haaland hits a shot and it goes out for a corner.
It's come off De Bruyne.
It came off De Bruyne, who was lying on the floor. Well, the City players are wondering if there was a foul there. Anthony Taylor didn't think there was. Don't think VAR are checking for anything. No, they're not. So at the end of all that, it's a goal kick. That's a good tackle by Palhinha, actually. Did well. So Fulham bring it out. Kearney plays it to the right-hand side to Castagna. Castagna out wide further. Pereira joins in. Comes back to Castagna again. Castagna wants to switch the play to the opposite side to Robinson. Robinson falls to the floor. Walker gets it and Diaz clears it. 22 minutes to go at Craven Cottage. City 2, Fulham 0. Ball is in the possession of Issa Diop. Diop helps it on to Castagna. Castagna gets it back from Pereira. On it goes to the right wing position, and Adama Traore is not going to get there. And it goes out for a City throw midway inside their own half.
I think you can see the danger, that little 1-2, but if you do want a covering centre-half, you want Akanji to be that one. If Gvardiol gets done with a 1-2, then you've got probably one of the quickest, strongest defenders in the Premier League as your next phase of defence.
It's a free kick for a foul on Haaland by Diop. 21 minutes to go. 21 minutes for City to negotiate. They're a clean sheet away from going back to the top of the Premier League table with 2 games to go. Or 2 City games and 2 Arsenal games to go. And I think if my maths is correct, if City win today, then it's impossible for Liverpool to win the league. In fact, I'm sure that's the case. Ball is in the possession of Kovacic. Now Rodri. Rodri goes back to Ruben Diaz. Diaz easing forward, plays it to Bernardo Silva, only just inside the Fulham half. Walker's got it. Walker will play it back to Ederson. Ederson on the edge of his area, helps it on to Akanji. Akanji, midway inside the City half, finds Rodri. Rodri plays a long ball out to the right side. There's a 2-on-1 here. Bernardo Silva and Kevin De Bruyne. Bernardo Silva plays it to De Bruyne. De Bruyne across the face of the goal, and eventually it's cleared for a corner. Could have gone anywhere, Andy.
Oh, the timing of the ball from Bernardo Silva is beautiful. You know he's seen it. You don't look, you just reverse it. And it never really opened up for Haaland or the pullback to the penalty spot. Brilliant timing from Bernardo.
Was indeed. Ball's in the possession of Phil Foden. Ready to take this latest City corner. Goes short to Kevin De Bruyne. De Bruyne back to Bernardo Silva on the edge of the area. Bending ball and turned in over the line unless he's offside. He's offside, is he? Gvardiol celebrating. The goal's been given. City lead 3-0. Well, the Fulham players and I were looking for a flag that never got raised, and unless VAR have got a different opinion, City lead by 3 goals to 0, Andy.
Yes, it was. I always think it's a difficult ball from that area, left-footed. You know, it's very hard to find that perfect, but maybe, I'm not sure who made the first run, he could be off. But I think Gvardiol's just, if we look at it again here now, once that, this is difficult to find anyone.
He's miles on.
Yeah, he's miles on.
He's miles
and as well, Traore switched off as well on the corner. He hasn't got out quick enough, so yeah, 3-0.
That is 3-0. He looked to the naked eye, to the Fulham players, to the goalkeeper Bernd Leno, and to me, like he had to be offside, but he's come from deep.
The player nearest on the corner, who was coming out for the short corner, hasn't got back out. You know, when we always talk about detail and substitutions, I said at half-time when he came on, do you know the detail? Yes, go out for the short corner, but make sure you get out of the box for the next phase. And small detail makes such a difference, Ali.
Absolutely, and of course, just to prove my point, Pep Guardiola wasn't quite sure whether he should celebrate. He immediately looked at the assistant. What they're checking is if Akanji got a piece of it. If Akanji got a touch on it, then he was offside, but I don't think he does get a touch on it. And provided that they can't find a touch from Akanji, who was offside, the goal will stand.
He wasn't offside, but what they'll say is he's playing it into his path, I think.
Oh, OK. So this goal hasn't been given. Let me just tell you, VAR is still checking it.
So he's onside there, but I think it's a touch from Akanji that might played it to Gvardiol. We'll see now.
We'll see, yeah.
So he's definitely not offside on the first phase.
No, it's a VAR check. We are not officially at 3-0 at the moment. It's whether or not Akanji is in a... No, he's onside. The green line's out. City lead by 3 goals to 0. And Joško Gvardiol has his second of the day. Can he end the day with a match ball? City are 3-0 up at Craven Cottage. Do not worry. Joško Gvardiol has scored, and the Blues now have a firm grip on the points. And, well, it's time for changes. Jeremy Doku is about to be introduced. But I tell you what, you mentioned little tiny details. Yeah. Fulham got one wrong, and City lead 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. But we said after the second goal, you sense the game, you know, and the dangers of the game drifting towards 90 minutes. And the more you keep the ball, the more trouble you're getting yourself into, because you're not killing the game off. Once they got the second goal, I said straight away, they'll be 3-4, and Haaland should have scored. It should be 4-0 now. Now we're starting to get into the realms of goal difference. You know, so now can we get the 4th, 5th to just tighten that up?
Well, City are about to make a substitution. They're going to bring on Jeremy Doku. Fulham have restarted the game after VAR proved that there was nothing wrong with the third City goal. Kevin De Bruyne is the player who's about to be taken off, by the way. Jeremy Doku is going to replace KDB, and I'm sure that's with an eye on Spurs, which of course is on Tuesday night. So 2 for Joško Gvardiol and 1 for Phil Foden, and City lead by 3 goals to 0 with 16 minutes to go. The ball is in Fulham possession. Robinson darting forward in the left wing position. Good tackle by Walker. Rodri back to Kovacic. On it goes to Diaz. Diaz on... Oh, he's hit it straight out of play. And that will give City the chance to make their first change of the afternoon. Kevin De Bruyne is making way. And Jeremy Doku is the player who is coming on for the last 16 minutes of the competition. Of the afternoon, I beg your pardon. Having become the 2nd highest assist maker in Premier League history. So Doku comes on for the last 60 minutes. That's what you want as a weary fullback.
Yeah, absolutely.
On a hot day.
Yeah.
Doku.
We'll see Gvardiol now will be a lot deeper. Walker will get higher. I think Foden will go and be one of the 10s, and then Doku will give us real width on that left-hand side now.
So the ball is in the possession of Bernd Leno. Bernd Leno helps it on to Diop. Diop on to Castagna. Castagna to Iwobi. Iwobi away from Kovacic. Still with Iwobi. On it goes to Kearney. Out wide it goes to Castagna again. Diop. And now it's Bassi. Bassi goes all the way back to Bernd Leno. Bernd Leno on the edge of the D, plays it to Diop. Diop inching forward, plays it to the right to Castagna. Castagna tried to find Kearney, on it goes to Iwobi. Iwobi up down the right side. Doku was back defending and he won it, and now he comes away with the ball, and now Kovacic has got it. Kovacic on to Doku. Doku now can come forward down the left wing, takes on Iwobi, comes inside, goes outside, bounces off his knee, goal kick.
Yeah, he's unfortunate. He's got Iwobi's turned his back and pivoted, which got himself into all sorts of trouble, and then the ball just ricocheted away. But that's going to be, as you said, that's going to be our get out now. 3, 4, 5 passes, find Doku, and then see if we can get that next goal. Because I think it's really important to try and keep picking away and pick on that. Into that last game, if it's very close, Ali, it'd be really important, the goal difference.
It could indeed. There are 14 minutes to go here. City lead 3-0. The ball is with Rodri in the centre circle. He loses out in the duel. Free kick as well. Foul by Rodri. A foul on Armando Broja. Fulham free kick just inside their own half. You can still hear the City fans, I'm sure, chanting away behind the goal that City have now scored in twice through Phil Foden and Joško Gvardiol. Kovacic comes forward and it goes to Doku. Doku goes back to Gvardiol. Gvardiol, scorer of 2 on a hat-trick. It would be his first ever hat-trick as a senior pro. Rodri helps it across to Walker. Walker goes all the way back to Ederson. Ederson to Rodri. Rodri back to Ederson. Ederson helps it on to Akanji. Akanji, still Akanji. Up it goes to Haaland. Haaland turns away and City could be away. That's a yellow card. Got to book him. Issa Diop had hold of a big piece of Haaland's shirt. Yellow card, Issa Diop. Knew it was coming and doesn't argue, therefore. First yellow card of the game, I think. Looking at my commentary sheet in front of me. So 13 minutes and counting between City and a place at the top of the Premier League with 2 matches to play. I'm not going to start telling you about ifs and buts and whys and wherefores until this game is most definitely in the bag. The ball is on the halfway line with Kovacic. Kovacic goes all the way back to Ederson. Ederson only had one real moment to get involved as a goalkeeper today. It was a stretch to get through to a cross from Traore, and he got to it at the second time of asking. I don't think Fulham have had a genuine attempt on goal, have they?
No, they haven't.
I don't think so.
No. Even in the periods where they had a little bit of pressure, in that first 10 minutes, they didn't create anything. I think it's 2 shots, maybe 1 on target.
Yeah, possibly. City have it in the left-back position with Rodri. Helps it on to Doku. Doku comes charging away from Kearney. Kearney won't keep pace with him. Doku helps it to the right side to Walker. And if gaps start opening up now, I'll not be the least bit surprised, because it's a baking hot day and Fulham have been out of possession for 3/4 of it. The ball is with Bernardo Silva out wide. Bernardo Silva played a big part in that second goal. Got clattered by Palhinha on the edge of the area. Would have been a free kick, but it broke for Foden, who stroked it, probably with a miss-hit, into the corner of the net. And that second goal has set City on their way. 67% possession. 1 attempt for Fulham all afternoon. And that probably tells its own story. Mind you, City haven't had that many. Only 13, 7 of them on target, 6 of them off. Ball is down the right with Gvardiol, but he won't get to it. Hooked away up into the air. And a free kick to Fulham for a foul by Doku on Wilson. Wilson, who has just crept on unnoticed there. Came on for Pereira during the celebrations of City's 3rd goal. And talking of changes, by the way, City are about to make 3. Oscar Bob, I can see, is one of them. All in the shadows, difficult to pick out, but City are about to make a triple change. I'll get the details on it as soon as I've got them. Just over 10 minutes to play. City lead by 3-0. Here's Iwobi. The ball goes forward. It's on to Adama Traore, and City are a bit stretched here. Adama Traore in the penalty area. Still Adama Traore. City win it back with Bernardo Silva. Triple change is a double change definitely. Bob and Alvarez coming on for Foden and Haaland, but Doku has it in the left wing position, charging down that left side. He's got Bernardo Silva on his outside. Doku goes for goal and Leno makes the save. Another good save from Bernd Leno. He's made 3 or 4 today, otherwise City would have narrowed the goal difference gap.
Yeah, it's a great shot. I mean, it's a good run from Bernardo Silva, just draws the defender, allows Doku to come inside. Do you know what? It's a better save than I thought initially. You know, he's got a couple of fingers to that. A great effort from Doku.
Yeah, so a triple change for City. Rico, Lewis, Oscar Bob, Julian Alvarez coming on. Kovacic, Foden and Haaland are the players coming off. Phil Foden, who scored that precious second goal when City really needed it. And since then, they've been in control of the match. So a triple change. Lewis, Alvarez, Bob for Foden, Kovacic, Haaland.
On 81 minutes, it's always a question of interesting what you think, Ali. Why Rodri would be left on the pitch and not leave Kovacic on? You know, it's that the importance that he actually has, you know, in the way he sort of just binds everything together, doesn't he? My instinct would be get Rodri off, protect him. Don't let him pick up anything in the last 15 minutes. Get him ready for, for Tuesday night. But Pep knows better than anyone, doesn't he?
Absolutely. Just over 8 minutes to go. City have a corner, by the way. Alvarez has come straight on and taken it. Doku. And now Bernardo Silva. Cross to the far side and Leno grasps it to his body. City lead by 3 goals to 0. 8 minutes to play. 2 for Gvardiol. No one would have predicted that. And 1 for Foden. I guess many would have predicted that. A blank day for Haaland. Haaland could and actually probably should have scored, but put a golden chance over the crossbar. And he's now rested to allow freshness for that game at Spurs on Tuesday night. Ball is with Bernd Leno. He helps it on to Diop, the only player who's been booked so far this afternoon. Ball is long from him, won back easily by Gvardiol, but it goes out for a throw on the far side. Fulham throw just around about the halfway line with 7 and a bit minutes to go. Diop on the edge of his area, helps it across to Bassi. Bassi looks up, plays it across to Diop again. Diop on the edge of the area, plays it back to Bassi once more. I would imagine that of the 30-odd% possession Fulham have had, I would say 50% of that has been in their own final defensive third, because City haven't allowed them out at any stage in the game. They're coming forward now, or trying to. Wilson helps it on to Iwobi. Wilson picks it up, goes round the outside, down the right wing position. He's a very left-footed player, so he's not going to go on your outside. So he plays it backwards to Castagna. Castagna into Palhinha, ball over the top, and that will end with Ederson with an easy catch. Ederson plays it to Rodri. Rodri, a lovely ball out wide to Doku. Now, if Doku... Oh, he's miscontrolled it. Did he keep it on? Yes. Assistant says yes. Goes back to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva's popping up everywhere. I mean, there is nobody quite like Bernardo Silva, is there, for that metronomic, non-stop, just ability to be everywhere where the ball is. I don't know how he manages it. Maybe he's got a double or even a treble. The ball is on the outside with Walker there. Walker just on the halfway line, chests it. The only downside today is a niggly injury for Ake. We think it might be a foot injury. He pulled up in about the 25th minute. Ederson's got the ball. City lead by 3 goals to 0 with 6 minutes to go. Remember, City's final 2 games: away at Spurs on Tuesday night, at home to West Ham on Sunday the 19th, which is of course a week tomorrow. And if City win both those 2 games, there's not a darn thing that Arsenal, and certainly not Liverpool, can do to prevent them winning the title again. City throw. Walker, who came on for Ake, picks up the ball. Still got the ball in his hands, throws it across to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva out wide to Gvardiol. Gvardiol goes back to Bernardo Silva. On it goes to Rodri. Rodri up to Joško Gvardiol. Gvardiol to Doku. Doku in the left wing position. Tries to take on Castagna. Goes back inside. Finds Gvardiol. 5 minutes to go. Rodri's got it. Rodri puts the ball over the top, looking towards the run of Oscar Bob. Bob, first touch for him, right in front of the City fans. Castagna's at his heels. Sorry, Robinson's at his heels. Bob still has it. Still with Bob, plays it backwards to Rodri. Rodri back to Bob again. Bob helps it on to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva, who began at right wing and is now playing alongside Rodri in the central area of the pitch. Ball goes out wide to Doku. Doku can take on Castagna here if he fancies it. Goes inside, wins a throw off Palhinha. Took a whack on the knee in the process. My goodness, he felt that one, Jeremy Doku. When you have a tackle from Palhinha, you stay tackled, don't you, Andy?
Yeah, he certainly doesn't hold back, does he? When he goes, he's very, very committed. I'm not sure we'll have to see that back, whether he's actually, there's a bit of momentum where he's kicked through out and then left his foot going.
He is the most booked player in the Premier League.
I think it's just a clash.
Yeah, it is. I don't think that was a foul in any way,
I think his kneecap's just gone into that soft pad on the side of the knee for Doku, and it's
a painful one.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a foul by Palhinha. There are 3.5 minutes to go. We're looking back at the 3 goals that separate the two sides on our monitor here. The first from Guardiola, the second from Foden. And then the third, we all thought it was offside. Guardiola put it in over the line, and the City fans broke out into a Poznan. Except for Noel Gallagher, I noticed, who decided to
he's
keep
too
his...
cool.
He's too cool. Too cool for the
Poznan.
Poznan. If I get the chance, I might make him a T-shirt with the words, "I'm too cool for the Poznan." Whether he wears it or not, I would doubt. But anyway, there are 3 minutes to go. Doku's in a little bit of pain, actually. Anthony Taylor says you're going to have to come off some because you can't stay on after you've had treatment. So he's on the far side, trying to, I wouldn't say run it off, but shake it off. As Walker throws a water bottle off to the medical team. So it's a City throw. Into the penalty area it goes. It's cleared. Picked up by Kearney. Kearney helps it on to Robinson. 2.5 minutes of normal time remain. City lead by 3-0. The ball is with Calvin Bassey. Bassey on to Robinson. Robinson loses it to Oscar Bob. Bob finds Rodri. Rodri on towards Lewis. Lewis into the gap. Good ball. Alvarez is tackled though. Alvarez, who like Haaland, had scored in all his previous 3 games against Fulham. City win it back with Bob. Bob is surely held, but the referee says play on because Rodri's got it. On to Lewis, now to Bob, back to Lewis again, but Palhinha did well. It was a 1-2 between 2 academy products who know each other well.
Yeah, combined lovely, but great tracking and defending from Palhinha. He's very, very honest and works incredibly hard. Probably been their best player today. You know, he's broke up so many attacks. And
yeah, I would agree with that. He's a very, very important player for Fulham, and they'll be delighted.
Sought-after player.
Very much a sought-after player.
Yeah.
So we're getting towards the final minute of the 90. City have got the ball with Rodri. It's another good tackle from Palhinha. And then nice skills from Kearney, but he's still inside his own half. Bassey on the edge of his area finds Diop. Diop comes forward midway inside the Fulham half, goes on to Iwobi. Blue Moon breaks out behind the goal to the right hand side. Kearney's got it. Kearney helps it on to Robinson. Robinson into the possession of Adama Traore. Traore tries to take on Walker. Traore's cross is a good one, but it's a little bit too heavy actually. And Doku, who's back fit again, gets there in front of Castagna, and he's then toppled. The referee says play on. Iwobi's got it in the right wing position. Iwobi on towards Wilson. Wilson to the byline. Good ball in, but City will clear it. And Oscar Bob plays it to Lewis. Lewis helps it on to Bob. That was a foul and a booking for Robinson for a late challenge on Rico Lewis.
Yeah, really quick feet in around the box. Impressive from Bob and Rico Lewis. Just that little touch around the corner there.
Yeah, it is a bookable offence. It most definitely is. Well, it looks as though Pep Guardiola's going to maintain his record of having won every match that he's ever played against Marco Silva. At the moment, the aggregate score is 32-7 in almost 10 matches against Marco Silva. Man of the match, by the way, is Joško Gvardiol. And it's hard to argue when you've scored 2 goals, one of which The first one was so important this afternoon. You know, it's fascinating, Andy. City took, would you believe, 3 points in 4 games in the November-December period. 3 points in 4 games during a rocky spell. Yeah. Since then, they've taken 55 from a possible 63.
It's incredible, isn't it? And I think there's a title race still on. You know, I think Arsenal have got to take great credit for that.
Absolutely.
Sticking toe-to-toe with City, who when they get on these runs are almost unstoppable.
They are. Well, they've got 7 minutes of added time to negotiate. They lead 3-0. The ball is in the possession of Oscar Bob. Took the ball down beautifully. Robinson in front of him. Bob comes inside. Still with Bob. On it goes to Alvarez. City players on the edge of the area. Doku wants it. Doku, can he find a shot? No, he can't. Still holds the ball. Back it goes to Gvardiol on a hat-trick. Urged to have a go. Goes to Doku again. Doku, can he find a finish? Cross the face of the goal and cleared by Traore. Up towards Broja. Good tackle by Diaz. Rodri emerges with it. Rodri helps it on to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva plays it into the gap for Rodri. Rodri can shoot. He does. Oh, just beyond the post. Quite ironic that Rodri hasn't been nominated for Player of the Season in a campaign in which he's not lost a game. He scored 7 Premier League goals and had 9 Premier League assists, and yet he's not one of the nominated Players of the Year.
Who makes that nomination?
Well, I think I need to speak to whoever it might be.
Yeah. You know, I think
Premier League panel, I believe.
You know, I don't think that's about having blue tinted glasses on. I think that's a football understanding, isn't it?
Absolutely.
But when you've done it for so many seasons, and every single, you know, period of that season and every game he plays at the levels that he does, you know, for him to be overseen is remarkable, Ali. It really is.
Well, the numbers suggest alone that he should be, never mind his levels of consistency. Anyway, I'm sure it won't bother him one bit. Ball is out wide in the possession of Castagna. Plays it forward, but straight to Bernardo Silva. On to Doku, into the possession of Gvardiol. Gvardiol into the gap for Lewis. Lewis advances. He's got plenty of options here because Fulham are genuinely tiring. The ball is with Lewis. I'm not surprised either. They've been out of possession for so long. Rodri let that go under his foot and then plays the ball out wide to bring in Gvardiol. Gvardiol has the ball in his possession. Plays it back to Akanji, gets it back again. On it goes to Bernardo Silva. Bernardo Silva, midway inside, now getting towards his own defensive third. Plays it back to Diaz. Diaz goes back to Ederson. Ederson pops it through to Bernardo Silva. City 3, Fulham 0. 4 minutes of added time remain. City are going to go top of the Premier League table by 2 points. In 4 minutes' time, I'll tell you exactly what that means in terms of the final week of the season. The ball's with Bernardo Silva and then Rodri and then Akanji. On it goes to Gvardiol. Gvardiol into the gap. Good ball to Alvarez. Alvarez tackled by Bassi. City will try and win it back. Foul by Alvarez. Free kick to Fulham. About 10 metres from the halfway line. 3.5 minutes of added time to go. City have been ruthless today. I wouldn't say they've been absolutely brilliant. What they have been good at is keeping hold of the ball, making little runs, stopping Fulham from doing anything other than play it backwards.
I think that's the key, as you said, stopped Fulham, Ali, because they've just brought nothing to the table, you know, and City have gone about it in the right way. They've done the job that was needed. And in that, we have been, apart from a couple of minutes here and there, very, very comfy.
Yep, absolutely. Ederson's got the ball. On it goes to Gvardiol. Gvardiol to Akanji on the edge of the City penalty area. 3 minutes of added time remain. Akanji plays it all the way back to Gvardiol on the edge of the area. Gvardiol, man of the match today. 2 goals for him. Plays it back to Ederson. Ederson just by the penalty spot. Pops the ball out to the right side to the skipper, Kyle Walker. On it goes to Rodri. Rodri into Lewis. Lewis advances forward. He's got Bob to his right-hand side. Here is Oscar Bob in the right wing position. On to Rico Lewis. Lewis round the outside. Ball into the box. Alvarez almost got to it. Penalty kick. Foul on Alvarez. City with a chance for a 4th goal. Yellow card. That'll be a red card. Yeah. Issa Diop, 2nd yellow. Issa Diop, 2 yellows. Off goes Issa Diop. 10 men for Fulham. I'm not sure it's going to matter that much because the reality is we've only got 2 minutes of added time, but City have the chance to make it 4-0, Andy.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I'd have to see it again.
You're not sure, are you?
No, you're just pulled back. And I mean, Alvarez is on the... Yeah, it's a penalty.
It is a penalty.
Yeah, it's a penalty.
Whether or not it deserves a yellow, I don't know. But
he's not going to get...
no.
Is it Guardiola going to a hat-trick?
Well,
this is important because this 4th goal now brings the goal difference to...
And that's what Kyle Walker's just said. Okay. Josko Vardio wanted to take the penalty. Yeah. One or two of his teammates were suggesting that he should.
I back him to score it.
So do I. Yeah. But Kyle Walker intervened and said no. Alvarez is our designated taker when Haaland's off the pitch.
How does that look with that cross forward from today, Ali?
Well, if this goes into the back of the net, then City are 1 behind, I think. Anyway, Alvarez is about to take the penalty. Can he make it 4-0? Julian Alvarez does. City 4, Fulham 0. Wonderful afternoon for the Blues. Alvarez has scored in every single match he's ever played against Fulham. And the Blues are heading to the top of the table in absolute style. The reality is that City are in the position now where if Arsenal do not win tomorrow at Old Trafford, the Blues need to win 1 of their remaining 2 games and they are champions. Yeah. It means they could even slip up at Spurs if Arsenal do not win tomorrow. There is just 2 between the 2 sides in terms of goal difference now. And City, well, people keep talking about whether or not Arsenal have got what it takes. The reality is they're going to have to go to a ground where they've had some miserable results in recent years and win.
Yeah, and it's brilliant from Alvarez. He's won the penalty. He's the one player in the box who's on the move, you know, and he gives you that. Comes off the bench, his energy's brilliant, and then the execution of the penalty, fantastic. Job done, move on to Tuesday.
So City have done exactly what you want them to do at this stage of the season. They used to call it squeaky bum time. Well, City have got the tightest of all, and they do not ever want to let a grip go on the title. The reality is that if Arsenal do not win tomorrow at Old Trafford, City need 1 victory from their remaining 2 games, and they will be champions of England. Over to you, Arsenal. What can you do? City have laid down the gauntlet again. The final score, Fulham 0, City 4. Well, let's go back to the studio where Kit Simons and Sean Gota are in the company of Natalie Pye.
2 Premier League games to go. 2 wins and City will win their 4th Premier League title in a row. They've done it at Fulham, 4-0. They've strolled it. What a fantastic afternoon. Look at the pictures of the players celebrating. They know we're a week away. Spurs Tuesday, West Ham next week is all that stands in our way. Nobody has ever won 4 Premier Leagues in a row. And Josko Gvardiol stepped up today with 2 goals. The fans know what it means. What an incredible afternoon they have had today. Look at them celebrating. And you know, I think I'll know 2 people that are currently in Craven Cottage that are celebrating. So let's go over to FG and to Michael Brown.
Full time at Craven Cottage, Manchester City 4-0 winners. We are behind our amazing away support. What a performance, Brownie.
Yeah, brilliant performance. There was a little bit of pressure creeping in, and I knew the team wouldn't be complacent. Big result now. It's over to Arsenal, isn't it? 4, that tells you everything. The support, a wonderful away game as well, that they've played so well. Everybody contributed, the whole squad. There's a couple of changes, and I thought the fans today have been incredible.
That was probably the best away end we've had all season, as you see the players coming over and appreciating them. But there's a real togetherness, and there always has been throughout everything between the fans and the players, and that was a sensational statement, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is, and look at them all right over next to them, appreciating touching distance of titles, 4 in a row, FG. The atmosphere is incredible. It's just amazing to see. The players don't often stay here this long. It's really real. This is the time now. It's so important. 1 more away game. Can they deliver back to London? A special performance.
It's well and truly still in our hands. The goal scorers, Josko Gvardiol scoring twice. Not something you expect, but I mean,
Why do we not expect it,
He's got
FG?
some finish on him, hasn't he,
Of course
Brownie?
we expect it now. Whenever he goes near that goal, we're waiting at the end thinking, go on, Josko, get yourself a hat-trick. And at times, you know, you want that fairy tale, you want him to be involved. He's getting interviewed already about getting goals, getting in positions, and he looks so comfortable. He's Pep now coming over, and there tells you the fans how much they appreciate what the manager delivers.
I mean, there's no real words needed for that man. He's going for the 4th Premier League title in a row. He was written off in his first season in England, but the fans behind us really understand, as they sing his name, what he means to us, and it's just incredible, isn't it?
It is incredible, but you know, the players relentless. They just keep going right till the very end, keep ticking off goals, keeping in key areas, pressing, organisation, backing your teammate up, and that's what's important. It's nice for somebody other than the centre forward or wide players who have all the accolades of scoring for Guardiola especially, isn't it? Nice finish at the end as well, Alvarez getting a bit of it, so it's just on to the next one. Just keep knocking them out. And what was important there for me was, because it was done early, Kevin De Bruyne going over rest, Erling Haaland and players who might not necessarily be as good, you know, 3 days apart, having the quick succession of games. Now that little bit of rest, those last 15 minutes can really take it out of your legs.
Well, absolutely, and that was about as controlled as a performance as you can get. The fans behind us will definitely enjoy their weekend. I hope you guys do too. But there's not much rest because it's Spurs on Tuesday.
Spurs on Tuesday, bring it on. So watching all the scores now come in the rest of the day and in tomorrow. That's the big one, isn't it? Manchester United, Arsenal. Can Man United come to the party at once? You know, they've got to do it. But Spurs, unpredictable. You've got to go with your game plan. Will they go man-to-man? Will they keep a high line? It doesn't matter. Perform well, you'll go and win the game.
Well, one thing's for certain, it's in our hands, and it's as you were in the title race. And from us at Craven Cottage and the incredible away support behind us, let's head back to the studio.
Thank you so much to FG and to Michael Brown. So City have done it today. 8 fantastic 4-0 victory over Fulham. So what does that mean at the top of the table? Well, first of all, you need to know that Liverpool cannot win the league. They are done. It is down to Arsenal and City. And as it stands, Manchester City are top of the league. So City and Arsenal have both played 36 games. Arsenal, of course, play tomorrow, 4:30 kick-off against Manchester United. So as it stands, 36 games for City, 36 games for Arsenal. City on 85 points, Arsenal on 83 points. Look at that goal difference as well. City now 58, Arsenal on 60. And we'll chat to Kit and Sean in a minute about that final penalty, but suspect that closeness in the goal difference is why Josko Gvardiol could not take that penalty in the last minute. So City, top of the league. Arsenal play United tomorrow, then City take on Spurs on Tuesday, and then we're on the last game of the season. 2 home games, West Ham and Everton, and they will decide who wins the league. So, 2 games to go and City can do it. Sean, I'm absolutely and utterly ecstatic for many, many reasons. 4-0, comfortable victory, goals around the pitch, rested some players, perfect.
Absolutely perfect. We got the clean sheet, we got goals, we had control. And as we said, because of Fulham where they were, once we got ourselves in a position of scoring 2 goals, that we knew that the remaining goals will come. We knew it would be 3, then it potentially be 4, and it ends up being that. So Pep will be very delighted. He's able to rest some players. You know, players being rested. We've got other players coming in, the youngsters coming in. The levels don't drop. They stay the same. They show their hunger, like, I want more minutes. Yeah, a really good day. And buzzing for the away fans, because the atmosphere looks absolutely lovely. We're so up for it. You hear them singing throughout the game. Brilliant, brilliant day.
What a day. Yes, they're having an incredible day. Kit, I'm also so chuffed because I think that was such a professional, such a comprehensive, such a focused performance. Never doubt this team.
No, absolutely. I mean, the timing of the first 2 goals was brilliant as well. Scored quite early in the first half, then fairly early in the second half to just calm everything down, get that second goal. Bit of a cushion, but defensively looked really good as well, because sometimes when dominating possession, 60-odd% possession today, the defenders can switch off a little bit because they're not so involved, not so focused, but they kept that concentration all the way through, made sure we got the clean sheet, and talk about the fans, see them, everyone apart from Noel Gallagher doing the Poznan. Absolutely fantastic. What an image that was. Absolutely
cool.
Brilliant.
I think that's cool as well.
And the fact he didn't do it,
yeah.
he's still facing the cameras, like brilliant. It was a great picture. Lovely to see.
So at half-time, we were saying that we were really happy with the City performance, but that we would like a few more goals just to, calm the nerves, give us a bit of breathing space, and we certainly got that in the second half, Sean. So Phil Foden, 50 appearances this season, 25 goals, 11 assists. A phenomenal season for him, and a goal today as well to top it off.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal season he's having, and today was probably one of his quieter games in terms of in and around the final third, in terms of driving and assisting and having loads of shots. But again, still a really good game when he had possession. But his goal, it was again, it's Bernardo Silva who drives in, and he's about to let loose a shot, and there's a tackle, and it fumbles freely, and he's onto it. And he just strikes it with his right foot. Keeper, by the time keeper sees it, what have you, is nestled into the corner. So this is what Phil brings. When he's in and around that area, he has a really good eye for goal, especially when it's on his left foot. But this time's on his right foot. He's pleased with it, and that just really saddled everybody then. And so I love that one. Phil, what's that celebration?
That's the one.
It's something like that, isn't it?
That's the one, Sean. You got it. You got it. How impressed have you been with Phil Foden this season, Kit?
I mean, he'd been brilliant up to this season and obviously won a load of trophies and played really, really well. But his performances have gone to another level this season. I wasn't even sure that was possible for him to make that step, and he's been brilliant, absolutely incredible. I mean, that goal tally of 25 and all the assists as well, and he's been fantastic. And Sean said he's reasonably quiet for him today overall in the game, but the goal I thought was brilliant. It looked like a bit of a scruffy finish with his weaker right foot. But it's so difficult. But it was such a good finish. Difficult for the keeper impossible for the keeper to save on this occasion for sure. It was really, really good. He had one or two opportunities in the game, and he took that one like really, really well, and just showed what a quality player he is.
Some great work by Bernardo Silva in the build-up to it as well. 2 assists for Bernardo Silva today, who's been going under the radar a little bit, but his work rate and his contribution continues to be at the highest level.
It does, and if we were to see his heat map, I mean, he's all over the field. I mean, I think it was the last 5 minutes or so. I see him down by the centre halves. He's dribbling the ball across with the centre halves. He gets all over. But what's really great about him is not only the energy, but he can keep the ball. There's a couple of times he's out on the right-hand side, and you're thinking, well, he's going to lose this. And how he keeps it, how he manages to keep it, I don't know. It's his footwork, his ability to be in a cul-de-sac and be shut off, and then he just sort of comes out and says, yep, go back out the other side. Wonderful player, and so important, because when we need energy to press, he's got that. When we need the ability to keep the ball and take the sting out of the game, he's got that. And we need to stretch a team and take the ball up the field. He does it in his own way, which is different. Other players, Doku, for instance, can take the ball up the field with pace. He can drag us up the field. Bernardo Silva can get the ball, and because it's so difficult to get it off him, he takes it up the field at almost like a jogging pace, because they know they can't jump on him because he can dart inside or he can dart on the outside. So he gets us up the field when he plays in those wide positions as well. Brilliant player.
I do think, as assists go, that'll be his most painful one ever, because he got fronched by Polina.
Yeah.
Oh, must have hurt that one, but like I say, the ball then fell for Phil. Well, finished with aplomb.
I liked how he didn't stay down when the goal went in. He wanted to celebrate. It was obviously a crunch. He was obviously hurt, but he wanted to celebrate. He was up. Josko Gvardiol's second goal of the game then came in the 71st minute. We were on edge. We didn't know if it was offside or not. We thought it was offside, and then we saw the replay, and it definitely wasn't.
It wasn't.
Well done, Josko.
Yes, and the ball comes in from Bernardo Silva. What I like, I'm talking about the celebration, actually. Because what I like is, because of the whole VAR situation, sometimes fans, we want to celebrate, we're not sure. But he sort of pauses as though, I'm offside. And we were in the studio thinking, is it offside? What's happening? What's happening? And then he celebrates, and I thought, I love that. If he planned that, I thought it was absolutely brilliant. But the cross comes in, and Akanji goes for it. And as we saw, Akanji's onside just misses it by a few inches, but Gvardiol just on the other side of it.
We couldn't see, could we? I thought Akanji was in an offside position and clearly went to play the ball, just missed it. So I thought he's interfered with play. It's got to be. But we couldn't see this side on the near side. Traore was playing Akanji on, so he, no problem going for the ball.
Yeah.
And then it was finished under the keeper, but it it was, I mean, a brilliant ball in as well, by the way. Fantastic ball in, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it just shows, like, Guardiola's getting on the end of crosses. Guardiola's actually coming inside and sort of like that 10 position, coming in and having shots. He can also do the job out wide as a wide player, you know, dropping his shoulder and delivering crosses. I tell you what, he's becoming a real complete fullback. You must think a winger. You must think a winger. There's all the things you want for a winger: to be on the far post, getting on the end of crosses. If you're out wide, delivering crosses. Sometimes cutting in and linking up and having shots and scoring. But it's a defender we're talking about.
This is the Pep thing, though. No one's like one-dimensional. You've got to have other facets to your game and be able to do other jobs as well. As if you're a centre half, you'll be able to step into midfield or cover out wide.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to become a total footballer.
5 goals in his last 7 games for Josko Gvardiol. Absolutely incredible. What a time for the man to step up. And he nearly had a hat-trick. However, Kyle Walker, the utmost professional in him, stepped in, because immediately when the penalty was awarded, we all thought, is Josko going to get a hat-trick? But the goal difference is so tight. So it was 57-60 at that point. Do you think that is the reason why, when the penalty came, that the captain stepped in and said no?
Yeah, a few things around. I think it's the right decision to do, for sure, because of the goal difference, but also just the way it was sorted out. I mean, we saw the Chelsea debacle a while back, and it just looked terrible. But that was sorted out properly, and everyone's, you know, Kyle Walker's captain, he's made a decision. No arguing, no sort of nothing to it. I mean, I think we would all fancy Gvardiol to have stepped up and scored it if he had taken it. But it was the right thing to do, the right decision, so absolutely no problem with that at all. And everyone accepted it and got on with it, did it in the right professional manner.
And it was an absolute penalty. He got a second yellow card, he got sent off, and Julian Alvarez stepped up cool as could be, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, he's so experienced. Again, he's the one that's won everything. And then when I settled down, because I wanted the fairy tale of Guardiola scoring a hat-trick, and I settled down a little bit, kids was like, calm down, Sean, calm down. We've got to do things right. And I was like, yeah, you're actually right. He steps up and he sticks it away. And we know, there's no doubt, I have no doubt, I'm thinking, Dubai's won everything. He's you know, World Cup, the rest of it. And you just think, yeah, this is a goal. And so pleased for it to go in and just think. And I was saying earlier that the first thing is about getting the game won. So whether the game's 2-0, getting it won, and then depending on how the game's going, can we then perhaps get a third or fourth? And the way the game was going, it was like, well, can we then squeeze a fourth? Because now you start thinking about closing that gap, but get the game won. And so I was really pleased to get that penalty, stick it away, and love, as Kit said, you know, the professionalism and the organisation. That Walker's come over and went, right, no, Alvarez has taken it. Guardiola's like, yep, all good, no problem. Really good professional.
A team that's focused on the outcome of the team and not the individual situations. 3 goals in 3 for Julian Alvarez against Fulham as well. And so it goes down to 2 Premier League games now. 2 Premier League games left, 2 wins, and City win an unprecedented 4th Premier League in a row. Our next game is Tuesday night as we travel back to London, but this time to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, a place where we've never won in the Premier League, but we have won in the FA Cup. So 2 wins, City win the league. I know a lot of City fans, Sean, have had this Spurs game. It's a rearranged game due to our participation in the FA Cup. A lot of City fans have had this marked for a while now as the one that was going to be difficult. How are you feeling about it?
Yes, it will be difficult. It will be challenging. But I think one of the things Pep will have the players be aware of is look around this dressing room. You know, you would trust everyone in this dressing room to get the job done. And I think the fact that it's so close, I think the players will be ready, and they just know there'll be moments in the game that they'll have to suffer and get through. And I think that's also having experience of knowing that when you're having that time when you're a little bit under the pressure, that you can be compact and make it more difficult, ride that period, and then when you're on top, go on and capitalize, creating those chances, put those chances away, and then make the game a bit easier.
Football has an amazing knack of writing extra storylines in terms of Arsenal and us are going for the league kit. Arsenal have got to play our rivals. We've got to play Arsenal's rivals. United don't want us to win the league. Spurs don't want Arsenal to win the league. The intricacies of football, these extra storylines, they just add a beautiful other layer to it, don't they?
They do, and it's at the timing of them as well. You know, both coming at this stage of the season now, it's fantastic. If you were going to write it, this is what you would write. You know, it's been a brilliant season, and it's going to finish in a really exciting way. You can see it coming on now. But we spoke at the start of the game. My opinion's not changed at all. I'm very calm, very confident that City will go on and win the 2 games they need to, and win their 4th title in a row.
Does it bother you, the fact that City have had this sort of hoodoo with the new Tottenham Stadium? We went there, we scored a goal, we won that 1-0 in the FA Cup earlier in the season to break that. But of course, the typical City people amongst us then go, but we've never scored in the Premier League there. We've never won a game in the Premier League there. Does that worry you at all?
No, not anymore. I mean, previously I sort of would have been a little bit, but like I say, this is not our first rodeo. You know, this is to go for 4 in a row. It's incredible. So. Not at all, and the form that City are in, form Tottenham are in, you know, you look at all these things, and I'm just really confident of going there, again, another professional performance and getting the result that's needed.
Spurs still playing for a top 4 place. They currently sit 7 points behind Villa. They have 3 games to go, Villa have 2. By the time Tuesday comes, they might be totally out of the Champions League run, or if Villa beats Liverpool, or they might still be in it. How do you think that's going to affect how they play either way, Sean?
Well, I think their mindset will be very similar to how City are in terms of try to deal with this game, try to win this game, put on your best performance. There'll be some pressure on them as well. And I think it's about City, in terms of how City play, to control the game, control the crowd. I think will be a huge part, because the more we're keeping possession, the more we're building up more and more confidence, similar to when we sort of took over today around the 25th minute. If we could have spells and periods like that, it makes them a little bit more desperate to then counter-attack. And then we can then still be able to pick off and find our moments. So I think their situation, they were just thinking, can they try to put on the best performance and get a win to then, get them as close as possible to finish in and around top 4.
I hope today that Fulham were going to be on the beach, and I think they were on the beach, Kit, but I've got no hope that Spurs are going to be on the beach on Tuesday, whatever they're playing for, because I feel like there's no way Ange Postecoglou in his first season, in his last home game of the season, is going to let anybody be on the beach. They are going to be going out and out to give us the most tough night that they can, even though they know that if they don't, Arsenal could win the league.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be professional. Again, they'll do the right thing, Spurs, and come and make it as difficult as they can. But like I say, just the form of the two teams at the minute, I just can't see beyond City doing what they need to do and getting the result that's needed. I mean, who knows what's going to happen anyway with the United Arsenal game. That's for them to sort out themselves tomorrow now. But like I say, Pep probably doesn't want it to be in anyone else's hands. He wants to be in control, know exactly what needs to be done, and his team will go and do it.
Absolutely, that's it. 2 games left, 2 wins, and we win the league. Sean Goater, thank you very much for being here. Kit Simons, thank you.
Cheers.
It's always lovely to see you both. Thank you so much for being here today. And thank you all for joining us on another Matchday Live. On a Matchday Live where City have beaten Fulham 4-0 and where City are only 2 wins
Point here in the Premier League. Tottenham apart from their huddle. Burnley ready for the off. Vincent Kompany in his blazer, overshirt and baseball cap this afternoon, ready for business. And it is the last roll of the dice as far as the Clarets are concerned. This is one of 5 live Premier League kickoffs we have for you at 3 o'clock this afternoon across the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. We also have Bournemouth, Brentford, Everton, Sheffield United, Newcastle, Brighton and West Ham Luton live for you. But here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, it's Son Heung-min over the kickoff. Spurs attacking right to left in this first half in their traditional all-white shirts. Burnley in all black this afternoon. And it's going to be Son to get us underway after the first whistle from referee Jared Gillett. And underway we are. Maddison with a touch out towards Oliver Skip on the left-hand side, and Tottenham playing back towards Van der Ven in turn, or in towards the path of Vicario. For Spurs, looking to get their first win in 5. They've lost each of their last 4 for the first time since November 2004, when they're on a run of 6 games without a win. So I'm looking at laying out towards the right-hand side. The intended target is Brennan Johnson. It's going to be cleared away by Charlie Taylor down Burnley's left, but it's going to be picked that back up by Christian Romero in towards the possession of Pape Sarr. Lofted out towards the left-hand side. Brought down by Kulizeski. Chested down 5 yards from the edge of the Burnley half on the left-hand side. Goes back to Skip, who's being put under pressure by Jacob Brun-Larsen, but Gillett putting play back for a free kick to Tottenham. Maddison to take on the left-hand side. Plays it back on his right foot and then goes all the way in towards the path of Vicario. Back out towards Romero. Pape Sarr in the middle of his own half. What is a blisteringly warm afternoon in North London, temperatures reaching around about 27 or 28 degrees. And Son Heung-min sees Tottenham's first free kick of the afternoon for a foul on the far side, around about 10 yards inside his own half. The Tottenham Hotspur captain, and as a captain, Vincent Kompany as a player, picked up 4 Premier League titles, but it's staying in the Premier League that is the objective this afternoon. Having gone promoted from the Championship in excess of 100 points last term, so it's not a return to the top flight. The Clarets had expected one bit. They stuck to their principles from playing out from the back. They've been a great attacking side, but conceding goals has been their big problem. But they have an opportunity with a set piece here. It's going to be taken on the left-hand side as they move forward. Charlie Taylor over the free kick. He's going to whip it in on his right boot in towards the look at the box. Where it's going to be flipped on in towards the path of O'Shea. Launched it in, but cleared away by Tottenham. Burnley will recover the ball all the way back towards Muric, between the sticks, out towards the right-hand side, in towards the possession of O'Shea. And on that right-hand side it went, looking for the rushing run of Assignon, but it's going to run in towards the path of Vicario between the sticks for Tottenham. Maddison plays it out in towards the possession of Pedro Porro. Along the line it went, dinked away by Muric before it could find Brennan Johnson. It's going to go out of play for a Tottenham throw on the right-hand side in the middle of the Burnley half. 2.5 minutes gone. Tottenham 0, Burnley 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. This is Bazuma, had 3 up against him. Burnley come away with the ball. It's Anna Berger on the halfway in the middle. He's got 2 up against him. The on-rushing run of Romero just slightly off-footed him, but managed to come away with the ball and then plays out towards the right-hand side. Brun-Larsen 10 yards inside Tottenham territory, forward in towards the path of Assignon on that right-hand side, but Van der Ven with that more streaky pace of him was able to track back, recover the situation, and the ball back for Spurs, playing along the line towards Oliver Skip, who's now forced to play it back to his own goalkeeper. And Spurs playing out from the back, triangulating towards the edge of the area. Was almost caught out there, but they do come away with the ball. This is Son Heung-min, left-hand side, 10 yards now inside the Burnley half. Threads it through the middle in towards the path of Maddison. Edge of the penalty inside the box. Maddison strikes it right-footed, takes a deflection en route, and out of play it'll go for a Tottenham Hotspur corner on the right-hand side. And how quickly Tottenham turned a real predicament at the back into attack, and it was Son Heung-min with that pace down the left-hand side, threads it through for the side of his right foot in towards the path of James Maddison, takes a couple of touches. Zuma leaves it for him to then have an effort inside the area, strikes it clean on his right boot, but takes a deflection en route, and it's going to be a corner to Tottenham Hotspur on the right-hand side. It's going to be taken by James Maddison. 4 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Burnley 0 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Swung in by Maddison towards the near post, cleared away by Burnley, only as far as Pedro Porro, who scored against Burnley this season. This is Sarr back in towards the path of Romero. Skip on the halfway through the centre. Goes out towards the left-hand side, and now Kulusevski looking to drive his way forward and drive his way past Messina. This is Son Heung-min in possession for Tottenham, being pushed in the back by Dara O'Shea, and Burnley come away with the ball and now move their way forward. This is Brun Larsen beyond the halfway in the centre, now around about 35 yards out from goal. Odegaard, right hand side, 25 yards out, he's got skip for company. Odegaard inside the area, pulls it back in towards the back stick and flicked on and parried away superbly off the line by Vicario. It was Vitinho with the header at the back post of Burnley, tipped over superbly by Vicario from close point blank range, and then flicked away second time by Christian Romero. And Burnley with a golden opportunity there to hit the front 5 minutes in. Odegaard with the cross in, gets a better Oliver Skip. Delicious ball, right-footed, teasing in towards the back stick where Vitinho was lurking. Heads it on directly for the centre of his head, tipped away by a big left hand of Vicario. The corner comes in on the right hand side. It's going to be cleared away straight away in towards the arms of, and win towards the feet, shall I say, of Kulusevski up against Odegaard, who wins it back for Burnley. Brun Larsen, 25 yards out, in towards the path of Odegaard again. Cross goes in, right footed once again, looking to find its way in towards the box. This time Lyle Foster attacking the header, but he couldn't quite get his head to it. It's going to be cleared away by Tottenham and cleared away by Pedro Porro inside towards the path of Ibasuma. Maddison through the middle, goes out towards Son just beyond the halfway. I was looking to Fred through Kulusevski on the left hand side, but Messina will come away with the ball for the Clarets, who have possession midway inside their own half in the possession of Dara O'Shea. Now back in towards the path of Muric. Son close by. This is Sander Berger, chips it out in towards the possession of Messina. Right hand side, 5 yards from the edge of the Tottenham Hotspur half, and taken out to the London Stadium. Another one of our featured 3 o'clock commentaries. Luton also could be relegated if results transpire against them this afternoon, but they've got off to the perfect start. More on that in a second, because Tottenham come forward here. Brennan Johnson, right hand side, edge of the penalty area, up against Esteve. Now Pedro Porro towards the path of Mickey van der Ven. Very short towards Basuma, 35 yards out, right hand side, goes out towards Sarr, short towards Porro once more. Basuma looking for it after Pape Sarr had possession. Van der Ven goes out towards Skip on the halfway, and put under pressure by Brun Larsen, but now Basuma comes away with the ball for Tottenham, goes out to Kulusevski, left hand side, edge of the box, cross goes in, left footed to the back stick, West found at the back stick and left for Brennan Johnson unmarked, who had a first time effort on his right foot, parried away in the end by Muric in the Burnley goal. Teasing ball in by Kulusevski. Sarr couldn't quite get anything on it, but Johnson was left attached on the right hand side. Had a first time effort through the side of his right foot, parried away, and Muric is near post. It's going to be a second Tottenham corner on the right hand side. 7.5 minutes in, Spurs 0, Burnley 0, and it's going to be Maddison to take. Right hand side, he's going to swing it in right footed towards the near post, flicked away by Brun Larsen before finding Pape Sarr. Maddison though will take a throw for Spurs. Right hand side, adjacent towards the edge of the Burnley penalty area, taking short towards Sarr, back in towards the possession of Pedro Porro. Skip in the centre, 5 yards inside the Burnley half, goes out to Kulusevski, left side, middle of opposition territory, looking to drive himself now down this left hand flank and seemingly getting the better of Vecino. Now turns back towards the path of Basuma. Sarr inside the penalty and has to come back outside to try and ball back in towards danger. Song towards Basuma again. Son Heung-min up against Dara O'Shea, but the Irishman's going to get there before the Korean clears it away. Only half cleared, but now Byrne looked to come away with the ball, but Van der Ven tracking back and using his pace as his power and his weapon there. In terms of the win probability this afternoon, Spurs 62%, Burnley 14%, the draw 24% according to the Oracle Cloud. As Brennan Johnson has possession right hand side towards Porro, edge of the area, turns, he's got 2 up against him, but in the end it was Coutinho who managed to clear the ball away from his grasp and then win a free kick for his side. Well, let's take you back then to the London Stadium. As I mentioned, Luton taking the lead, 9.5 minutes gone, 6 minutes the goal was scored for Luton. It was a perfect lofted pass by Alfie Doughty, which found Albert Sambi-Lokonga, who jumped highest and steered a close-range header straight in towards the bottom left-hand corner. His effort was both strong and precise, and Alphonse Areola had no chance of stopping it. So West Ham United 0, Luton Town 1 in a big game at the London Stadium, which is going to have big consequences in terms of the race to stay in the Premier League. Meanwhile here we played 9 minutes at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs 0, Burnley 0 on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Elsewhere in our other Premier League games, Bournemouth taking on Brentford, Everton taking on Sheffield United, Newcastle taking on Brighton. All 3 of them games are 0-0 as well, and you can listen to all 5 3 o'clock Premier League commentaries here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. And don't forget, the race for the title comes towards its culmination. We'll be at Old Trafford tomorrow afternoon from 4:30 to see Manchester United take on Arsenal, and then Spurs be in action against Man City on Tuesday night. That will be live with you here from 8 p.m. on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, as well as both Arsenal and Manchester City's final day games live with you here on Flash Score. Plus, the Champions League final between Borussia Dortmund and Real Madrid from Wembley on the 1st of June will be live with you here. Here's Boone Larson, though, in possession for Burnley, right-hand side, 25 yards out from goal. Has to force it back in towards the possession of Sinon. Forward it goes again. This is Boone Larson inside the penalty area. Skip comes in first, dangles a leg out, and then manages to play it back in towards the half of Vicario. Prior to that, there was an infringement in the eyes of Jared Gillett, and he's going to issue his first yellow card of the game to Josh Cullen, the Burnley skipper. A challenge on James Maddison as Spurs were breaking away with Basuma just beyond the halfway a couple of seconds ago. So he's the first player in the notebook this afternoon. 11 minutes gone. Tottenham 0, Burnley 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Tottenham won this battle quite convincingly early on in the season, but it's Burnley who took the lead, and it's Burnley who have a free kick. Kulusevski clipping the behind of Lorenzo Sinon around about 25 yards out from goal on the right hand side, just in field on that right hand flank. So an intriguing position for Burnley to have a free kick. Well, Sinon got away from Kulusevski, but Kulusevski still had a bit of a grapple of him, and then kind of snapped his left leg into the back of Sinon's right, and down to the ground he went. And it's a free kick to Vincent Kompany's side. He's in position, and they've had a promising enough start. The issue with them hasn't been in an attacking sense. They've been quite good to watch from that perspective, but it's been up the other end where they've had some key issues this term. But in an attacking phase in the moment, have a free kick, and about 25 yards out from goal. Tottenham keep a high line up towards the line that separates the penalty area. It's going to be taken by Jakob Boone Larson, this free kick for the Clarets. Before, Jared Gillett has to sort out a little bit of pushing and shoving, but that seems to be now in good order. So Boone Larson over the free kick. He's going to strike it on his right foot, right hand side, 25 yards out, crossed in towards the penalty spot where it's flicked away by Tottenham. It's going to come back out towards Kulusevski, who gave away the free kick, but now begins the breakaway for Spurs. He's got Son forward in support, looking to thread it through in towards his path, but it was snuffed out by Sinon, who came sliding in to recover the ball for Burnley. Now Boone Larson short in towards the possession of Cullen, out towards the right hand side, just beyond the halfway with Lyle Foster, forward towards Odeberg. Foster makes the inside, but the ball goes out of play. Last touch coming off of Mickey van der Ven for Burnley throw, right hand side, big way inside the Tottenham Hotspur half. 13 minutes gone here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. This is the scene on last touch comes off of Basuma. It's going to be another Burnley throw-in. Remember, having to win to keep any faint chance of staying in the Premier League alive, and if they can take it to the last day, then they have got half a chance, because they will host Nottingham Forest in what will effectively then become a winner-takes-all clash to see who stays in the Premier League at Turf Moor. It goes back in towards the path of Vicario, launches it forward right through towards the halfway where it's flipped on by Basuma, now chested down by Maddison. Basuma looking to flick it out to the left-hand side towards Kulusevski, and it's one back by Sinon, who glances it back in towards the path of O'Shea. Boone Larson, right-hand side, 5 yards from the edge of the Tottenham half, a little bit of a nick by Kulusevski. The ball's going to go out of play. Burnley throw right in front of Vincent Kompany on that Burnley bench. Sino gets himself back up on these feet. He's been a little bit in the wars in the opening quarter of an hour or so of this particular match. Takes the throw back in towards the path of Dyer O'Shea, who will return it to Muric. Launches it forward, right foot out towards the left-hand side, but it's a heavy pass in towards the possession of Vitinho, and it's going to be Tottenham throwing right-hand side on the halfway line. This is Basuma from the throw, out to Pape Sarr. Johnson in support further forward. Edge of the penalty area, up against Charlie Taylor. Brennan Johnson, cross goes in, right-footed last touch, comes off of Johnson in the end. It's going to go out of play for Burnley goal kick. Played the best part of a quarter of an hour here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham 0, Burnley 0. The latest score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Andrew Postecoglou in short sleeve polo shirt and trousers, arms folded in the Tottenham Hotspur dugout. Spoken in the week about the challenges following what's been a tough spell, 4 defeats in a row in the league. He said it was most important to be clear-headed about what they're trying to do and achieve and be as visible in the process as possible, and said that everyone is trying hard. It's not for the want of not trying. You have to make sure that you stay calm, clear-headed and chart the way forward, and Tottenham will be hoping, regardless of the outcome of the last couple of games of this league season, that there is a positive structure forward going into the 24-25 campaign. Defeat here this afternoon would rubber stamp Aston Villa's place in Europe next term. Ball threaded forward towards Son Heung-min, edge of the penalty area, back towards Johnson, edge of the D, cut out by Sander Berg, and go back in towards Muric in the Burnley goal, who will loft it out towards the left hand side. Couldn't pick it up because the pass was back. Turning is Brun Larsen, past Kulusevski. Now has to play it back in towards the possession of O'Shea, rather uncomfortably with Son making the press. And it's cleared away out towards the left hand side in the end, where Charlie Taylor will begin to move things forward. Out towards the middle, in towards Taylor, out towards Vitinho. 5 yards inside the Tottenham half, left hand side, crossfield ball towards Brun Larsen on the edge of the penalty area. It's going to be dealt with though by Kulusevski for Tottenham. Played short in towards the path of Oliver Skipp, who now drives down that left hand side, gets the better of a Sinon. Now inside opposition territory down that flank, being brought down to the ground by the Burnley right back, who made the chuck back. And it's going to be a free kick to Spurs just inside opposition territory, taken quickly and taken back into the path of Van der Ven. In terms of possession in this game, 62% for Spurs compared to the 38 of Burnley. 2 attempts compared to the 1 of the Clarets, and Spurs move forward again. Johnson moving inside and towards the path of Porro, snuffed out by Sander Berger on the edge of the penalty area, cleared away out towards the left hand side for them, but it's going to go out for the Tottenham throw on the far side. It's the right as they attack in this opening period. 17 gone, Tottenham 0, Burnley 0 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. We're going to take you to St James's Park, where there's been a goal in the game between Newcastle United and Brighton. 18.5 gone in that particular clash, and it is Joel Veltman who has got the opener for Roberto De Zerbi's side. And you can listen to that game elsewhere here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary. So Spurs move their way forward in towards the penalty areas. Pape Sarr, right hand side, back towards Son, edge of the box, moves in towards the D. Berger with a nick of the ball, cleared away by Burnley. Vitinho falls back towards Taylor, who hooks it clear towards the halfway, but it's going to be sent back in towards the path of Vicario by Christian Romero. This is the Ven driving out towards the left-hand side from the centre, chips it forward and over the top along that left-hand flank. The intended target was Kulusevski, just too heavy for him. So it goes back to the goalkeeper, Muric by O'Shea for Burnley, who lost it out to the left-hand side. His distribution once or twice this afternoon has just been a little bit suspect. The Burnley keeper, and Tottenham win themselves another throw on the right-hand side in the middle of the Burnley half. Maddison short towards Sarr, 25 yards out. Maddison, edge of the penalty area, goes inside the area, goes to ground under the challenger Berger, who comes away with the ball. No free kick, no foul in the eyes of Jarrett Gillett, the referee. Ball cleared forward by Burnley, but cleared out of play for Tottenham Hotspur throw. Reminder as well, big day in the Scottish Premiership, where the Old Firm derby took place, and it was a 2-1 win for Celtic against Rangers, which moves them 6 points clear with 6 points left to play for. They're effectively on the cusp of winning the Scottish Premiership title. Elsewhere in the Championship group this afternoon, it's Hearts 0, Dundee 0, and St Mirren 0, Kilmarnock 0. You can follow updates on the flash score at Kulusevski. Can get himself through on goal. Got a bit of a scene on, but committed a foul in the process in the eyes of the referee. Grapples the back of the shirt of Sinon, the Frenchman. 10 minutes on the clock. Tottenham 0, Burnley 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. A reminder of the big games in the Premier League affecting the title race. Manchester United against Arsenal tomorrow from 4:30. Tottenham against Manchester City Tuesday night from 8 o'clock, and then we will have live commentary for you from all 10 games on the last day of the Premier League season, including Manchester City's home match against West Ham United and Arsenal's home fixture against Everton. Both of them concurrently live with you here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service on the final day as Burnley move their way forward, but the ball by Cullen in towards the path of Bryn Larson was too heavy, and now Van der Ven to knock it out of play. 20 minutes gone then here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's Spurs 0, Burnley 0 on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Burnley with the best opportunity of the game. Coutinho's header from close range being tipped away and parried away by Bukayo in the Tottenham goal. Spurs have had one or two half chances, but nothing clear cut as of yet, as Sanderberg has the ball on the halfway in the centre for Burn. Leads it out towards the left-hand side. Coutinho's looking to lay it in towards Foster, who's making the underlapping run in towards the penalty area, but it's just too heavy for him, couldn't quite latch onto it in time, and it's going to be a comfortable take for Vicario in the Tottenham Hotspur goal. Romero back towards Vicario once more. Put under a little bit of pressure by Odegaard, plays it through the middle in towards the path of Basuma. Now Maddison left-hand side, 15 yards on the edge of the Burnley half. Johnson this time in the middle out towards Kulusevski on the left, just inside opposition territory. This is now Son Heung-min for Spurs. Now Basuma, skip, Basuma again, playing a little bit of a triangle towards the edge of the Burnley half. Van der Ven now gets the touch of the ball. Christian Romero will play that in towards the path of Pape Sarr. Johnson making the run on the right hand side, chipped over the top in towards the path of Poe. Inside the penalty area, dinks it in first time on his right foot, looking to find Pape Sarr, but Sarr making the run, but couldn't quite make the run quick enough, and it's going to fall into the arms of Janet Muric in the Burnley goal that has a save percentage of 81.3%, the best of any goalkeeper in the Premier League this season. James Trafford, who was very much the first choice for so long. And it's him who's going to finish off the season, the Kosovan international. Son, edge of the D, has an effort, left-footed. It's a little bit of a nick off of O'Shea, but it lacked the power to really test Muric in the Burnley goal, and that will just help up his percentage of saves made during his Premier League career, where it was given away by O'Shea and then saved by O'Shea, really, the situation. Son inside the D, pretty much cushioned in the centre of that D as well. Had an effort on his left foot, lacked a bit of power, lacked a bit of venom. It was a comfortable take for the Burnley goalkeeper. He now gets the ball away towards the halfway, but went out for a Tottenham throw-in first as we reach the midway point of this first half. Reminder what's happening elsewhere in the Premier League this afternoon. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, Everton 0, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 0, Brighton 1. And Luton, vital goal at the bottom of the Premier League table. They lead West Ham United by a goal to 0. Well, this result will be no good really for either side. Burnley were mathematically assured of relegation, for Tottenham would effectively end any flickering hopes of Champions League football next term, as trying to play the ball over the top into the path of Brennan Johnson, flicked the ball on, looking to get the better of Charlie Taylor, but the ball will out of play for a Burnley goal kick. So we just had a little bit of a barge in the ribs on the right, on the left elbow, sorry, right elbow it was, of Charlie Taylor. Which plays it short. Goal kick, and it was in towards the path of Cullen, who didn't quite read onto it as much as he would have liked, and Steve a bit of a more comfortable touch than need be, and it allows Spurs to win the ball back there, kind of unforcefully. This is Son, edge of the penalty area, strikes it, right-footed, low drill, but it's going to go and trickle well wide of the target and well wide of Muric's goal. 23.5 gone, midway through this first half on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. The sun up in the air, it really is shorts and t-shirt weather here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium It is Spurs 0, Burnley 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Reminder that the EPL playoffs get underway tomorrow. We have Norwich against Leeds and West Bromwich Albion against Southampton, both live for you on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service tomorrow. As Boone Larson finds himself in here, has an ever on his right foot in towards the back of the net, but just inside the penalty area. And Tottenham Hotspur were caught napping for a second, and on an afternoon where the Clarets need to win to preserve their Premier League status, Jacob Brun Larsen has got them off to the perfect start. 24.5 minutes in, Tottenham Hotspur 0, Burnley 1. And it really did come from nothing. Spurs opened up at the back. It was that one pass forward in towards the path of Brun Larsen, who made the run forward as the Spurs defenders switched off. And then he was so crisp and so cool in terms of his execution. It was one back by Sanderberger on the halfway. He then unleashes that ball forward for the side of his right foot in towards the path of Brun Larsen. Oliver Skip can't get back quick enough for Tottenham. And then inside the penalty area, takes a touch before siphoning it on his right boot in towards the bottom left-hand corner. Past Guillermo Vicario in the Tottenham Hotspur goal. 25 minutes in, Tottenham 0, Burnley 1, here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Well, Jacob Brun Larsen with his 6th Premier League goal of the season.
Not one.
Quite the tonic for Vincent Kompany. Although goal scored for Luton elsewhere at the London Stadium isn't going to help them. But what it will do is give them the best possible chance and the best possible hope. They'll feel that if they can win this game and Nottingham Forest lose to Chelsea later on this evening, that home advantage on the final day will help them out as things stand at the bottom of the table. Nottingham Forest 29th and 36, Luton leading 1-0, 29th and 37, Burnley 27th and 37 as things stand. As far as the top four is concerned, well, Tottenham would be unable to catch. 36 games played as things stand, defeat Liverpool on 60 points. Aston Villa in fourth, 67 points from 36 games. Well, they have a free kick here, about 10 yards inside opposition territory on the right-hand side, taken by Christian Romero. A couple of touches forward and then back in towards his path again. Pape Sarr short towards Pedro Porro. Now Romero on the halfway for Tottenham. Romero looking to find that through ball. It was Pape Sarr he wanted, but it's one back by Burnley, one back by Sanderberger. And you have to say that Burnley have been the better team in the opening half an hour or so, but Tottenham move their way forward here with Son, out to Kulusevski, left hand side, edge of the box, cross goes in, worked in towards the back stick where Brennan Johnson was making the run, but it's a comfortable take by Muric in the Burnley goal, but it's given straight away back towards Bazuma. Now Maddison, edge of the penalty area, works his way out right towards the right hand side, now looks to move infield, now looking for options, putting it through towards Kulusevski inside the penalty area, had his back to goal. O'Shea manages to get a touch to knock it away, but Spurs will be gather it with Romero, infield towards Basuma. Maddison 25 yards out. Short towards Porro, back to goal. Maddison, cross goes in, looking to find Sonnen around the penalty spot, flicked away by O'Shea. He's going to fall for Brennan Johnson, who'll hand it back in towards the path of Pape Sarr. Right hand side, towards the edge of the penalty area. Johnson with two up against him, plays it back in towards the possession of Christian Romero. Short towards Van der Ven. Out towards the left-hand side and towards Kulusevski, moves it inside, cross goes in, right-footed towards the penalty spot. Now a couple of Spurs players have made the run, flicked away as far as Christian Romero, out towards Johnson, right-hand side, has got Charlie Taylor for company down on that far flank, 25 yards out. Goes back into the possession of Romero. Maddison, first time ball forward on his right foot, cleared away by Burnley to beyond the halfway, in towards the sanctuary of safety somewhat. Romero inside his own half on the right-hand side. Gathers it from Andrew Postecoglou's net. 28.5 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur 0, Burnley 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Ball falls to Maddison, left hand side, forward towards Kulusevski, edge of the penalty area, gets free of his man. Cross goes into the penalty area, flashed across goal. Pape Sarr made the run in towards the penalty. It's one back though by Porro, who's going to have a strike from the edge of the area for the laces of his right foot. But it flashes wide of goal. Tottenham with a couple of opportunities, just instinctively waking up now. Kulusevski with a cross in, flashed across goal. Sarr, Brennan Johnson and Son were inside the box. It was half cleared away by Burnley. It was picked up by Pedro Porro on the edge of the penalty area, but his effort went wide of goal. And this is the third meeting between the pair this season. The previous meeting at Turf Moor in September in the league was won 5-2 by Spurs. Son scored a hat-trick. Christian Romero with a strike on the cusp of half-time, and James Maddison with a goal. Mark Foster and Josh Brownhill were the scorers for Burnley on that particular afternoon. But Pedro Porro did score in the cup fixture between the sides. There was an FA Cup third round game here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, which Spurs won 1-0 courtesy of Porro's strike in the 78th minute. We approach the half-hour mark here, and it is Burnley who have the lead by a goal to nil. It's Jakob Brun Larsen's strike in the 24th minute that is the difference between the two sides at this particular point in time. Remember, Burnley have to win to have any chance of survival going into the final day of the season. This is Maddison though now for Tottenham. Meanwhile, we'll take you to Goodison Park, where Everton have taken the lead against Sheffield United by a goal to nil. 2 minutes on the clock. And that one, Abdoulaye Doucouré with the goal for Sean Dyche's men. It's amazing what a tracksuit can do for a manager to transform your fortunes like it has done for Sean Dyche, as Maddison clips into the back of Just Cullen. It's going to be a free kick to Burnley midway inside their own half, just off centre towards the left-hand side. Ping forward quickly towards the path of Brun Larsen, and again Oliver Skip just caught napping at the back. Van der Ven manages to recover after a heavy first touch of the day, and he'll go back in towards the thankful arms of Vicario between the sticks for top. Van der Ven once again for Spurs. He's out towards the left-hand side and towards Kulusevski. Put under pressure by Sinon. Towards Van der Ven. Christian Romero. Before it goes towards the halfway, where she finds herself in possession. Goes short towards Van der Ven once more. Maddison. 5 yards on the edge of opposition territory. Right hand side, moves in field towards the centre. Skip goes out towards Johnson, who now drives his way forward now in towards the edge of the penalty area. Now it's an Everton goes into the back of the net, and Tottenham have found their equaliser, and it's Pedro Porro who scores again against Burnley. 32 minutes on the clock. It's Burnley 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1, and it's Pedro Porro who does it again to the Clarets. Fed through by Brennan Johnson, and then from the edge of the area on the right hand side, smashes the ball in towards the back of the net, past a helpless Arinejad Muric. 32 minutes gone, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1. And it is Pedro Porro with his second Premier League goal of the season, driving forward in field from the right hand side as an effort through the laces of his right boot inside the penalty area. He cycles his way past Vitinho and then has an effort inside the penalty area, away on his bike, then struck sweetly through the laces of his right boot past a helpless Muric, who was diving down to his near post. 32 and a half minutes gone, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1, and it is Pedro Porro with the goal for Tottenham Hotspur. And this now means Burnley are back in relegation peril. Now they come back and look to find a second. This is Sinon, right hand side, showing towards the path of Odegaard, cuts it back towards the edge here. Brun Larsen with another effort on his right boot, which will flash wide of goal, with Yves Bissouma keeping quite close company. Well, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium has been the ground for entertainment in the Premier League this season, and now for the 14th consecutive game, both sides have scored here. Tottenham haven't kept a home clean sheet in their last 14 games here at this particular ground. 33 and a half minutes gone. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1 the score on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. This is Brun Larsen, who's out in towards the possession of Sinon, who's being put under pressure by Oliver Skip towards the edge of his own half. Brun Larsen will force it all the way back towards Muric in the Burnley goal. Flashed Alper, given away. One back by Johnson. Plays it back towards Son. It was one of the options, but decided to go for goal himself from an acute angle. Drilled it on his side of his right foot, looking to tuck it away in towards the back of the net, but can only hit the side netting, much to the frustration of his Tottenham Hotspur teammates. It was sillily given away by Newich in the Burnley goal, and Johnson came steaming in and then decided from the acute angle to go for goal instead of put it back into the path of Son Heung-min, who had an empty goal to aim at. He's had a miss and an opportunity that Tottenham may come back to a great later on this afternoon. Burnley moved their way forward with Charlie Taylor along the line towards Vitinha. They asked for the flag to go up for offside against him on that left-hand flank, and that was in fact exactly what Tottenham Hotspur will get. 10 minutes out from the end of the first half, 1-1 here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Reminder, we will have Manchester United up against Arsenal for you tomorrow afternoon from 4:30. Then Tuesday night, Tottenham up against Manchester City, and then both Arsenal and Manchester City's final games of the season from the Premier League live with you on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service as the race for the title reaches boiling point. This is Maddison just inside the Burnley half towards Son in the middle, drives forward now in a bit of space, now has two up against him towards Pape Sarr. Pedro Porro, right hand side, cross goes in towards the back stick, looking to find Kulusevski, but got in on his right foot, was too heavy. Go out of play by the back stick, and it's going to be a Burnley goal kick. Reminder of what else we've seen then so far in the Premier League today. Manchester City, they're one step closer to the Premier League title, a 4-0 win away to Fulham in the early kickoff. So Gavardio with a brace for Foden in the goal as well, and Julian Alvarez putting the gloss on the scoreline with a penalty in the last minute of stoppage time. He's a Diop was sent off for Fulham late on in proceedings in that one, as wins the ball back for Burnley on the halfway, being put under pressure by Pape Sarr, in towards the possession of Josh Cullen, out towards the left hand side, 15 yards inside the Tottenham half. It's Odegaard back towards Berger for Burnley. In terms of stats in this game, in attempts it's 7-3 in Tottenham's favour, while Spurs have had 3 shots on target compared to the 2 of Burnley so far in this first half. But 1-1 is the scoreline here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. There's a skip, plays it back in towards the path of Van der Ven near to the Tottenham Hotspur penalty area. Goes out towards Christian Romero, who moves in towards the halfway on the right hand side, plays it short towards the possession of Pape Sarr. This is now Van der Ven, goes out towards Maddison, back to goal on the halfway line, being put under pressure by Josh Cullen. Van der Ven goes out towards the possession of Romero. This is Son Heung-min, short towards Porro. Son again against 2, and threads it through the middle towards Skip, and now Son brings it down out towards Maddison, left hand side, 35 yards out from goal. Kulusevski, left flank, edge of the penalty area, gets Berosino, cross goes in, heavy first touch by Oliver Skip, and then look to recover towards the near post, and Muric will gather in the Burnley goal. 27 minutes gone, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1, the score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Back towards Muric once more. Shifted out towards the left hand side and shifted out of play for a Tottenham Hotspur throw. It's taken by Oliver Skip. Coming now towards the edge of the area is Kulusevski. This is Maddison, edge of the area, left hand side, cross goes in, left footed towards the near post where Brennan Johnson was making the run, but again a comfortable take by Muric in the Burnley goal. It forward through the middle, goes out in towards the possession of Lyle Foster, turning towards the halfway, one back by Odegaard. Foster once more, Sander Berger being put under pressure by Pape Sarr, but comes away with possession, shifts it out towards the left hand side and in towards the possession of Charlie Taylor. Vitinha, edge of the box, left hand side, he's got Porro for company, back to Taylor once more. This is Berger, around about 35 yards out from the Tottenham Hotspur goal. This is Tara O'Shea. Fed it through the middle, manages to do so, but Larson turns, looks to play it forward in towards the path of Odegaard, but it's snuffed out by Tottenham, and Kulusevski looking to come away with it, but it's one back by Brun Larson on the right hand side in the middle of opposition territory. This is Messina towards Cullen. Berger, ball being pulled back towards the halfway line. Berger in the centre circle. towards Esteve. He's had a quiet first half for Burnley up to press, but Sander Berger's been part of everything good for Burnley. He plays another great ball in towards the path of Brun Larsen inside the penalty area, but Skip manages to get back well and snuff the opportunity for the Dane, and the ball will trickle out eventually for a Tottenham Hotspur goal kick. 39 gone, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1 the score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Well, Jakob Brun Larsen, 6 goals to his name this season from 32 appearances. Be hoping to be a part of the Danish squad for the upcoming European Championships, which you can listen to live here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Every single game from that tournament is going to be live with you from June the 14th. Ball has in fact gone out of play for a corner after the initial cry was goal kick. It's going to be taken on the right hand side as they attack on the left boot of Jakob Brun Larsen as we approach the final 5 minutes of this first half. 1-1 the score. Corner goes in towards the penalty spot. Flicked away, but it's going to come back out in towards the path of Vitinho, who elects to loft it in towards the path of Muric. Played out towards the far left hand side and in towards the path of Odegaard, who finds himself in a offside position. 5 to go. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1 in this first half. It's been an entertaining affair, end to end. It's kind of what you'd expect from both of these sides this season. Two teams going forward give us a lot of bliss, but also have their faults in a defensive sense as well. Here's Maddison on the halfway on the left hand side, threaded forward in towards the path of Skip. Kulusevski, left hand flank, midway inside the Burnley half, goes back in towards Skip again, who lays it forward on the lace of his right boot. Crossfield ball in towards the path of Christian Romero. Johnson making the overlapping one on the right hand side, but Romero just happy to keep possession and slowly trudge forward now towards the path of Polo. This is Van der Ven for Spurs. Now Oliver Skip played Sarr, ran about 30 yards out from the Burnley goal, being forced back, and Skip having to force it back another 5 yards. Polo out towards Johnson. Now looks to move his way forward. Thought he had space, but Berger makes the recovery run, and he'll just go back in towards the possession of Muric in the Burnley goal. Lost it for first time on his right boot, but out of play for a Tottenham throw 10 yards inside the Burnley half on the right hand side as they attack the far side as we look at proceedings. 41.5 minutes played. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1 the score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Sarr towards Son, he's back to goal, 2 up against him, goes to ground under the challenge of Esteve. He goes all the way back in towards the path of the goalkeeper, but it's one back by Son, 25 yards out, sets it field, edge of the area, has an effort which takes a deflection on his left boot, which goes over the bar. Son Heung-min has a chat with the referee, Jarrod Gillett, about the infringement a couple of seconds prior. Son bringing it inside from the right hand flank, has an effort on his left foot which cascades over the bar. But took a deflection on Moods, and so it's going to be a Tottenham Hotspur corner, this time on the left flank. This time they've had one down this side. They're third of the game. Burnley have had a couple themselves. It's going to be Maddison to take, right footed from the left hand side. 42.5 minutes gone. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1. Corner goes in, flash towards the back stick where Joe Poro was looking for it, as too was Christian Romero looking to get his head to the ball. Now the play will go for a Burnley goal kick with a couple of minutes of this first half at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium still to play. Andrew Postecoglou cutting a frustrated figure on the Tottenham Hotspur bench, arms folded. Themselves level at 1-1, but Burnley have posed them an awful lot of questions in this opening period. Vincent Kompany will take credit with the performance, although point at Tottenham today would usually be a good result, but on today of all days it means absolutely nothing, as ball was threaded forward in towards the path of Vitinho, who caught himself offside, so didn't intend to make the run, but Odegaard will find Vitinho a second time, gets a bit of a zoom edge of the penalty area, goes to ground, wants a free kick, but soon will come away with the ball on the right hand side and legally in the eyes of Jarrod Gillett. This is Maddison in towards the path of Romero. Maddison again towards Basuma. Power making the overlapping one. Berger involved in the towards of Basuma, who brings him down. And Tottenham win a free kick. Final minute or so plus stoppage time of this first half still to play at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's Spurs 1, Burnley 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Van der Ven goes out towards Madison, goes out towards the left-hand side, 5 yards from the edge of Burnley territory. Two up against him, lays along the line towards Pape Sarr. Christian Romero just beyond the halfway on the right-hand side, driving it forward for Spurs. Finds Porro in space, edge of the penalty area, has an effort on his right boot, which looks like it took a deflection in the end. It will trickle out of play, and I believe a corner kick is the call from the linesman. Again, Spurs find themselves in good spaces. Porro breaking free and breaking clear of Esteve. It looked like his left shin got to the ball, but the decision by the referee is going to be goal kick in the end. Final 30 seconds of normal time at the end of this first half. Tottenham will attack towards their travelling support in this second half. The biggest 45 minutes of their season, the 45 minutes that will most likely dictate their Premier League destiny as to whether they will be playing in the Championship or whether they do have a glimmer of hope when it comes to the final day of the season next week. If it does mean something, Burnley v Nottingham Forest will be live here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service as we enter first of 2 minutes to be added on at the end of the first half here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Ball cleared away by O'Shea towards the half, flicked on by Van der Ven towards Kulizeski, who goes down under the challenge of Sinon. Confidence and company, the Burnley manager, arms up in the air, coming out of his touchline to appeal against the free kick that's been given to Tottenham and has been taken quickly. This is Christian Romero on the halfway in the centre, being pressed by Odegaard towards Porro. Son, right hand side, 15 yards inside opposition territory, now in towards the path of Romero once again. Porro chipped over the top, looking to find Son on the edge of the penalty area, but it's going to be dealt with by Tinha, who clears it away on the left hand side for Burnley, but it's good back in by Pape Sarr, at least he thought he did, and it trickled out of play for a Burnley throw midway inside their own half. Final minute then of stoppage time at the end of the first half. It was a warm afternoon. Some have taken their tops off in the Tottenham Hotspur end, and to be honest, I wish one or two didn't. Some are not beach body ready, I think it's fair to say. Tottenham in a throw-in, right hand side, middle of the Burnley half, goes back in towards the path of Romero. Now Mickey van der Ven in possession, short towards Madison, who makes the run back towards the halfway line. Forward it goes, through the middle, looking to find Kulizeski, but it's going to be recovered by Rune Larsson. Forward on that right hand side, but recovered by Skip. Forward towards Madison, who turns inside on the left hand flank, 25 yards from goal. Ball goes into the area towards Sarr, who turned his back to goal, went to ground, no penalty, no foul. Gets one back again by Tottenham. Son into the area. It's a cut out on his right foot, has to play it back towards Madison. to be a free kick to Tottenham, and it's going to be a yellow card as well for Charlie Taylor. Burnley player in the book, Josh Cullen, also there as well. It's going to be taken by Pedro Porres, could be struck in his right boot from the right-hand side from around about 30-35 yards out. Swung in towards the penalty area, flicked away. It's going to be recovered though, flicked on by Sarr. We're going to get it downwards with Romero, and then Johnson was trying to get in at the back post, cleared away by Sinon. Now comes out towards Foster, look to lurk it forward. Ball goes out of play for a free kick to Burnley, and a yellow card for James Maddison for a handball as they look to move their way forward with the Clarets. Rails his arm up in the air through trying to play the role of innocent party. First Tottenham player in the book this afternoon. Foster was moving his way away, chipped the ball up for the lace of his right boot, but then comes off with the left arm of Maddison, who finds himself in the book. Free kick taken by Burnley on the right hand side. Forward it goes, chipped down by Lewis Skip, and Larson was providing close support in towards the path of Vicario. Now out in towards the possession of Romero. Vicario once more for Tottenham in between the sticks. Goes out towards the far left-hand side and towards the possession of Maddison. In towards Vicario's path once more. He'll play it back out in towards the possession of Christian Romero once again. Tottenham can't get it outside their penalty area. Odebert's put him under pressure. Get away by Skip and out in towards the possession of Romero, who drives down the right-hand side, moves in more centrally, passes the halfway line now. Poe in support on the right-hand side, exactly who he finds. Around about 25 yards out from goal, and get the better of Vitinho, but Vitinho with a telling touch to stop Poe in his path, but it is going to be throwing to Tottenham on the right-hand side as they attack, adjacent towards the edge of the penalty area, closer now towards the penalty spot. It's going to be taken. Shorting towards the half of Maddison, back to Porro once more. This is Christian Romero. Infield towards Basuma, 30 yards out. Two up against him. Goes back in towards the path of Pedro Porro once more. Towards Basuma. Going to lay it out towards Kulusevski on the right-hand side. Kulusevski backheels it beautifully in towards the path of Porro. Edge of the box, right-hand side. Gets through Sander Berger, nutmegs him. But then Taylor manages to recover and clear the ball away for Burnley. One back by Basuma over the top towards Kulusevski. There's space on this right-hand side now for him. Inside the box, cuts it back towards Son in around the penalty spot. Manages to get there in the end, and two up against him. Goes back towards Porro. Edge of the penalty area. Kulusevski making the underlapping run. This is Maddison, edge of the area. Cross goes in, flashed on his right foot. He's going to be flashed wide of goal. Sarr does well to keep it in play, or at least he thought it did, towards the corner quadrant on the far side. It's going to trickle out for a Burnley throw-in on the right flank as they attack in this second period. Reminder that Manchester City got the better of Fulham by 4-0 in the early kick-off this afternoon. That means that Arsenal will be forced to beat Manchester United tomorrow. Oscar Vardio with a couple, for Foden with one just on the hour mark, and then Julian Alvarez with a penalty right at the end to secure the win for Pep Guardiola's side. As far as the Premier League table looks, as things stand, Manchester City move back to the summit, 2 points clear of Arsenal, who do play Manchester United tomorrow afternoon and can return to the top with a win at Old Trafford. And then further down the table, well, Tottenham 5th in the standings. This will just about keep their any fleeting chances of top 4 hopes alive. This is Kulusevski, right hand side, edge of the box, pulls it back in towards the path for James Maddison, who was lurking in the near post, and it's cleared away by Burnley. It's going to fall for Sarr on the right hand side, and about 25 yards out from goal. Short towards Porro, now back in towards the possession of Romero. Porro towards Basuma in the centre, has two up against him, out towards Porro. Maddison, edge of the box, throws it through in towards the path of Porro, but it's cleared away by Esteve, who stops it before Porro could find it, but it's going to be one back by Maddison. Edge of the box, short towards Son, edge of the D, moves infield towards the centre, shifts it out towards Brennan Johnson on the left hand side. Johnson back to Son, edge of the area, inside the box, has never on his left boot, which comes off of Josh Cullen in the end, and out for a Tottenham Hotspur corner on the left hand side as they attack. 5.5 minutes of this second half gone. It's Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1 here. We're here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Tottenham's 4th corner of the game compared to the 2 of Burnley so far. It's going to be whipped in on the right boot of James Maddison from the left-hand side. Towards the near post, flicked away by O'Shea. Odegaard playing him out of it inside the penalty area, and eventually Tottenham win it back before being cleared by Burnley. Porro towards Kulusevski on the right-hand side. Up against Cullen. Ball goes out of play. Tottenham throw. Last touch coming off of the only central midfielder. Captain for the Clarets this afternoon. A day where their obligation to the Championship could be confirmed. Only a win will do for them, and that may not still be enough if Nottingham Forest get the better of Chelsea in the late kick. Porro played through towards Pape Sarr on the right-hand side. Comes off of Coutinho and out for a throw. It's going to be taken by Porro, right-hand side, 25 yards out. Goal, short towards Son Heung-min. Porro once again. Son once more. Back in the path of Bissouma towards Porro. In space towards the edge of the penalty area. Looking to hook it back up against Taylor. He manages to get it away for Burnley. Only as far as Bissouma, who recovers it on the near side. This is Romero. 15 yards inside opposition territory. Van der Ven lays it out in towards the path of Skip. Pape Sarr in possession now. Towards Maddison in the middle. First time pass towards Porro. Maddison once more. Cross goes into the area towards the back stick, where it's brought down by Johnson. Looking to flash it across goal towards Son. It's cleared away by Burnley. And then the flag goes up for offside against Brennan Johnson. 2.5 gone. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. So reminder as well that we'll have the Championship playoffs for you. That begins tomorrow. Every single game is live here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Norwich up against Leeds and West Bromwich Albion up against Southampton. Both of those games will be both legs of both ties here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, plus the final, which will be at Wembley Stadium on Sunday the 26th of May, 3 o'clock kick-off. That is live here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. This is Bissouma inside his own penalty area for Spurs. Flashes it forward towards the halfway. Flicked on by Charlie Taylor, who recovers it for Burnley, but it's going to come back out towards Maddison. Sarr making the run on the left-hand side, as is Johnson, who drives forward down that flank. Around about 25 yards out from goal. Gets on the inside of Aston. Johnson towards Maddison, edge of the area. Has a shot from the side of his right boot. Comes off of Cullen. It's going to be one back by Asino. Now looks to drive down the right flank for Burnley. Loses out towards Sarr, who drives forward. Asino still down on the ground. Sarr in field towards Maddison. Out towards Son, edge of the area, inside the box now on the right-hand side. He's got Porro in support. Porro flashes it towards goal and hits the side netting in the process on his right boot. Opportunity for Spurs. I don't know whether that was a cross that didn't quite work out, whether he went directly for goal, but nonetheless it finds the side netting. Go out for a Burnley goal kick. 54 on the clock. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. A reminder also, we will have the Champions League final for you at the beginning of next month. Borussia Dortmund up against Real Madrid. Kick-off in that one from 8 o'clock. You can also keep up to date with all of the build-up and all of the post-match analysis from the Champions League final from Wembley on the Flash Score app, as Sino moves his way forward, goes down to the ground under the challenge of Oliver Skipp, who's going to be the latest player to find himself in the notebook of Jared Gillett this afternoon. Kind of just picking up the play on the halfway, and then Sino driving through, and then Skipp tugging his shirt and then bringing him down to the ground as a consequence of that. And it's going to be a free kick to the Clarets in quite a promising position. 10 minutes this second half gone. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1, the score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Going to be taken around about 30 yards out from goal on the right-hand side as Burnley attack in this second period. Tottenham line up their ball towards the edge of the penalty box. The two players over at Brun Larsen and Josh Cullen. It's going to be left for Brun Larsen to take. In terms of the foul count, 8 apiece in this contest so far. Larsen over this free kick for Burnley. He's going to strike it in on his right boot from round about 30 yards out on the right-hand side as Jared Gillett just sorts out some pushing and shoving towards the edge of the penalty area. But under the instructions of the referee, we should be able to get this free kick taken. But Larsen to swing in, right-footed. the right-hand side, 30 yards out, swung in towards the penalty area, but Carvio standing alert in the 6-yard box and Conquer catching the ball, releases it out towards Kulusevski, who tried to move his way forward. Last touch came off of Sinon, and out of play for a Tottenham throw-in on the right-hand side on the halfway as Vincent Kompany issues the instructions to his players on the pressure playing this weekend. He said he didn't describe the game as a high-pressure match. He said if you go into this weekend protecting a 2-point lead, I can see how that's a different mindset. Perhaps I've been trying to convince myself by saying there's no pressure at the moment. But in this case, I genuinely believe it's all opportunity for us. Well, last opportunity saloon for them in terms of preserving their Premier League status this afternoon. This is Kulusevski losing out towards Taylor, now into the path of Odegaard, left-hand side, edge of the penalty area, inside the box it goes, sets inside, Odegaard with an effort for the laces of his right boot, deflection comes off of Christian Romero. It's going to go out of play for a Burnley corner on the left-hand side, and Wilson Odegaard causing some real problems there. Tailoring the ball back in towards the path of Odegaard, who moved infield from the left-hand side, detached from Kulusevski, detached from Romero. The last touch comes off of the back heel of the right boot of Romero, and a play for a Burnley corner on the left-hand side. 57 minutes gone, Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1. And it's going to be a corner to be taken by Brun Larsen. It's going to be swung in on his right boot from this left-hand side. 57.5 minutes played, Tottenham 1, Burnley 1. Brun Larsen with the corner. The training operation. Swung in right-footed towards the back stick. Flicked on loosely by Dara O'Shea, who's got an eye for goal. 3 Premier League goals this season have all come with his head. Will now cause it in right-footed towards the back stick, where it's flicked on and flicked just over the bar by Makime Esteve, the centre-back. It was a glancing header which just went over the top right-hand post, and a good opportunity that for Burnley. Pape Sarr not making the jump at the back for Tottenham, and so it allowed Esteve the time to have the header. I don't think he expected the chance to have the header, which is probably why he didn't strike it as cleanly as he did. But Burnley will feel that the opportunity is beginning to open. It's kind of following a similar pattern of the first half, where Tottenham had the better of the play for the first quarter of an hour or so, couldn't quite make anything happen of it, and Burnley were then able to go in the game, and then they got that opener by Jakob Brun Larsen after Sander Berg pulled clear, and the skip was unable to defend his lines. And up the other end, this is Asino looking to drive his way forward, but sees a foul on Skip, and it's going to be a free kick to Tottenham on the left-hand side, midway inside their own half. 58.5 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1. Maddison in possession out towards the left-hand side, towards Romero. This is Maddison driving down that left-hand flank. He's got Son in support, as to Kulusevski, but Maddison inside the area. He's going to go himself, has an effort, saved by Munich. On his left foot, James Maddison there with a cute effort. This is Johnson who wins it back though for Spurs, cleared away by a Sinon. Maddison regathering again, but the last touch comes off of Brun Larsen for a Tottenham Hotspur throw on the far side, adjacent towards the penalty spot. 59 minutes gone. Maddison driving free on the right hand side, moves in field, and then put the effort away. This is Basuma though now for Tottenham, goes back in towards the possession of Van der Ven. Christian Romero in the centre, 15 yards inside the Burnley half. Goes out towards Kulusevski. Sets in field to get the cross in. It wasn't quite on. So it's Romero to Basuma, and now to Son, who's got Potter out to the right hand side. Exactly who he finds towards the edge of the penalty area. Being put under pressure by Vitinha. Short towards Basuma. Inside the box. Turning now is Kulusevski towards the byline. Cuts it back in, but it's going to be cleared away by Vitinha for Burnley. Foot race on the halfway between Foster and Van der Ven is going to be won by the Tottenham defender, but it's a heavy touch which you'll see it out for a Burnley throw on the right hand flank as they attack, and 5 yards inside the Tottenham Hotspur half. An hour gone here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1. Jakob Brun Larsen giving the visitors the lead in the 24th minute before Pedro Porro equalised the 32nd minute mark. They've had the best opportunities at the beginning of the second half, but they haven't been able to to anything from it, and Burnley going to have to do something they haven't done all season. They failed to be the team in the top half of the Premier League table this term, and they've picked up just 3 points from each of those 19 meetings, and now Spurs come up the other end. Pape Sarr, Kulusevski inside the penalty area, right hand side towards the byline, snuffed out in the end by Sander Berger, out for a Tottenham corner on the right-hand flank as they attack. 61 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Burnley 1 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Maddison to swing in a corner, right-footed from the right-hand side for Spurs. The arm goes up, the ball's going to be delivered in towards the penalty area, in towards the back stick where it's flicked on by Van der Ven, but cleared away by Burnley. Hooked away towards the half where Oliver Skip finds himself in possession for Ange Postecoglou's side. This is Basuma just beyond the halfway, back towards Skip inside his own half. Now Pedro Porro on the halfway, out towards the far right-hand side and towards Kulusevski. Porro making the overlapping run, but looking to move it infield towards Maddison. Porro demanding the ball after he made the run, but Kulusevski making, in Pedro Porro's mind, was the wrong decision, and the ball trickles out of play for a goal kick. All under the watchful eye of Ange Postecoglou, who is yet to make a change. Neither manager has made a change as we head into the 63rd minute of this contest, but it's going to be Kime Esteve to take the goal kick for Burnley, short towards Muric. We've had a couple of issues with distribution so far in this game, maybe perhaps behind the decision to do that. Tottenham nearly coming away with the ball. Dara O'Shea though bringing down James Maddison, and it's going to be a free kick to Spurs midway inside the Burnley half on the left-hand side. 62 and a half minutes played. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1 here in the Premier League at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. A reminder, Manchester United against Arsenal live tomorrow afternoon from 4:30. Spurs v Man City live on Tuesday night from 8, and then Arsenal against Everton, Man City v West Ham for the final day of the Premier League season live with us. Maddison then with the free kick. It's going to be struck around about 35 yards out from goal on the left-hand side. He's going to swing into the area on his right foot. Chipped in, teased in, looking to find Romero, flicked away by Burnley, recovered by Basuma. Back to goal is Christian Romero inside the area, back towards Porro, out towards Kulusevski, right hand side, edge of the box up against Foster. Cross goes in towards the back stick, but it's going to be a comfortable take at the back post by Nenad Muric in the Burnley goal. Minor what's happening elsewhere then in the Premier League this afternoon. West Ham have found an equalising goal against Luton, 1-1 in that one. James Ward-Prowse with the equalising goal for West Ham. Picked up the ball from a rebounder from the edge of the box. He unleashed a low shot in towards the bottom left-hand corner. Thomas Kaminski is unable to keep the ball out of the net. 1-1 there. Meanwhile here, Odegaard in possession for Burnley. Crossfield ball in towards the area towards Brun Larsen. Vicario comes out. Brun Larsen gets there towards the byline. Does well to keep it in play on the right-hand flank, but is forced into a little bit of trouble. This is Cullen. Back towards Berger. 25 yards out more centrally now. Out in towards the possession of Brun Larsen once more. Cullen. Brun Larsen right-hand side. He's got Oliver Skip for company. Short towards Berger, almost intercepted by Maddison, but it's going to come back out towards Esteve. Berger in possession. One back by Pape Sarr. Now Spurs away. He's got Brennan Johnson in support. It's 3-on-2. Sarr goes to ground under the challenge of Sander Berger, who's going to concede a free kick, but I think he'll be happy to take the yellow card and run when you consider the position that Pape Sarr was in. He was around about 30 yards out from goal. He had Brennan Johnson darting forward alongside him. He would have been one-on-one with Muric in the Burnley goal. And so Towers would be happy to concede the free kick and go. The third Burnley player to find his way into the book this afternoon. Charlie Taylor and Josh Cullen also doing so. 65 minutes gone, 25 minutes to play. As things stand, this result would send Burnley down. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1. It's a result really that would do neither side any good, because Tottenham would be 6 points behind Aston Villa, with both teams with 6 points left to play for. I mean, any point from the final two for Aston Villa tomorrow would guarantee Champions League football next season, and they take on they take on Liverpool on Monday night. Meanwhile here, Tottenham with a free kick. It's both Potter and Maddison over it, ran about 30 yards out. Maddison strikes it short towards Johnson, inside the penalty area, back towards Maddison again, towards Basuma, edge of the D. Kulusevski out to the right-hand side, exactly who he finds, edge of the box, cross goes in, left-footed, towards the back post, flicked on by Christian Romero, glance header straight at Muric in the Burnley goal. Kulusevski with the ball into the box. He's teasing one on his left foot, flicked on by Romero. Glance header towards the top left-hand post, but it's a comfortable take by Muric. And now Burnley look to move forward, and Coutinho sees nobody's there in terms of support, and then as soon as he makes the run, the flag goes up for offside against him. 66 gone, and a piece the scoreline. A reminder then of the rest of our Premier League offerings then this season. Tomorrow, Man United Arsenal 4:30. Monday, Aston Villa Liverpool from Villa Park 8 o'clock. Tuesday, Tottenham Man City from the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium from 8. Then Wednesday, Brighton against Chelsea, Manchester United against Newcastle, and then all 10 final day games in this Premier League season will be live with you here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. As Brennan Johnson for the ball, but was brought down from Larson under the challenge of James Maddison, who I think is going to be the latest to be booked here by Jared Gillett. Hauling Maddison down just beyond the halfway. Johnson was searching for it on the left-hand side, and Larson is indeed the latest player to find himself in the book, the Burnley goal scorer. So Tottenham free kick, left-hand side, 10 yards inside the opposition half. It's going to be taken by James Maddison. 4 yellow cards to 2 now for Burnley in this particular match. This is Johnson, left-hand side, into the box up against Casino. Looks across in right-footed. Follow making chase. Half-hearted chase. Kulusevski looking to stop Charlie Taylor from launching it forward, and will indeed see it go out of play. And Tottenham can reset with the Burnley goal kick. Well, 22 minutes of normal time plus stoppage time to go, and for the Burnley supporters, a fate which has probably felt sealed for a long time now looks set to be confirmed this afternoon. Relegation back down to the Championship at the first attempt, and the ball's on back loosely by Kulusevski inside the penalty area. He can really punish here. Has an effort side-footed on his left boot in towards the bottom left-hand corner, but it's caught by Muric in the Burnley goal. Well, that would have been a goal conceded, which really would have typified Burnley's season. Straight from Muric, playing it out from the back. Moving out was Esteve, and then Kulusevski gets on the end of it inside the penalty area, takes a touch, works it inside to his left boot. That's a curled effort from there, looking to wrap it in towards the bottom left-hand corner, but it was a comfortable take for Muric in the Tottenham Hotspur goal. 68.5 minutes gone. Spurs 1, Burnley 1. In terms of attempt stats in this game, 15-7 in Spurs' favour, and 6 shots on target compared to the 3 of Burnley in this particular contest. The ball goes back in towards the path of Muric. Song pressing and giving chase. Out towards the right-hand side. One back by Tottenham, who've been the better side since the break. It was an even contest in the first half, but Burnley have had a little bit of joy when they managed to move their way forward. They do so again. Odegaard shifted out in towards the path of Brun Larsen, right-hand side, trying to get his footing together, then looked to try and play it forward in towards the path of Lyle Foster, who, if he made the run, would have been in an offside position, so didn't attempt to do so, and so the ball is going to fall into the arms of Guillermo Vicario in the Tottenham Hotspur goal. Elsewhere then in the Premier League this afternoon, West Ham had taken the lead against Luton Town 2-1 at the London Stadium. Thomas Souček with the strike, the ball rebounding and arriving at the feet of Souček just outside the box. He doesn't think twice and fired a brilliant shot into the bottom left-hand corner. His attempt was beyond the reach of Thomas Kaminski, and it was 2-1 to the Hammers at the London Stadium. What is David Moyes' last game in charge at the London Stadium this afternoon before he departs for pastures new next season, and that would mean Luton will find themselves on 26 points, still with a mathematical chance if Nottingham Forest lose to Chelsea in the 5:30 kick-off, but that'll give Burnley a bit of a incentive as we enter the final 20 minutes here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, and I think the Burnley fans have just got wind of that goal as well. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1, and Tottenham moving forward here with Kulusevski. It's going to be snuffed out though by Dara O'Shea, but one back by Kulusevski on the right-hand side towards the corner flag at the byline. A bit of a wiggle between him and O'Shea, getting involved in a little bit of a WWE type wrestle, but Burnley come away with the ball. Burt back in towards the possession of Charlie Taylor, goes out towards Odegaard again on the halfway. Tottenham keeping a tight line, ball lofted over the top and find Brun Larsen, but the So Van der Ven will win it back for Spurs and all the way back towards Vicario between the sticks. Maddison short in towards the path of Ibasum. Out in towards the path of Pape Tsar. Driving down this left-hand side for Tottenham. He's got Brennan Johnson in support. He's got Sander Berger up against him. Maddison 35 yards down the centre. Short along the line towards Son, who turns his back to goal. Edge of the D. Son plays out to Pedro Porro on the right-hand side, who has an effort first time on his right boot, but it's a scuffed effort from him, which goes well wide of target. Again, another possibility where he could have flashed it across goal, but again goes directly for it. Kulusevski was lurking in and around the penalty spot, but he had a couple of defenders alongside him, and so that's why Porro went directly for the strike. But he just couldn't keep his footing together there. 71.5 gone. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1, and Burnley are going to make their first change of the afternoon. Coutinho. Afternoon will come to an end, and anyone in his place for the final 20 minutes is be Benson Manuel. His first touch is to see the ball out towards the path of Brun Larsen. Inside the penalty area for Burnley. Back in towards the path of the substitute on the edge. He tried to get an effort away. Cleared away by Tottenham and by Kulusevski in the end. And as soon as he's been on the pitch as Benson, he is now himself down on the deck after having a bit of a collision with Ibasumi. You can't say he hasn't had an instant impact on the game. Left towards the edge of the D. One of his first touches could have been a goal-scoring touch, but he collides into the back of the right leg of Ibasuma. Both players down on the ground. So it gives us an opportunity to tell you what is happening elsewhere in the Premier League this afternoon. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0, Everton 1, Sheffield United 0, Newcastle 1, Brighton 1, and West Ham United 2, Luton Town 1. Maybe you can keep up to date with all the other 3 o'clock commentaries this afternoon on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service in the Scottish Championship. Celtic got the better of Rangers in the early kick-off by 2-1. In the 3 o'clock games in the Championship group, Hearts beating Dundee by 2-0, and Kilmarnock leads St Mirren by 1-0 as we enter the final 16.5 minutes here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. And Benson, as soon as he's found himself on the field, is walking a little bit gingerly off it, having required attention from the medical team. And Tottenham are going to make a change of their own here, and they bring on Radu Dragusin, the Romanian international, and Scarlett and Rodrigo Bentancur are going to be coming on here for Energy Postecoglou's side. Play right now is going to start with a drop ball. Oliver Skipp's going to come off in place of Dragusin. By one, isn't it? These substitutions. Looks like Dejan Kulusevski is going to be the man. He's going to be replaced by Dane Scarlett. And in terms of the final substitution, it's Ibasuma who's going to be replaced by Bentancur. So Energy Postecoglou rolling the dice 3 times here with a quarter of an hour left to play. 75th minute mark has been passed here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. 1-1 between Spurs and Burnley here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's Burnley that took the lead midway through the first half before Tottenham then picked them back to the post a few minutes later. And this score would send Burnley down to the Championship and would mean that Tottenham would require not just one snooker, not just 2 snookers, but probably every single snooker available. This is Bentancur, goes out towards Son, edge of the area, infield it goes. Van der Ven flakes it across, looking to find Brennan Johnson at the back stick, but Muric alert in the near post to gather the ball for Burnley. Just suddenly the substitutes injecting a new life into Tottenham here. Son Heung-min playing the infield ball in towards the possession of Mickey van der Ven, who played it across goal but cleared away by Burnley, held by Muric, now gets it away from danger, but it's going to go out for a Tottenham throw, which is going to be taken by Pedro Porro on the right hand side, midway inside Burnley territory, back in towards the possession of Christian Romero. This is Bentancur now towards Dragus in the substitute. He's filling in the role of centre defence. Skip was playing out to the left hand side, and so Mickey van der Ven is being moved out into more of a wing back role. Porro still situating himself on the right hand side, and Romero is still in the centre. Maddison forward he goes in towards the path of Brennan Johnson, but Muric comes out, clears the ball away. Tottenham throwing right hand side. Muric cycles his way back because the throw is taken quickly, almost fell towards Scarlett. If he got a touch inside the penalty area on his left boot, he would have been in on goal. It's cleared away by Burnley. There's 2 balls on the pitch. It falls towards Pedro Porro. Play has to stop. Porro stopping play, and it's going to have to restart with an uncontested drop ball, and that would be annoying because Tottenham felt they were just beginning to create an opening there. Romero towards Maddison, through the middle in towards the path of Scarlett. Maddison again, 30 yards out from goal for Tottenham, shifted out to the right hand side. Johnson, edge of the penalty area, back towards Pedro Porro. Porro, cross goes in, right foot, it takes the deflection en route, and it's going to fall comfortably in towards the arms of Muric in the Burnley goal. 77.5 minutes played. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1. 12.5 minutes left to go here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Reminder, Forest, who could be safe today, take on Chelsea at the City Ground in the late kick-off. And here's Song for Spurs. Left-hand side, inside the penalty area. Inside he goes, looks to track it back, goes for goal towards the back post, and it was Brennan Johnson who was there, but he can only blast it wide. All he had to do was tap it home to make it 2-1 to Tottenham, but he couldn't steer it goal bound. It was recovered on the halfway by Spurs, in towards the path of Son, who drove down that left-hand side. Gets the better of Dara O'Shea, so the penalty for playing it across on his left boot, in towards the back stick, when Brennan Johnson comes sliding in. Couldn't quite get a clean touch on it on his left boot, but he may be reprieved here. Scarlett inside the penalty area, cuts inside. Burnley managed to get it away in the end by Esteve sticking a leg out. Comes back in towards the path of Brennan Johnson, right hand side edge of the box. Pedro Porro now. Scarlett back to goal inside the penalty area, recovers it second time, but it's going to be cleared away by O'Shea for Burnley. And now they look to move up the other end. Now it's becoming a little bit more end-to-end like the first half was. Benson right hand side, 5 yards inside the Tottenham half. Play just relaxed somewhat. Sander Berg in towards the path of Odegaard. Shuffles it out towards the left-hand side and in towards the path of Taylor. 30 yards out from the Tottenham Hotspur goal. This is Sander Berger in possession. Turning now is Josh Cullen, but it's recovered by Maddison, who was driving forward, but it's not under the challenge of Josh Cullen, but Tottenham come away with it again, and it's Brennan Johnson driving down this right-hand side for Spurs, towards the edge of the penalty, a slip through is Christian Romero, plays it back towards Dave Scarlett, sits on the penalty spot, it falls to Pape Sarr, it's paid away by Muric, and it's pulled back in again by Christian Romero, looking to find Sarr a second time, and Burnley somehow managed to clear their lines. But it's all attack for Tottenham right now. Romero, who perhaps the one time he hasn't had a go at goal was the one time he should have, slips it back to Pape Sarr. It's cleared away. And now Bentancur as we approach a frantic and frenetic final 10 minutes here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Finally poised at 1 apiece. We'll go out of play. Burnley throw on the left-hand side as they move forward, 30 yards out from their own goal. Final 10 minutes then here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham 1, Burnley 1. The score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. West Ham have added a third against Luton at the London Stadium. Looks like their fate is also going to be set to be sealed this afternoon. Mohamed Kudus providing a sweet pass and picking out George Murphy inside the penalty area. He quickly takes a shot which goes into the bottom right-hand corner. Past Minsky, right. Tresor will come on for Brun Larsen for the final 10 minutes or so that remain here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. As it's accompanied to chat with the fourth official, so Mike Tresor coming on, Belgian. Going to make an instant impact on the game. Had the ball on the halfway, but it's cleared away by Tottenham, who had the ball with Maddison. Goes out towards Son on the left-hand side, driving it Aston. Steps inside of him. Can't quite get his footing together inside the penalty area, but manages to shift it back to Van der Ven. Back to Son once more. 25 yards out. Left-hand side for Tottenham was put under pressure by Benson. This is Dragusin, and towards the possession of Christian Romero. Cut out by Burnley before finding Brennan Johnson, but it is going to go out for a throw. In terms of possession stats, first half was 59-41 in Spurs' favour. They added another 10% on that in the second half. 69% compared to the 31% of Burnley. This is Pape Sarr in possession for Spurs in the middle. 10 yards inside opposition territory. This is Christian Romero shorting towards the path of Bentancur. Now Maddison slipping it forward in towards the path of Van der Ven. Inside the area, Van der Ven makes it 2-1 Tottenham. Slots it home on his left boot in towards the bottom left-hand corner. That could be the goal that rejuvenates their Champions League hopes, and that could be the goal that sends Burnley to the Championship. 8 minutes to go at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It's Spurs 2, Burnley 1, and here's Mickey Van der Ven with a goal. A rueful look on the face of Vincent Kompany in the Burnley dugout. The inquest begins from a Burnley perspective. And Mickey Van der Ven, who holds his arms aloft, taking the adulation of the main stand here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. It was Maddison with a pass through in towards his path, picks it up on the edge of the D before then bringing it inside towards the penalty area and then shovels it home for the side of his left foot in towards the bottom left-hand corner, past the diving Muric in the Burnley goal. And that could be the goal that sends Burnley down to the Championship. That could be the goal that just keeps Tottenham's hopes afloat. Mickey Van der Ven with his third Premier League goal of the season, and perhaps the most crucial goal that he has scored in the lily-white of Tottenham Hotspur. 3-0 they lead. Sorry, 2-1 they lead with 8 minutes to go. Maddison in possession on the halfway. Now they're going for the throw. It goes out in towards the path of Brennan Johnson on the right-hand side. Johnson inside the box has an effort on his right foot which flashes across goal but goes wide of the mark, and out of play will go for it. Burnley throwing on the right-hand flank as they'll attack. Burnley now need to find 2 goals. Draw does no good for them. Only a win will do. Conversely, if Tottenham do manage to succumb this position, Aston Villa will play in the Champions League next season. Ball edged forward towards Mike Tresor, but recovered well by Pedro Porro. Pape Sarr towards Bentancur. Maddison on the halfway. Chips it out towards the left-hand side and in towards the path of Son Heung-min towards the left-hand corner flag. Up against the Sinon. Inside the penalty area. Cuts inside. Plays it back. Maddison with an effort on his left boot. Comes off of Josh Cullen. And out of play it will go for a Tottenham Hotspur corner with 5.5 minutes left to play. Maddison had chipped it towards Son. It was nearly made by Maddison and finished by Maddison. Son playing it back in towards his path inside the penalty area. First time effort on his left foot. The top it goes, and they'll go for a Tottenham corner. On the right hand side as they attack, it's going to be swung in on the right boot of James Maddison. 5 minutes to go. Tottenham Hotspur 2, Burnley 1. Maddison's corner in towards the penalty. It's not flicked on, but it's a great save by Muric, who parried it away from Christian Romero's header. Smack bang on the penalty spot. Romero getting the better of Tresor. Muric, a reaction save, parrying it away with his right hand towards the bottom left-hand post. And if Burnley do find a way back in it, they'll be thankful for that hand. So Maddison to take the corner, this time on the left-hand flank. He's going to once again swing it in on his right foot towards the near post, parried away by Muric. It's going to come back out to Bentancur, who flicks it back in towards the path for James Maddison. Bentancur once more. Pedro Porro midway inside the Burnley half in the centre. Shifts it out to the right and towards Brennan Johnson. Making the overlap is Porro up against Asinon. Gets the better of him. But loses his footing and Burnley managed to come back with the ball. Interception by Pape Sarr, but the phone's going to be in Burnley's direction and it's going to be a free kick and a yellow card against Pape Sarr for a tackle on Wilson Odegaard. Pape Sarr, the third Tottenham player in the book this afternoon, joining one of his skip and James Maddison on a caution. Charlie Taylor, George Cullen, Sander Berger and Jacob Brun-Larsen, the players that have been booked for Burnley this afternoon, as they look like they're going to make their final couple of changes. Are the Clarets their final throws of the dice? It's going to be David Datro Fofana and Zeki Amdouni that are going to come on for the final few minutes. It's going to be Lyle Foster and Josh Cullen that come off. For those final few minutes here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Tottenham also going to make a couple of changes. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg and Giovanni Lo Celso coming on for the final few minutes. And it's going to be James Maddison to a standing ovation here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium that's going to come off. And the roof has come off the place in terms of giving a round of applause to him. Standing ovation for him as he departs. He's been influential to everything that's been good for Spurs today. Setting up the assist for the second goal. He's going to be replaced by Giovanni Lo Celso. And Pape Sarr is going to be the other player to depart us this evening. And he's going to be replaced by Pierre-Emile Højbjerg for the final couple of minutes that remain. 2 minutes plus stoppage time. That is what remains for Burnley in the Premier League. Now, some people were accepting of this fate for a long while now. A couple of smiles from a Burnley perspective, but I think that's more in jest than anything else. Well, there was big ambitions with Burnley when Vincent Kompany took them up last season, 100 points to get them into the Premier League, but they decided to stick with their principles and stick with their styles of play, and unfortunately for them, they were found out at this level. There was glimpses, particularly towards the end of the season, that things were improving, but it was a case of too little, too late. And it looks like it's going to be another campaign in the second tier. Burnley will become just the 9th side in Premier League history to be relegated 4 times or more. Most, that's no surprise, Norwich City with 6 relegations from the Premier League since 1992. The most all-time, incidentally, Birmingham City with 9. Final minute of normal time here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs leading Burnley by 2-1. Sander Berger in possession in the middle. There will be some time added on, you feel, at the end of this one. This is Benson in towards the possession of Asinon, who goes down to the ground inside the penalty area. Burnley appeal for a penalty. The fans just to the side of the incident do. Referee Jared Gillett doesn't have anything to make of it. It was a little bit clumsy by Son in the penalty area, but it doesn't look like he gets a forceful contact, and so Asinon, who's still down on the ground and rolling around on the deck in some considerable discomfort. He's going to get the decision his way as we tick beyond the 90 minutes here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Asinon still receiving attention and treatment. His teammate Daro Say is telling him to get up off the ground because of the desperation of the situation. 6 minutes incidentally been added on at the end here. Just a reminder what's happening elsewhere. 1-1 between Newcastle and Brighton. Newcastle have a goal ruled out by VAR. Bournemouth have found an equaliser against Brentford of the Vitality. 1-1 there. West Ham 3. Luton 1. But the pressing situation here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium is Burnley is 6 minutes away from relegation as Asinon and O'Shea have a confrontation with one another. And I think he's also boiled over into the disciplinary affairs of the referee. He's the man, Lorenzo Sinon, the Frenchman, who has just completely combusted amidst the situation. And he's tested the referee's patience too far, and he's going to pick up a yellow card. Much to the frustration of Vincent Kompany in the Burnley dugout. Well, we're a minute and a half into stoppage time, but we haven't kicked a ball in second half stoppage time, so there's still another 7.5 minutes to play here. Tottenham 2, Burnley 1. The cries have come on from Vincent Kompany in the Burnley dugout, who himself has been yellow carded. Tottenham find a third here. It will condemn Burnley's fate. Son, edge of the area, left hand side, up against the Sinon, steps inside of him. Son towards the byline, pulls it back, looking to find Højbjerg. Cleared away by Burnley in the end. Towards the path of Benson on the right hand side, gets the better of Van der Ven, 10 yards from the edge of the Tottenham Hotspur half. There's one back on the halfway by James Maddison, by Højbjerg, my apologies. That's off the pitch, of course. It's been a long, hot day here in North London this afternoon. Back in towards the path of Muir, it goes for Burnley. Launches it forward. It's direct, it's route one, it's all it can be for them right now. In towards the possession of Benson, now to David Fofana. Right hand side towards the corner flag, looking to wriggle free of Radu Dragusin. Isn't able to do so, and the ball's going to head out of play. It's going to be a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Midway through stoppage time, added on at the end of the second period. It's Tottenham 2, Burnley 1. The score here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service as the clock ticks down as to the sands of time for Burnley and their survival hopes in the Premier League this season. Ball goes out of play. It's going to be a throwing to the Clarets. Well, the owners here this afternoon, and the owners with big work to do in the summer, big decisions to be made, possibly on the manager, possibly of the recruitment, possibly of the players. For Burnley fans, well, it's going to be a straight return to the second tier. They had the most incredible of rides last year when they won the Championship at somewhat of a canter, but the Premier League this term, for all three of the promoted sides, have not correlated this term. Son on the left-hand side, up against Daroshay, cross goes in, cleared out by Maxime Esteve, and it's going to be another corner kick to Spurs on the left-hand side. 2 and a bit minutes of stoppage time at the end of this second half to be played. Hearts 3-0 up against Dundee in the Scottish Premiership Championship group. Going to take a shot by Son, back in towards the path of Mickey van der Ven, now towards Dragusin. Porto in the centre, 25 yards out, entering the penalty area now as he moves out towards the right hand side, back in towards the path of Højbjerg, now towards Bentancur, on the halfway Christian Romero, forward it goes in towards the path of Højbjerg, in towards Johnson, in on goal, squares it across towards Dane Scarlett at the back post. The last touch coming off at Dara O'Shea, and out of play for a Tottenham corner. Brentford, by the way, the vitality have found the winner against Bournemouth, 2-1 in that one. 90 seconds to go. Tottenham pushing for a third, which will confirm the points here and would confirm and condemn Burnley to the Championship. To be taken on the right hand side. It's going to be swung in, right footed in towards the near post. Bentancur is making the run, but it's going to be comfortably held by Muric between the sticks. Final minute then of stoppage time to go here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, where it started so well for Burnley. Jacob Brum-Larsen gave them the lead midway through the first half, and they're through on goal here at the other end, but a great challenge there by Dragusin just stops Benson from making his way through on goal. Brum-Larsen gave Burnley the lead midway through the first half before Tottenham equalise with Pedro Pon in the 32nd minute. Mickey van der Ven, 8 minutes from time. His goal, the difference between these two sides, but Bentancur conceding a free kick, bringing down Sander Berge. They're going to have to find 2 goals quickly here, Burnley. And so if they're going to keep any faint hopes alive, they're going to have to score from this particular set piece as Tottenham throw the ball away to try and eats up another couple of precious seconds. Goalkeeper Muric has come forward. That's the sort of desperate times and the desperate measures that Burnley find themselves in. It's going to be Trezor to take the free kick. Left-hand side, around about 30 yards out. He's going to swing it in on his right boot. Last chance saloon for the Clarets. Swung in towards the back post, but a couple of Tottenham players went down to the ground. It's going to be a free kick to Spurs, and Muric comes pedalling back towards his own goal. And that will probably be that as far as Burnley are concerned in the Premier League. And actually Muric who during the foul alongside David Fofana. All eyes now on Jarred Gillett. We're in time beyond added time here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs 2, Burnley 1. Cario over the goal kick, the free kick. Launched forward, beyond the halfway. We await the whistle, a whistle that will come, and the Clarets will be condemned to the Championship. Burnley have been relegated from the Premier League. Their 1 year stay in the top flight comes to an end following defeat here at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium this afternoon. A season which promised so much of Vincent Kompany's side has ended in severe and bitter disappointment. They will have to go again in the second tier next term. As for Tottenham Hotspur, it's a victory which keeps their hopes of Champions League qualification alive. It forces Aston Villa now to get a result at Anfield against Liverpool at Villa Park on Monday night. It started so well for Burnley. Jacob Brun-Larsen giving them the lead midway through the first half, but it was quickly pegged back by Pedro Porro 32 minutes in, and then 8 minutes from time it was the tall, fast Dutchman Mickey van der Ven that found the winner for Tottenham Hotspur. For the Burnley supporters out towards the far side, they stood in silence but stood to applaud their players off. It's been a trying, testing season for them, and their relegation confirmed this afternoon.
Arsenal as it stands at the top of the table with 85 points on the board. It's Tottenham next, West Ham on the final day. Win those two and they will be champions. If Arsenal beat Man United tomorrow, we are going down to the wire on that final day. Let's get the thoughts of Pep Guardiola. He's with Jules Breach.
Congratulations. 2 points clear at the top of the Premier League table, 21 games unbeaten now. What did you like most about your team's performance today?
Everything, the incredible pressure we are playing for, but this group of players for many years, they'll enjoy a lot to play with this pressure, and we make a solid performance except the first 5-10 minutes. Like it's normal, they are so aggressive. But after the first action, we make a lot, I would say, a lot of passes. We make a lot of action through the passes, and after the game came down, we took the game in our hands. We concede few and we create a lot, and yeah, good results. So next Tuesday the final. We have the real final next Tuesday.
You talk about the pressure that the players are dealing with now. They look quite relaxed. It doesn't look like the pressure is getting to them. No,
relaxed we are not. Otherwise we cannot perform that well. But they know that they have to win, to do something like anyone has done. So we want is have arrived, the last game at home with the destiny in our hands. So for that we need to win the game against SPURS.
A man of the match performance for Josko Gvardiol. 2 goals for him today. That's 5 in 7 games now, and he even had the chance for a hat trick. What have you done with him?
Himself, he moved really well with both feet. So normally that left footer is difficult to control with the right. It's completely the opposite. He feels more comfortable with the right than the left. And the goal he scored could have signed the best wingers in the planet. So the composure he has in front of the goal is really, really good. And really pleased.
And a big embrace for Phil Foden when he came off. It's 25 goals for the season for him now, and another brilliant performance.
Another one, yeah, he helped us again to win the game. So it's 2 games left. 2 games left for this tough competition, the Premier League, and recovery soon, because on Tuesday will be another one, and against a team like is so intense, so aggressive in a stadium like always we struggle. But we won this season FA Cup. We know exactly what we have to do, and we're going to try to do it.
And you mentioned it's not been done before. 4 Premier League titles in a row. That's what you're aiming for. If you were to do it, how big an achievement would that be?
Ask me that at the end of the last game of the season. So now it's be relaxed, recover well. So because we don't have just 3 days, and one step at a time. But of course we have this challenge in our head from long time ago.
Thanks, Pep. Well done.
You're welcome.
Thank you. But at the moment, you never know. You're right at 1-0, but
you don't know.
Fulham have got to ask a few more questions.
Yeah, I think they have to. They have to get the football first. But that's the thing. The main thing for me, if Fulham want something out of this game, is they have to be in the game with 20 minutes to go. If they concede another in the opening 10-15 minutes of the second half, then it's game over for me. They're not getting 2 goals, and they're certainly not getting 3. So they have to make sure that they don't concede like they did in the first half in the opening 15 minutes of the second half. If it's still 1-0 going into the last half hour, who knows?
I know what you're saying, and that applies normally and probably through most of the season. But today in the sunshine, early start.
Yeah, when you're a footballer, you want to go out there and play.
Yes,
You play Man City.
I've seen no evidence of them looking as though they want to be involved. Nice 5 or 10 minutes at the start.
I think they've tried.
They've
just been unable to make a dent. I don't think it's because they're not trying. I just think it's because they've not done enough of the football. If you've only got 20%, 25% in the football. No, we haven't seen a tackle. No,
challenge a little bit.
It's been very comfortable.
Show a little bit of hunger.
Very comfortable.
There's been absolutely none of that. And this is all too easy for City at the moment.
It is at the moment.
Far too easy.
We've seen a lot of games like that this season with City, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
A very happy Pep Guardiola. Arsenal fans not so happy after what they've witnessed here today. We've got a message from an Arsenal fan saying it's so demoralising going up against this Manchester City. We've been so good again this year and still won't win it. They are a machine. Pete, it must be so demoralising. Do you think, going up against this side?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely fair assessment there, isn't it? I think whatever you do, and if you give Manchester City 2 games to go to win a title, does anyone think, whoever, regardless of who it's against, Does anyone think they're going to drop points? You just can't see it. I go again. Arsenal have been magnificent this year. It's been great to watch. There's been so much positives from their point of view. But this City team's relentless. They're creating history one game at a time. And Guardiola won't get drawn on 4 titles in a row. It's never been done because they're achieving things that have never been done all the time now. I mean, they're in individual players are getting accolades that have never been done, and the team is doing the same. And I think it's only when Guardiola leaves that we'll realise quite how impressive what he's achieved here has been.
If he wins 4 in a row, do you think there's any possibility of that happening this summer, Julian, at all? To go out on that sort of high, something that's never been done before?
Tough one, that, Linz. Now you've said it, it's obviously potentially could happen because you don't know how draining this is. Like he doesn't. He may seem flat there, but the consistency, the work ethic he as an individual has to put in, the motivation he has to give to players every day, not just every week for the games, but every day. It must be tiring. So at the end of it, if he's done 4 in a row, he may recognise that and say, "Yeah, this is me." But that would surprise me. I would have been more confident saying that if it was a treble, if he was doing a double treble.
Double though.
Yeah, obviously.
Listen, not bad, is it?
Remarkable achievement.
Double top.
We're treating trophies like darts.
Well, City are. But yeah, in regards to what you're asking could happen, I don't see it happening, but listen, what he's achieved and what this group of players have achieved, where this club are now, he's leaving them in a remarkable
There was a story this week, actually, in Kicker in Germany, saying that he would be the dream choice for Bayern Chiefs, for him to go back there. Obviously, he's probably anyone's dream choice, let's be honest with you. But they obviously have that history. Apparently, he's still got an apartment there. He still loves this city.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a rebuild there, isn't there? I think at Manchester City, he's got. I don't think you've got everything you need. Essentially, the weather is the only issue he hasn't got. But everything else he's got here. I mean, the team he's got, obviously financially, very, very well off. They're going to continue to win and win and win if he stays here. The only thing is, we never saw Jurgen Klopp taking a break. We never saw that one coming. We don't know how he's feeling within himself, and also the players as well. I don't know how, because you know him better than me, Julian. How relentless he is, day in, day out.
I think that's the change. I think the rebuild isn't as appealing as you may think. I think speaking to the players, and he mentioned it himself, he's relaxed his attitude a lot more. He doesn't have to be as detailed every day because this group of players have been together a long time. And
he's got 7 who've made over 150 appearances for him. They know each other inside out.
There you go. And they'll be spreading the word. And obviously you're buying some young players, Doku, Guardiola, but you're buying experience as well. You're recruiting experience. So the messages aren't as frequent, aren't necessarily needed all the time, where obviously when he first joined the club, players were saying there was meetings relentless about training, but I don't think they happen as much now. I think he trusts the players, and the players trust that if they try to implement what he's asking, the outcomes tend to be wins.
Well, we can hear from a City fan now. They were having fun in the sun here today in London. Lloyd Scragg is with Jules Breach and Ali McCoist.
Yeah, Lloyd was one of those fans, Lindsay. He also does the 9320 podcast, so you follow this club inside out. I was chatting to a few City fans before the game, and a few of them were saying they felt a bit nervous about this one, but no need with a performance like that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I was a bit nervous, to be fair, but this team, they know at this stage of the season they've been here before. I think the players and Guardiola, with Spurs coming up, I was less nervous about this one, but I think we're in the groove, and at this kind of stage in the season, even though I thought we started quite nervously, to be fair, I think the players were a bit nervous. I think you saw, particularly when the second goal went in, the team relaxed big time.
Lloyd, what do you think? I mean, I'm not going to mess about here. I gave Guardiola the man of the match, right? But it was part of me wanted to strip him of that man in the match award when he refused to take that penalty. What was that all about?
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
what's going on there?
The fans were obviously calling for that. I mean, that would have been so good. He's a centre back, right? Playing left back, first season. What Pep asked you to do in that position is really tricky. So to kind of have the season he's had, and I think particularly since his injury, has been so good. But I actually wanted Ederson to take it because the players have said that Ederson's our best penalty taker, and I think 3-0 up, there's probably no better opportunity. But Guardiola probably would have been the popular choice.
His two finishes were excellent as well. The first one, he cuts inside, takes extra touch to compose himself, great finish, and the one at the back post was a tremendous finish.
Absolutely, yeah, and like a little bit like Haaland's in the derby last year, kind of just appeared,
keeps it down,
got on the end of it. But yeah, the first one was with his right foot. He's left-footed, so yeah, he's been a great signing.
Ali, apart from getting rage that Guardiola didn't take that penalty, what did you like most about the performance from City today?
I just thought the possession of the ball, we've probably come to take it a little bit for granted, but I just think Rodri, Kovacic in the middle of the park, they make so many passes, make themselves available, and when you've got those two kind of sitting in front of your back four, and the four boys in front of you, I mean, in terms of they can go and play, Foden again, but I just thought that the possession of football, I understand what Lloyd was saying, a little bit nervy at the start, but I love to ask Lloyd the question, because I'm watching that game today, and I'm thinking to myself, I cannot see Fulham being any real danger. And I know 1-0 there's always a chance, but how do you feel as a City fan watching that? Are there nerves?
A little bit. Like, I don't want to sound overconfident, but I think at 1-0 they were in it. But you saw kind of, because a lot of the game was for 1-0, they were quite happy to just sit off. And I think for Fulham a little bit it was like we don't really want to get like heavily beaten. And there are a little bit of nerves, but as I said, we've done 3 in a row before the last 3 seasons, and I think the players they hit the groove at this time of the season, and I think particularly after Foden scored the second.
It was amazing. Speaking about it there 2 minutes before it, I think the record last 21 league games, 117 drawn 4, which is incredible, and we're all aware of the fact that City are one of the teams that can go on a run. However,
always at this time of the season as well.
Absolutely, Jules, but the fact of the matter is Arsenal are still in contention, so it tells you how well they're doing.
I think Arsenal deserve loads of credit. Like, Arteta's done an amazing job, to be at this point in the season, particularly after how they kind of went last year. They did fold a bit, and I think they would probably admit that, but they've really kept City honest, and I think even with this result, I expect they'll beat United tomorrow. That back four for United. I was at the Palace game in the Palace end, pretend to be a Palace fan.
I was going to say, what were you doing there?
Yeah, no, I go to a few Palace
espionage.
Games.
I've got that down as
a little bit, but I think they'll probably get past that. But then City Spurs is probably the big one, and Arsenal fans will be, fingers crossed for that one. They'll be really helpful.
Well, if you had a few nerves for today's game, how much does that grow with the Tottenham game because of your record there?
Massively. I mean, I don't need to remind City fans, but it's 5 games in the Prem since we've...
Don't laugh at him, Ali.
0.
I just like to see him with sweat on. At the very least, they deserve the City fans to have a sweat on.
I think, 5 games, 0 wins. I think we've accumulated an XG of about 11, 2 pen misses. Like, it's our voodoo ground. So I am nervous, but I think, actually, Spurs under Postecoglou, it helps us a little bit more. They kind of come at you, don't they? Whereas against Conte and Mourinho, they're a lot harder to face, and Spurs have always been better kind of counter-attacking, absorbing pressure and then going. So that's my crumb of comfort. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can't wait for it. Lloyd, thank you very much for your time. I reckon he's just putting it on Linz. He's not nervous at all.
Oh, he's worried. He's worried.
Not at all. Congratulations, another great performance from you, another 2 goals as well. Talk us through the first one. 19 passes in the build-up. You must have been delighted when you saw the net ripple.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. Yeah, another great performance, not just for me, from team as well. It was very, very difficult, but today we showed again who we are and what we are ready for.
2 goals for you today, and right at the end, when your team win a penalty, it looked like you were given the opportunity for a hat-trick. Were you offered to take the penalty?
Yeah, another 2 goals, happy, and of course, clean sheet, happy as well. We were discussing about me taking a penalty, but I said that, of course, I would like to take it, but we know who is a taker, he takes. So at the end, it was a coolie, and happy for him to score a goal.
You hadn't scored in your first 32 appearances for Man City, but it's now 5 goals in 7 games. Have you been doing anything differently to work on that?
No, I just think that that's normally sport in sports. So currently I'm in a good form, and end of the season is coming. 3 more finals. So we got to be ready.
Well, you're 2 points clear at the top of the table. How are you managing the pressure at this stage?
No, as I said many times, we just need to be focused on ourselves and keep going that way.
How much are you talking as a team about goal difference right now, because you've narrowed it with Arsenal?
Yeah, of course that we talk about it, and as you can see, we are trying to get there, but it's not easy because Arsenal have a quality as well, and they are doing quite well as well.
And it's Tottenham up next on Tuesday night. How are you all feeling ahead of that one then?
Yeah, another final. I played only once there. It was also difficult, and hopefully it's going to be a good game, good day for us.
Well, well done today. You are today's man of the match. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done.
He's been so impressive lately. 5 in 7 in all competitions now. His attacking output just keeps going up. He stood out today, Peter, but so many standout performances out there as well.
So many, yeah. I mean, I think when you watch Rodri close up as well, it's just the game's so easy to him. It's like men against boys at times. It feels like he's got another gear all the time. But De Bruyne, Foden, there's so many players in the City team. You can't pick out them all. But yeah, another professional performance, clinical again, and can't see this title going any other way, in all honesty.
Well, they've now won their last 7 in a row, Jolyon, by an aggregate score of 28-5. How are they primed just to peak at just the right time?
Experience, know-how, leadership. They've been through it all and done it in various ways, so it's nothing new to them as a group of players. It's new because it's potentially the 4th time, but overall, this stage of the season, this is where these players just home in on what's at stake, and it's the title.
Arsenal's goal advantage is just 2 more now. They've closed that down as well, especially in those 7 games. What kind of pressure does all of this put on Arsenal going to Old Trafford tomorrow?
Yeah, huge pressure, but I think if you want to keep up with Manchester City, you just have to be... it has to be so difficult to do it, isn't it? I mean, plenty of teams. The fact that Liverpool did it one year and Arsenal pushed them right to the wire is a credit to them, because this is one of the greatest teams that we've seen.
And behind us here at Craven Cottage, a lap of appreciation from the Fulham players and staff, their families, all here in the sunshine, thanking their fans, Peter, for what's been a successful season, establishing themselves in the Premier League.
Yeah, always disappointing when you lose the last home game of the season and you have to walk round. I always used to feel a little bit embarrassed, to be honest, but I think they can hold their heads high. They've had a decent season. I think, considering what was thrown at them maybe in the summer, I think the manager's done a very good job, and some of these players could be proud of their performance. So why not enjoy it in the sunshine?
Exactly. Did you always enjoy these times, Jolyon? Just your thanks to show your appreciation to everyone at the ground.
Definitely. Obviously, you get a lot of support throughout the year, so it's an opportunity to repay that in the small.
One of our monitors now, we can see the Forest fans. They're celebrating. It could be a big night out in Nottingham tonight. They know they've stayed up. As we said, mathematically, it's still got to be finalised. But realistically, there's a mountain to climb for Luton. But I mentioned Callum Hudson-Odoi, and he had to move away to further his career.
He's actually in good form, yes. His 100th Premier League appearance tonight, and he's scored 6 goals in his last 14 games. And of course, he wasn't regarded as a goal scorer to that kind of ratio, so he has done well.
No, he plays off the left, the right foot's up, plays off the left, and Chelsea fan will remember where he played and how he played, out wide. He suffered that injury, of course, didn't he? That Achilles injury really stunted his growth there.
Long ball forward for Nottingham Forest, and Chris Wood on the chase here in behind, tries to lob it over Petrovic, who got a hand to it, and that was rather concerning. One long ball forward, took the back line out completely.
Well, I mean, it's Badiashile he's gone between the two centre-halves and Silva, and Badiashile is on his heels. He should score this, Wood. He should score. He absolutely should score this one. Petrovic does ever so well, it's a leap almost at the same time. I think he hits so he's down the right hand side. Shut the keeper's off his own. He's duty bound, Petrovic, to come off his line. Chris Wood with his right foot, his weaker right foot, it has to be said, doesn't quite get the lob right, but big chance. And
now Chelsea try and come forward, seeking out the run over on the edge of the penalty area, and Madueke is forced out of it by Ola Aina, who plays it forward down the left for Nottingham Forest. But Madueke applauds the intent on the through ball.
He does, and it's the run from right to left. He's been in good form. None Madueke, he's been really good. I like the way he talks. I don't know if you've seen his interviews, Dave, as well. He's very articulate, very impressive in front of the microphone as well. But he's in a rich vein of form, and he's in the team on merit.
Very much so. This starting 11 at the moment picking itself effectively based on current form, and Chelsea have the ball, just trying to slow things down here in the early stages with Caicedo.
Look at Cucurella. Cucurella's playing centre midfield. So the shape, it's really very odd, because when you line up, he is a left back essentially, but he's over the other side of the pitch beyond the halfway line, if that makes sense to you. You've got Badiashile coming one side, you've then got Chalobah, and you've got Silva.
And Cucurella gets the ball now from Cole Palmer in a decent attacking situation. Chelsea swinging the ball out towards the left-hand side. Montiel across for Forest, but collected back here by Mudryk, who gets barged aside there by Ryan Yates, and Chelsea get their free kick down the left-hand side.
Bit soft for me, that free kick. Felt a bit soft, but we get the free kick. Moises Caicedo was alongside pretty much Cucurella. I mean, the shape of the team really needs to be. We're playing a three at the back. Let's be brutally honest about this. Conor Gallagher, there's almost a triangle between Moises Caicedo, Cucurella, and also Conor. And one will drop deep, one will go one side, one will go the other, and it's working very well, by the way.
Yeah, Caicedo has played it forward there, but Nicholas Jackson has missed out, and now Nottingham Forest put it back in midfield. Danilo trying to combine with Ryan Yates, gets it out towards Montiel, overlapping down the right-hand side. Now Cucurella got an issue, the cross comes in, and it's headed away there at the back for Chelsea by Thiago Silva at the expense of the first corner for Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, the problem we got, Badiashile steps in, gives the ball away, and Montiel has come on the right-hand side. Cucurella comes back into that natural left-hand side position. He puts his arms out and shrugs his shoulders. How has that happened? The reason it's happened is Badiashile has gone in. He's the left-hand side of the three centre-halves from the system we're playing, and when he's out of there, there's a huge space in behind him, a chasm. And they take advantage of that, and then the cross is not quite good enough, cleared for a corner.
And that corner will be taken by Danilo from the Nottingham Forest right, with 3 or 4 Forest men inside the 6-yard box, and that's where it's heading for. It's flicked out the near post. Yates was going for it, might fall back towards Gibbs-White on the edge of the area. Short ball by Danilo, chipped in by Montiel. Chalobah with the header clear for Chelsea, and now they will get it further away, and they'll try and break away as well with Mudryk in space. And Madueke loses out. He didn't really go anywhere there, and Yates will come forward for Forest about 25 yards out from goal. Gibbs-White, who is very much a danger man in the Forest side. Square ball across. Danilo being urged to shoot by the home crowd. His square ball goes beyond Cole Palmer. Aina picks up on the left, tries to slip it into the area. That's been blocked out, but retrieved over on the left once again. And here is Callum Hudson-Odoi now. Onto his right foot, ball tipped into the penalty area. Flicks off of Cucurella, and that will go out for a Forest throw down by the corner flag.
Yeah, it starts from Noni Madueke, who gets outside our box, and there's a chance to play Mudryk in apart. He checks back and then cuts across field and gets robbed, and in doing so we're a bit of a mess, in all honesty, because we're clearing from a set piece. Players are all over the place, and in the end Forest put the ball back into the box, and it's cleared behind for. It's going to be a good start from them. We haven't really got going yet. Ola Aina about to take a throw in on the right hand side.
Ola Aina from the right will launch this one into the area with 6 minutes on the clock here. Forest 0, Chelsea 0. Aina's long throw. It is a long throw into the area. Looking to seek out Yates. He gets his head onto it, heads it wide, and that throw went an awful long way. It wasn't challenged.
Dave, I think that's quite possibly the longest throw I've ever seen, and I'm not joking.
It's not. It's actually a loopy one, isn't it?
He throws it about 6 or 7 yards beyond the penalty spot. Dave, that's enormous. And you're right, it is loopy. I'd love to see what it looks like when you put like a bit of zip on it, or their trajectory where it's low. It's been a good start from Forest. Chelsea really yet to get going in this game. Only 6.5 minutes on the clock. Palmer dropping into that midfield area, trying to orchestrate things from slightly deeper.
And tries to flick it out towards the right-hand side. Touched by Madueke, ran into Niakate, and Danilo will clear for Nottingham Forest. Challenged by Gallagher. Good tackle won by Gallagher, combining with Caicedo. Back with Caicedo on the right. Now Madueke. Chelsea do have their first real spell of possession in the game so far. Trevor Chalobah playing it back into Thiago Silva. Badiashile is to his left. Silva moves it towards halfway to Caicedo once again. Madueke midway inside the Nottingham Forest half. Faced by three, they're not exactly pressing hard, but they're surrounding.
The problem we had on that occasion is Madueke, who's on the right-hand side, comes in and we condense the space.
But now Palmer tries to get Mudryk free in the area. Mudryk, what a finish shot, brilliant goal. Fantastic goal for Chelsea. Palmer sprung the through ball, in it came, and there was Mudryk to get round the back and put the shot beyond Matt Sells. Chelsea's first shot recalls Chelsea's first goal, and they have the lead here at the City ground. The goal scorer is Mudryk. It's Forest 0, Chelsea 1.
It's all about Palmer. He picks up the ball, he gets on the half turn, and then he slides the ball in. Oh, he's onside, he's a mile onside, in beyond Montiel, and then it's his first touch. Can he get it beyond Burnley? He does that. Can he slide it past Sells? He does all of the above. It's a brilliant finish. Has one touch with his left, one touch with his right, stops it beyond the diving, and Sells down to his left-hand side. It's a brilliant pass. I have to say though, Mudryk, well played you, because their first touch has got to be on point. It is on point, 1-0.
Mudryk completely switched on there where Montiel was completely switched off. Palmer and Mudryk on the same wavelength. Perfect through ball, but as you say, the first touch excellent. He was in round the back, and then it was can you finish, as he certainly could, and Chelsea in front.
Indeed, and it really comes, and I made the point there that Madueke comes off that right-hand side, and he condensed the space, and everyone has to move over to the left. But instead about Palmer, he picks up the ball, Palmer, and he just spins on that left foot, and then it's almost casually just rolls it into the path of Mudryk. It's a brilliant ball, brilliant goal.
Gibbs White trying to respond here for Nottingham Forest on the left corner of the area. Gets out to Hudson-Odoi on the left-hand side, trying to get it back to Gibbs White. Ball was short and was cut out by Palmer. Gallagher will complete the clearance. In fact, it will go back to Thiago Silva, finding Gallagher once again. Chelsea taking their time about getting the ball away, but playing it around quite neatly on the edge of their box, and gets out towards the right. No real danger there, or there was until it was given away on the right, and Forest back in possession once more. Hold on halfway.
Yeah, Chalobah there, really good play. Badiashile plays the ball into Moises Caicedo, and he gets the ball out to that right-hand side to Chalobah. And you know it wasn't really a press, but they're high up the pitch, and we played it well, and then Chalobah gives it away. Soft one.
Forest trying to respond. Hudson-Odoi moving in from the left-hand side, now turns the other way, onto his left foot, chips the cross in, headed clear by Badiashile for Chelsea, and the clearance is picked up by Cole Palmer, who's got his has some hard work to do as he's defending and being forced back, and turns once again, being faced by both Danilo and Chris Wood. Back with Thiago Silva on his own byline, and Chalobah lost out to Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi into Chris Wood in the area, angles tight, Wood fires it all the way across, touched by Cucurella, in comes Yates, shot is deflected over the crossbar, I think, for a corner. Messi on the back there.
Yeah, Messi. Palmer, he drops his shoulder 3 or 4 times. He's so good at that when he drops, and they swivel hips. But he gives the ball back to Chalobah. Chalobah, he's not had a good start to this game. He's been excellent of late, really good. One of our best players. But he gives the ball away again. And because they're high, because that press, it wasn't even a press, because they're high, there's numbers up. When they win the ball, when we give it away, then there's still bodies in and around the box. Yates, as you said there, couldn't quite keep it down. And it feels, certainly, I felt that was more of our mistakes as opposed to their pressure. But, you know, when you high up the pitch, you win the ball, there's going to be bodies in the box.
Well, Yates wanted the corner, but there was no deflection, so Chelsea have taken their goal kick and have moved it out of the back very comfortably indeed. Yates with a challenge on Cucurella. He is a strong player, Ryan Yates. He's got Gibbs White free, and Gibbs White's ball for Hudson-Odoi is too far, but you can see that's what they're trying to do, trying to combine those on the left and try and get Hudson-Odoi exposed against Chalobah. That's the route they're going to try.
Yeah, no, very well, of course they will. Pretty much got to be that. And Chalobah's, he is on that right-hand side, and when you look at the team sheets, certainly the formations they'll have him right back. That's not how the game is when Chelsea are in possession. Cucurella is playing centre midfield, who's now at the left back position there, strides out, plenty of space in front of him. But he goes inside, and what that does, it creates that extra man in midfield, but it also allows Connor a bit of a free roll to go high up the pitch. It's almost, it's definitely Casado and Cucurella playing the double pivot.
Silva forward to Palmer, back towards the right and Chalobah. Madueke. Jackson now on the right hand side, trying to get around the outside of Danilo. Has done well there. Jackson down by the right hand bar, and options in the area, and the option in the area, it almost fell to Madueke, and Forest managed to hack it clear and out for a throw-in, but again, promising signs down there.
Brilliant play from Jackson down the right hand side. He gets the cross in, it goes through the legs of, is it Danilo? It goes through, yeah. And it goes through his legs, and in the end, it looked like it might fall to a Chelsea shirt. It doesn't. But Chelsea, every time Chelsea go forward, we look dangerous.
They do, and Cucurella looking to find Mudryk, couldn't quite control it, and it's going to be brought clear by Montiel for Nottingham Forest. In comes a challenge by Gallagher on Morgan Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White gets it to Hudson-Odoi, who'll now try and run Chalobah down the left. He's also got support from Ola Aina. He's found Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White backward ball, and that takes the sting out, I think, as far as Forest are concerned. They have Gibbs-White down, he gets back to his feet once again. They still have the ball with Danilo just over the halfway line, squaring it across to Willy Bolly, and he combines with Murillo. Nottingham Forest have gone through so many changes this season, including on a managerial front. Steve Cooper was in charge when they won at Stamford Bridge earlier in the campaign. Nuno Espirito Santo has taken over, and taking over here is Callum Hudson-Odoi, getting a double deflection on the cross, and that'll be a goal kick. Saves 1-0 Chelsea.
They've got some work to get through, Cucurella, because as soon as Chelsea lose possession, he then goes from centre midfield out to left back. It's a brilliant ball from Cole Palmer. We've seen it again. First touch gets him beyond Willy Bolly, and once that first touch is on point, which it is, Bolly can't do anything about it. It's about, can you get your shot away? Can you get it on target? Does all of the above. Palmer, it's about Palmer. I've got to say, Mudryk, well played, young man, because you've got to get both parts right. Get your first touch, then you compose yourself. Can you get your shot away? He does all of the above. Really well worked goal.
Chelsea lead 1-0 with 13 minutes on the clock, and they have the ball with Thiago Silva along with Trevor Chalobah out the back. Madueke now into Caicedo, looking to bring them forward up and over halfway. Jackson has back to goal, now turns it out towards the right-hand side. Here's Conor Gallagher up against Niakate. Gallagher tries to go around him, and the ball comes across Niakate. That will be a corner for Chelsea, and Nottingham Forest have conceded 27 goals from set pieces this season, and that is the highest in the Premier League, and Chelsea now have their first corner.
Yeah, Connor's, he's all action hero, isn't he? Yeah, the energy levels, the pace, the urgency that he carries the team with. He gets on the right-hand side on this occasion, as you mentioned now. Ricochet gives Chelsea the first corner. Badiashile, the heavy artillery of Badiashile arrives. Silva. Correa on the edge of the box with Moises Caicedo. It's a congested area.
Lots going on in there as Palmer takes the corner left-footed, and it wasn't convincingly defended, but it was defended for Forest, and they'll now try and run it clear. And they have actually got a breakaway here. They've got 3 against 3, and Murillo is striding forward from defence. He's still going. He's been brought down by Badiashile. The free kick is given, and therefore that will be a yellow card. The free kick about 30 yards from goal, and in the end Badiashile deciding that Murillo simply couldn't go any further.
Well, I can't work out whether he's deliberately done this.
He's kind of...
It's not even a foul, Dave.
I think Murillo's got as far as he was going to get.
He bumps him, it's not a booking. He bumps him, and then he goes down. The referee... I think Badiashile intends to try and bring him down. He doesn't quite execute it, and then he has another couple of steps from there, and then goes down. Not convinced about that. Anyway, some defending to do.
Gibbs-White standing over the Nottingham Forest free kick. 15 minutes on the clock. Chelsea lead by 1-0, and Gibbs-White pips the free kick into the penalty area. An unmarked header is in from Willy Bolly, and it's one apiece. And how much space did Willy Bolly have there from a routine free kick chipped in by Morgan Gibbs-White? And Willy Bolly has headed ball, and that is crazy defending as far as Chelsea are concerned. Routine ball in, and Bolly has struck, and it's Forest 1, Chelsea 1.
Well, I've got to see this again. My question is, why has Petrovic not come for it? Let me see it again. Is he onside? He's on. He's definitely on. It looks like it's... Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder... I think the keeper's got to try and... We're on the edge of the box. I think Petrovic might have to come for this, you know. And it takes a deflection, but it's such a bad...
Slight deflection, slip off the post.
It's such a bad goal. Do you not want your goalkeeper coming in?
Given that he'd attacked the ball in the edge of the 6-yard box, and it was in the air for such a long time.
It's on the edge. I think Petrovic's got to come and claim that.
Well, they're now checking the offside.
Well, he might be off here now. He might be off here, by the way. We might get away with this. We might get... That angle there, Dave, from the other side looked on. That one there looks off. But I've got to say, I think I'm looking at my goalkeeper, Dave, because the ball's in the air a long time. He heads up on the edge of the 6-yard box. I think you want a nice strong shout. Come and punch it, come and claim it. Bring that situation. You want your goalkeeper a big loud cry. So even though I know he's coming.
It's Bolly, and I think it's Badiashile is the one.
It looks onside from there, Dave.
From where from the near side we're looking, but it's whether his right knee is behind, I guess, the elbow of Badiashile, who's inside the penalty area. Tight one, and he's off. It looks like this one's going to get chalked off.
He looks like he's off, by the way. That line there, it's such I have to say, it's a terrible goal. It's a terrible goal. All over, it's a mess. No one challenges Bolly. Conor Gallagher gets a ricochet. Petrovic is on his line. Goal's given.
Goal is given,
it's such a bad goal. I'm going to go on my instincts. I'm going Petrovic here. He's got to come out there, Dave. He can catch that edge of the 6-yard box. Free head. He's not like he's jumped either. He's got to. Petrovic's got to come, clean everyone out. We're holding the line on the edge of the box. The ball's looped. It's not whipped with pace, so therefore he can see it a long time. I think Petrovic's got to come and claim that.
Well, I'm not convinced by the VAR graphics that we're currently seeing, because the lines that they drew suggested it was offside. But anyway, the goal is given, that is certain. It's one apiece, and Chelsea, who were doing pretty well once they got themselves in front, have given away a really soft goal. Comes from that free kick, the Murillo ball out from the Chelsea corner, when Badiashile kind of clipped him or whatever. But as you say,
it's come from that corner.
It has. And now Nottingham Forest, revitalised by that, are coming forward again down their left-hand side, and it's clipped in by Ola Aina. And Chris Wood now is unmarked, heads across the face to goal, and somehow turned away by Badiashile, far post. This time the offside flag is up.
Well, he should score. He should get this on target, Chris Wood. He peels off the back, so he is off. But so because of the shape of the team, Cucurella then is now gone to left back, who's in the centre midfield. He's now trying to get alongside Badiashile. Badiashile now becomes a centre half of a 4 as opposed to a back 3. Therefore, he's gone closer to Thiago Silva, and in doing so, Cucurella can't get back. But it's a no contest between him and Chris Wood. Chris Wood heads it back. He's offside. Warning signs there. It's a bit of a mess, this game, in all honesty.
It's one apiece. It's not been great quality for either side.
It's not a classic Premier League game, is it?
But Chelsea have got it again, and now Conor Gallagher trying to lay it square. Space for Mudryk here if Jackson can find him, but he can't.
He's got to get his head up, Jackson. He's got to get his head up. He's got Cucurella on the left-hand side. He's got to play him in.
And now here go Nottingham Forest with Callum Hudson-Odoi again, trying to get the better of Trevor Chalabar. He finds Gibbs White outside the area. Gibbs White decides to try and go for goal. That might not have been the best option, because Chelsea will clear. And now what can Jackson do? Jackson's over halfway, going alone. They're backing off him. Keep on going. Jackson's going alone. Jackson again turns inside, can't quite get the shot in. And eventually a combination of a couple of Forest defenders get it clear. Palmer wins it back midway inside the Nottingham Forest half at the expense of Danilo. He finds Caicedo, and now back with Thiago Silva, finding Palmer once again looking for an option. That option is provided by Conor Gallagher. Mudryk has come inside to a central role. Palmer has got Chalabar supporting on the right. He's found Caicedo to the left of him. Now Badiashile. Badiashile will play it back all the way back to Thiago Silva on halfway.
Why is Jackson not pulling the trigger? He does so well. So the run from Mudryk, he goes from left to right, takes the defender away, and opens up the pitch on the left-hand side for Jackson. Cuts from this left, cuts right, cuts back again, and then hesitates. I don't know why he hasn't pulled the trigger. Why he's not had a shot. In the end, he doesn't do anything. He just kind of gives it away quite comfortably. But this game is 20 minutes in. It's one way. I wouldn't say it's quite end-to-end, but there's not a lot of defensive, impressive play from either side. Both sides look vulnerable.
They do. We've played 20 minutes. It is one apiece at the City ground. And Chelsea in possession on halfway. Silva going beyond Gibbs White. Kicked out beyond Gallagher for Cucurella. Went past him from Mudryk. And Forest get the throw down their right. Mudryk coming in field there.
Yeah, and him and Conor look so similar, you know, when you can see them out on the pitch, they look very, very similar. And you could mistake it looked like Conor, but it was Mudryk that's dropped into an area on the right.
Play with with Ola Aina, midway inside the Chelsea half. He's found Hudson-Odoi. Again, he's trying to go inside Chalobah. He's gone in onto his right foot. He's laid it towards the edge of the area. About 25 yards out. Ryan Yates, long-range shot over the crossbar. It goes. That one did take a deflection. Stays one apiece. Corner for Forest.
Yeah, the game's a bit of a mess, to be honest with you. Neither side there's not a lot of quality out there in terms of good play. Chelsea giving the ball away in the middle of the park. But this time Cole Palmer is closed down. It's both sides guilty of giving it away. At the moment, Forest look the more likely to get the next goal, but Chelsea's quality, as we saw in the first goal, gives opportunities. Chance here.
One apiece. Danilo with the corner for Nottingham Forest. Comes in left-footed. Petrovic flapped at it and got a half hand to it, but it fell to Chris Wood, far post, who couldn't put the header on target. You're looking for your goalkeeper to be a bit more convincing there. If he's going to get contact on it, he needs to get far more contact on it. He's come off his...
It's a flip. He almost flips it. It's a palm. It's nothing on it. Chris Wood. I mean, Chris will be disappointed.
Difficult chance.
It is a difficult chance because it comes in quite. What's Petrovic's done? He's come out and he's not even slapped the ball. He's flicked it on with his palm. You know, there's no fist there. There's no distance. We look vulnerable defensively, I've got to say, but so do they. I mean, at the moment it's 1-1, and both sides have half chances again. This could be 3-4 at the end of it.
Don't forget, points all important here for Chelsea in the fight for a possible top 6 finish in the Premier League. Newcastle held today by Brighton on 57 points from 36 games. Chelsea currently on 54 from 35, albeit with an 11-goal inferior goal difference. Newcastle go to Manchester United on Wednesday and Brentford next Sunday. Chelsea have Brighton away on Wednesday and home to Bournemouth on the final day. Those games are there to put pressure on Newcastle, but they have to win this one first.
Indeed. There's still plenty of this game left. Chelsea get at it. Ball from Silva over the top there, and Jackson's a willing runner.
He's lost out down the left, and Niakate will bring clear for Forest, and then a little step over to get the better of get around Cole Palmer. So uncharted territory there for Niakate.
I haven't really seen Cole Palmer on the ball yet enough. I know he set the goal up. This game, whoever wants to put there, and I'm looking at Gibbs White on their side, and look at Cole Palmer on theirs. Whoever decides that they want to take this game by the scruff of the neck and really orchestrate, because both sides defensively don't look great. Both sides going forward look like they can score.
Gibbs White's a past player for Nottingham Forest and has been integral in them staying up for what looks like 2 years now. What on earth is going on here? Has he given a foul throw there against Cole Palmer?
I'm not even sure it was our throw. I think Cole Palmer's just taken it. I'm not trying to tell you. He was on the left-hand side.
He's laughing about it.
Yeah.
Not sure. Yeah, well, it will be a Forest throw, which Aina takes over on that far left-hand side. Aina's got it back from the throw-in, receiving it from Gibbs White. And Murillo now in the back line from Nottingham Forest to Willy Bolly. Long ball clipped forward, right-footed is far too long. That's nowhere in particular, certainly nowhere near Chris Wood. So Petrovic for Chelsea. 25 on the clock here at the City Ground. One apiece between Nottingham Forest and Chelsea. Mykhailo Mudryk giving Chelsea a perfect start to the game on 7 minutes, but Willy Bolly with a header from a Nottingham Forest free kick, bringing the home side back on level terms on 17.
I'm still thinking about that goal. You don't mind. Sometimes if you're carved open by a piece of brilliance, a piece of individual skill, like the goal we scored, right? Yeah, okay, you can make a case that Danilo goes to sleep. But I've got to tell you that. It's a ball in the box. It's not hit with pace. And then he almost stoops to head it. Bolly. He's not left the ground. Ricochets off Connor's foot. And then because Petrovic is still on his line, he's almost in the goal when it goes past him.
It's not one-to-one to watch time and time again, let me tell you. That's a foul by Yates on Cucurella. And the referee, should be given it, or if he's going to play on there. Cucurella's back on his feet. But Yates certainly put the foot in. This free kick will go Chelsea's way, taken by Cucurella, finding Badiashile. And here's Caicedo in the centre circle. Cole Palmer's first touch took it beyond himself. He actually then ran into Niakate, so there was no free kick, and Forest win it back, and they'll play it forward long, looking for Wood to flick on against Badiashile. Badiashile looking for his keeper, gets it back Petrovic inside his 6-yard box and away. But obviously the threat is Chris Wood, always going to be a threat with his size and strength.
It is, and because they're playing that 5 at the back, it's a 5-4-1. The middle park is quite congested, and Chris Wood is up front on his own. wouldn't say isolated, because they're trying to join them. But on that particular occasion, the ball goes up there. I'm not sure what he can do with that. He's got two around him. Badiashile was the player in the end, but the one that individual duel.
If you haven't heard today, Burnley have been relegated, beaten at Spurs, and Luton have been effectively relegated, beaten at West Ham. There is a goal difference situation with Nottingham Forest that makes it highly, highly unlikely that situation will change round. So it does look like the three who came up last summer are going back down again. Certainly Burnley are down, and Luton are set to join them. Nottingham Forest are going to survive despite their various points deductions and infractions over the course of the last year or so. Now Chelsea coming forward with Cucurella finding Caicedo. Ball's on here for Jackson, but it hit the back of Jackson's leg, bounced off him, and Ola Aina will clear here for Nottingham Forest away on the left-hand side.
Cucurella plays a nice ball into Connor, and he tries to find Jackson. Jackson's on his way, and as the ball's hit, he's running, and it comes off the back of his heel, and of course when it comes off your heel when you're running, not only does the ball come off your heel, but then you'll end from receiving the ball from 15 yards from actually getting it because it comes off your heel. I'd like to see, I've not really mentioned, or you and I haven't mentioned, Madueke yet.
There's a strong play here by Caicedo finding Mudryk. Mudryk trying to get the ball through to Jackson, who's done it this time. That's an important challenge by Willy Boly. Got the foot in, slid in right footed and got there. Because that time it did look like Jackson had controlled and might head towards goal. But again, are you looking for a quicker release maybe from Jackson?
He's crowded out on that particular case. The pass from Mudryk is very not dissimilar to just going off his heel from Connor. He gets the ball under his spell, and then he's surrounded out. It's about decision making. I'm not sure there's a lot he could have done there. There wasn't a lot of support for him. I've said Nona Madueke, I've not said his name enough. Mudryk keeps coming inside, so there is an extra body there. Cole Palmer has now come out on the left-hand side. He's the one, really. You want to get him on the ball. That's what you want. But the shape of their team at the moment, they're happy to sit. They're happy to silver out the ball. Into almost the right back position to receive the ball.
Goes over towards the left, and here is Palmer. 29 minutes played, one apiece. Cole Palmer laying it back towards Badiashile. Badiashile for Caicedo. Thiago Silva. Chelsea keeping possession here. Home fans trying to raise their side as they celebrate likely Premier League survival. Chelsea trying to enhance their Europa League aspirations with a win here. Currently being held one apiece, but Palmer has it midway inside the Forest half. Lay off for Cucurella now on the edge of the area from Jackson. Just bounced off a couple of Forest players before a shot came in, and now Forest have an injury on the edge of the D. It's the referee, I think, will stop the game. Ryan Yates down.
Yeah, it's a lovely ball from Palmer on the left-hand side. He plays it into Jackson and then just bounces the ball off from Cucurella of all people. And it's on his left foot. Instead of having a strike, he opts for a touch inside. I think he pulled the trigger now. He comes inside. Willy Boly, is it Willy Boly that's there? Looks like it was it. And then eventually they cleared it. It was comfortably clear because they're playing a back three or back five. Their three centre halves are so narrow. It's incredibly tight there, incredibly tight. What you really want is when they're two wing backs, Montiel and Olaina, when they're out of position. That's when you can get to their back line. When they're defending and they're organised. There's a lot of bodies back there. It's very congested, and we're watching right now. We've gone over the halfway line. There's not a lot of effort really to close the ball down until we get to the final third, and that's where the game becomes congested.
Ryan Yates is back on the field of play after brief treatment, and Chelsea have the ball with just over half an hour played. Jackson beaten to it, and Yates tries to drive it forward, but the turnover is won by Chelsea, and Jackson gets the possession once again, 25 yards out. Space over on the right-hand side now for Madueke. What can he do here against Ola Aina? He can run him and get to the byline. Aina gets the foot in, but Chelsea get the corner, and that is what you want to see from Madueke.
Absolutely, and Ola Aina, who's the wing-back on their left, does well. Madueke was on the outside. Ola Aina is equal to it. Wins the challenge, a good challenge, fair challenge, corner. Some defending now for Forest to do. Can we cause anything? It's all about the delivery. It always is. Cole Palmer goes over. He's the one that's taken it. Every Forest player back defending this. And don't forget, this is where they won the free kick and led to their equaliser. So Let's make sure we do not get caught again.
Yes, it was Murillo who brought Forest away on that occasion. Chelsea have got 6 men in the Forest penalty area, 2 just outside. Referee Tony Harrington just holding things up for a moment to sort out some issues between Jackson and the goalkeeper, Matt Sells. Happy with that. Still lots of jostling on the edge of the goal line virtually. Palmer prepares to take the corner kick for Chelsea into the near post, looking for Jackson. It was Aina back there doing the defending. Flicked back forward by Gallagher to Palmer, who was offside. Flag is up, and that pressure is gone to waste. 32 plays, still one apiece.
Palmer's not happy. He said, I'm offside. Why have you given it to me? I'd have to see it again, because Palmer just, he knows he's offside and just boots the ball, basically. It's got to be taken in the back position. Can't be offside in the box if the ball didn't go there.
Yeah, it's interesting on that. Nottingham Forest were... eventually we'll get this free kick taken between Murillo and the goalkeeper Matt Sells, who they've had issues with goalkeepers actually this season. Nottingham Forest, they had Matt Turner and they had Vlachodimos as well, but eventually they settled on Sells, the Belgian international, joined from Strasbourg, and it has been quite a turbulent year. Nottingham Forest is a turbulent club, full stop. They get through managers at a frantic rate. They have had plenty of drama. They've got themselves promoted. Steve Cooper, of course, did that great work to do that, but we're seeing pictures on our monitor of the chairman, and they can prepare for another season in the league. But Palmer playing it forward now, and Jackson is there, and Sells has saved it. It goes out for a corner, lovely through ball again, and Matt Sells, mentioned the goalkeeper, he comes up trumps and keeps Forest at level, one apiece.
Well, they give the ball away, Casado wins it, Cole Palmer, what a beautiful break, what a pass into the running Jackson. This time it doesn't go off his heels, he's just got to beat Sells. He goes down to the keeper's left. He sticks a foot. It's a good save. Should score. How many times he said he's had a good season, this Jackson, but his goal ratio could be better.
Here's the corner from Palmer. This one's much deeper, trying to find Thiago Silva. He got a touch onto it, but Danilo gets away for Forest. Breaks on here, but it's only 1 against 3. Although that said, there's plenty of pace about the break, and Gallagher has got back to make a challenge, but that will certainly be a yellow card. I think it will be yellow. Gallagher is his day giving for red. But
Dave, that's the second time we've had a corner and they've broken us. Now, I said a second ago, we don't get done again. We've just been done again. That's 2 corners we've had, and it's just a lump up field. Conor Gallagher, we know how quick Callum Hudson-Odoi is. This is more of a free kick in my mind. Let's have a look.
It's got both hands on it.
Yeah, no, it's a free kick.
I've
not got a problem with the free kick, right? The one before, I'm not convinced, totally convinced, but how are you leaving? It's 2, and they score. It's almost identical, Dave. Almost identical.
I tell you, it's very important that Kukurea is back alongside Gallagher when that happens, because if he's not, then he's in trouble, I think.
I don't know whether it's a red, you know. Is he stopped an obvious goal scorer? I don't know. It's 50-50. He's gone. It's not like he's in front. They're aside. No doubt it's a foul. I ain't got a problem with that.
Well, they scored from the last one. They scored from the free kick that resulted.
This is nearer. Gibbs White's over it again. Have we learnt? 35 on the clock.
Gibbs White with the free kick. Left-hand side, 25 yards out. Just holds up, and now right-footed clips the free kick in towards the back post. Bolly was riding. Yates couldn't get the shot in. Chelsea have cleared. I think Silva got the final touch on the clearance, and it wasn't totally convincing.
Unconvincing, that.
Played back in by Aina. Forest load the box once again. Chelsea again get it clear with Caicedo, and further away by Madueke. Flicks off a Forest man, and Palmer boots it forward. Might not be a bad boot forward if Gibbs White can't control it, because Jackson is there and Budrick is there, and in the end Montiel gets back and Forest then get a free kick.
It's not been a great game. I've got to tell you. It's 30. We've not been great. Palmer's meant this. When you say boot, you're absolutely right. It is a boot, but it's a boot with intention. He's put the outside of his left foot. He's trying to leave something on it. Jackson's up top. Mudryk comes in the middle of the field. And, it's a foul. It's a soft one. It's a foul. Unconvincing, Dave. There, you said it, mate. Honestly, that almost identical again. If we conceded from that, learn from your mistakes. Learn from what you've done. They win the header. This time it's overhit slightly on the far-hand side of the 6-yard box. Comes across and managed to clear it.
There's no great science to what Forest are doing there. They're clipping a ball in, they're sending Bolly forward, they're sending Murillo forward. Big men who can get on the end of things.
Our big men aren't with their big men.
well, one to watch out for. 36 played, still one apiece in the sunshine at the City Ground. Glorious weather really across the country this afternoon, and late evening sunshine, one apiece. It's been one of those games where, yeah, and you always get the feeling that it is one where Forest have done their job effectively, they're safe, but I think Chelsea need to inject a bit more urgency here, because there is something to go for in this situation, and the difference between 6th and 7th in the table could be important on European football.
Absolutely, and Forest aren't really interested in anything inside Chelsea's half. Forest have no interest. It's only when we get to their final third really they engage.
Gallagher finding Mudryk away on the left for Chelsea. Kukurea in supporting field. Back with Badiashile. Now Caicedo. Madueke on the right with Palmer in support. Paul Palmer gets it. Ola about 2 yards behind him, but as you say, not really engaging, just keeping a shape, keeping a position.
They're filling their half, tactically, and certainly the way they're lined up. It's very difficult to break through them.
Kukurea looking for Palmer. 3 players to try and get round, with Bolly and Danilo and Yates all surrounding him. It will be a Chelsea throw, which is taken by Madueke. Here is Caicedo back to Madueke once again. Chelsea will need some patience here, but what can they do to open up this Forest back line? Gallagher now, 25 from goals, sandwiched by 2 Forest players. Yates was there, Danilo as well. Free kick Chelsea, interesting situation.
I'm not sure that Danilo needs to go in there. Yates has got him, he's close, and then Danilo comes across and bumps him, and it's a free kick. He's got Lorena there. I'm not sure they need to give it away. Anyway, free kick Chelsea. It's on the right-hand side, midway between, or certainly from the halfway line to the goal line. It's almost halfway. It's over it,
yeah, Gallagher and Palmer over the free kick. And just going to see the setup here. There's going to be a 2-man wall here for Nottingham Forest. I don't think you can score from there. It's very long. It's a very long way out. It's more one that's going to go towards the 6-yard box. Big line around there. It's going to be left for Gallagher to play in right-footed, headed clear by Bolly towards the edge of the area, and it will be brought further away by Callum Hudson-Odoi. So it's back to goal, being forced back and boots it into no man's land in particular. Badiashile, long way out, deflection over the bar. Well, corner.
So the cross comes in. There's no one there. That 3 players could have headed it. And then you've got Callum Hudson-Odoi, deep way it's gone. He just boots the ball across. His goal, never clear it across the line. This is heading goal bound. It's a brilliant strike. Puts his laces through it, defended by Badiashile. Comes off. Is it Gibbs White?
Bolly, I think.
It's Bolly that comes off in the end and goes behind for a corner. Now, I'll say it again. Are we in a position where we've got an attacking set piece, corner, same side? Are we going to find ourselves then giving a free kick away and a scoring opportunity? Because the last 2, that's exactly what's happened. Yates is down, holding the underneath of his left leg.
Yeah, and second time he's been down, so it makes you wonder if he'll be able to continue. And he's shaking his head as well. We can see that on our pictures.
Yeah, he's grimacing in pain, their skipper.
And he's very important to Nottingham Forest, has been throughout their journey. He's about the only player left from when they got promoted. I would doubt, with the work that's being done, it doesn't look particularly pleasant, the pictures they're seeing.
The only thing, when you look at the clock, to potentially plan and work out exactly what they want to do for the best.
If they have to make a change, they can bring on the likes of Czech Kouyaté or Ibrahim Sangare in that kind of position. He is going to get to his feet. One thing that I will say is that Ryan Yates is a strong lad who will try and keep going. He's absolutely integral to their side, and a big popular figure at the club as a result. But we're seeing pictures of Nuno on the bench looking for him. He's put his thumbs up, so I think for the moment Yates are going to carry on. I think you're right, Jay. I think they'll reassess at half-time on that one.
Yeah, I can't work out whether it's soft tissue or whether it's hard to tell. Anyway, call it a Chelsea.
Call it Chelsea, and Forest down to 10 men at this stage, because Yates, having had treatment, is off the field. So, interesting set piece. Referee is sorting out a crowd scene, because more and more players surrounding Matt Sells, the Nottingham Forest keeper. Mudryk having a conversation with Montiel at the near post. Conor Gallagher just behind him giving some instructions. All going on in there. Mudryk and Montiel have now had their conversation. They're now jostling and pushing again. And we're waiting for Cole Palmer to put this corner in with 41 minutes on the clock. Still one apiece. Behind Mudryk and Montiel, we've got Aina and Jackson and the keeper.
There's a lot going on in the box for the referee to look at. Other way is keeping Jackson away from Sells.
Here comes the corner then from Conor Gallagher. Eventually, pushing and shoving everywhere. They still haven't taken it yet. The referee's happy now. In comes the corner, into the near post. Chalobah was riding for it, so was Gallagher. And Matt Sells comes off his line, comes a long way, catches the ball, and will now look for a way out for Nottingham Forest. 42 plays, stays one apiece.
Not been fruitful our calls from that side.
Jackson and Aina having a real tussle match. There's no doubt that Aina has made contact with Jackson. Whether anyone will look at that situation, I doubt, because there's just so much going on there.
They're both doing each other. It's one of those, they're wrestling for position. And we've seen in recent weeks, when you look at Spurs, certainly the way they've defended set pieces, Spurs, that they've become vulnerable, haven't they? And it's about the goalkeeper. Can you put things from the goalkeeper, put bodies in and around him so he can't get either a clear run it, a clear punch, clear catch, clear whatever. And it was like Jackson in the way there, just nothing's coming of it. Chelsea got the ball. And again, absolutely no interest in the ball for Forest. No interest. You know,
no press, no hassle. No.
It's about keeping shape, making sure you can't get passed through.
Trying to pass through with Jackson moving away down the right here, up against Ola Aina, but Aina's got a foot in and has defended and has done well down the left-hand side. Gets a round of applause there from the home crowd. Tries to go past Caicedo as well, but has fouled him, and Forest get the free kick. I think we're going to see quite a bit of stoppage time here as well, by the way.
Does really well, you know, Ola Aina, and the referee wants...
We're now looking once again at the incident involving Aina and Jackson. We're going back a couple of minutes on this, and we've had no indication that VAR are looking at it, but we were just seeing some further replays on our streams.
No, but they will watch that from now on, and that's something that, you know, in the box when the ball comes in, you're putting both arms around the player and then throwing him to the ground. I know he's made a little bit of it, Jackson, but you still don't want to give the referee a decision to make.
Forest have played their free kick forward in a scrappy stint on the edge of the area, but it's going to fall to Chris Wood over on the far side, battling with Thiago Silva. Silva's done well actually to get it away for Chelsea, but the clearance is loose, and Forest pick up once again with Niakate combining with Yates, who appears to be running okay at the moment. Caicedo gets it away after Chalobah's half clearance for Chelsea. 44 minutes played, one apiece, but we do believe there'll be 5 of stoppage time to come, so we have had some stoppages and scrappy periods in the game as we run up towards half-time. But as you say, there's no real pace about it. It's something Nottingham Forest are quite happy to play this at their rate. And when Chelsea have the ball, they'll just sit there and let them pass it around them.
You're absolutely right. This game is on their terms at the moment, and you know we've not done enough to disrupt the way that they want to play. We've not done enough to put ourselves in a position that we can hurt them. There's been few and far between. It's been scrappy. The game's not been. Yeah, for a football purist, it's been a pretty drab game in all honesty. There's space though for Badiashile on the left.
Yeah, Badiashile up to Cucurella inside Nottingham Forest territory, playing it back to Conor Gallagher. And again,
they just run past the ball, just getting them in the shape. Gibbs White has run past Caicedo, where he could have made a challenge to make sure that his positional sense is more important than actually trying to close.
Confirmation that we have 5 additional minutes to take us up to half-time in the game. Palmer coming deep to play it back to Thiago Silva, and it's very rare you see a Premier League team approaching a game like Forest have done, where they are so passive when their opponents are in possession, but now they'll try and spring when they've got the ball away from Cucurella. It's Murillo playing it forward. It's a great ball by Murillo, finding Callum Hudson-Odoi on the edge of the area. His shot deflects off Thiago Silva. It falls to Chris Wood, whose bobbled shot goes straight through to Petrovic. Now we've got to move the ball
quickly. So you've just seen exactly what they're doing. They're sitting deep and they spring. There's almost a trigger. When we win the ball, Callum Hudson-Odoi is integral.
Caicedo has stuck down to the crowd for a throw.
And let's say move it quickly. You know, we've got to take care of your passing, but we can't disrupt their shape. This has not been one of our finest 45 minutes, I have to say, in recent times. Finding it very difficult to have any time and space for the ball to carve any opens. Forest, as I said a second ago, Dave, you mentioned that this game is being played on Forest's terms. They are playing the game that they want to play. We're not playing the game that we want to play. And sometimes you've got to adapt. You've got to work out a way how to circumnavigate that. Moving the ball quickly is key, because once they get themselves set, you're breaking down a 4-5, a 5-4-1. That's hard. I don't care how good you are, especially when you're set, when they're sitting so deep. When I say deep, beyond the halfway line at times, almost like in the final third. These are games we've traditionally struggled against.
Mudryk just backward of halfway, gets the better of Montiel and finds Gallagher, forced back to Badiashile. We've played 47 minutes. We will play to 50 in the first half. And then we'll see what Mauricio Pochettino says or does at half-time. Try and change the flow of this game. Very difficult for Nottingham Forest, but the frustrations, of course, that Chelsea had broken down Forest. They got themselves 1-0 in front, and they've given away a soft goal to take it back to square one and enable Forest to go back to their game plan.
And if anyone remembers the game, I know it was a different manager, Steve Cooper. This was how Forest beat us at Stamford Bridge. And you know, as a manager, you'd look back at that, even though... Yeah,
you still look at the game, wouldn't you?
Look at the game, how do we get the better of that manager? What do we do different? I mean, we've been terrible in the last 10 minutes. We've been really poor. Really poor.
Forest are giving the ball away, and Caicedo gets it back. And short took there by Gibbs-White, but Caicedo going alone. Again, he's fouled by Gibbs-White, and eventually gets it out towards the right-hand side. Referee says play on. Madueke, though, runs into Yates, and Forest will clear. And now Gibbs-White will bring it away down the left-hand side, finding Hudson-Odoi up against Cucurella. It's right over on that far side now, and there is a Chelsea man down at the moment. The ball's put out of play by Aina, and there will be treatment here for Madueke.
It's not a Madueke that's gone down. He's holding his face, but this is not an Mudrik's got the goal. He gets his arm across it. It's a coming together. There's nothing more than that. He catches him, yeah, no doubt. The referee stops it because it's a head injury. The Forest fans aren't happy. We've got to find a way where we move the ball quickly, because once they get set, and I'm saying 5-4-1, when you play a 3 at the back, it's not always that way. It can sometimes try to be a 3 and the wing backs make the midfield on place. That's not what they're doing here. They're playing a 5.
It's a definite 5. No doubt about that. It's a definite 5 with a definite 4 in front. Required treatment, so he'll throw the ball back to... give it to Jackson, or give it back to Nottingham Forest. And the goalkeeper, Matt Sells, in position. Gets a round of applause there from the Forest fans for the sporting intent. Willy Bolly will bring it out to defence for Forest, who have not had a great deal of in-game possession, but they have sprung on occasions, and they're trying to do so now away down the right with Montiel. Chelsea have had 72% possession here. Gibbs-White sprays it forward. Easy catch though for Petrovic.
It's an interesting stat how much you have. It's what you do and where you have the ball. A lot of that possession is where we are now in our own half. You know, and our passes will be, probably double theirs. The only reason is because it's Badiashile into Silva, into Caicedo, into Cucurella, back out to Chalobah. They're the passes.
And again, it's bounced off Jackson, and Forest win it back with Chris Wood. Long ball by Murillo. That's aimless as well. To be honest, at the moment, Nottingham Forest as bad as Chelsea. It's it needs half time, doesn't it? Really.
This is not a good game for the neutral. This one, I'm afraid. Quality has been pretty poor.
It's played forward by Caicedo towards Conor Gallagher. Madueke on the right up against Ola Aina. Gets inside him and inside Danilo as well. Now here's Cucurella inside the Forest half. Palmer has it for Chelsea. Palmer towards the left, and Mudryk. Can Chelsea build something here? Little flick on there by Madueke. Jackson couldn't get on the end of it, and the referee brings the first 45 to a close, which is warmly appreciated and applauded by the home crowd, who saw their side get back into the game after going behind early on. Carlo Mudryk with the best moment of the game, no question about that. The best pass by Cole Palmer, the best move by Mudryk, a decent finish too to put Chelsea in front, but what they couldn't do was build on it, and worse still, they conceded from a routine set piece after Forest broke away from a corner, and the free kick was clipped in for Willy Bolly via a small deflection and possibly the inside of the post as well to beat Petrovic and mean at half-time it's Forest 1, Chelsea 1.
Yeah, this is not one for the purists, I'm afraid. It's a pretty drab game, not littered with a great deal of quality. Defensively, Forest have come, and this is not criticism of them at all. There's no right or wrong way of playing football. But I've got to say, the way they've set up now, it is to destroy, to disrupt, to stop. There's no intent really. The intent is on the break. That's all the intent they've got. And I have to say, we've gifted them some opportunities, in particular on the set pieces. The best part of the game was our goal. Palmer beautifully weighted pass into Mudryk. First touch was excellent. Gets his shot away, beats Sells. Then the other chance that we had was when it comes to Jackson. Very similar, but on the other side, beautifully weighted, slid ball in, safe sides on the right-hand side, defenders on the left. Gets his shot away. Sells does well to stop the ball going to his net with his feet. It's a bit of a mess of a game, and from our point of view right now, we have got to find a way to move the ball quicker and get the ball into Palmer. That's what we've got to do. We haven't disrupted them enough. Once they get that 5-4-1 shape, they're set. You know, they're in the shape. You're not going to break. It's got to be done in transition.
All Forest are doing, or interested in doing, is sitting off Chelsea and then hoping Chelsea make a mistake. Or we've seen a Chelsea set piece where they've committed men forward and then spring on the counter and try and get someone like Hudson-Odoi free on the left-hand side, or a central defender runs away and gets fouled. It's happened a couple of times. So you can say in that sense their game plan has worked.
This game is being played on Forest terms, not ours at the moment. We are not really implementing the way that we want to play. They are absolutely destroying the game. They're making sure that they're denying space, and they're doing it very well. And they're actually controlling the way the story of this match. We have got to find a way to change the script, to change how this game is played out. We're not doing it quick enough. And the pace of the best teams play at high intensity, generally. Not all the time, but today's game is an illustration as if you allow them to go into their shape and they sit there comfortably, you're going to find it very difficult to break them down because they're so well versed in it. We've hardly mentioned Noddy's name. Mudryk only really for the goal. Cole Palmer picked some pieces. Jackson's had one or two half moments, but generally not enough. And it has been a very frustrating game to watch in all honesty.
Talk about changing the script. So if you change the script, do you change the players? Chelsea have a stronger bench than they've had for some time. Think back to the Spurs game, 10 days ago, when it was basically academy kids all the way. Well, now it's senior players on the bench, and the likes of Raheem Sterling, Christopher Nkunku, Reece James is there too, as you've said. Is there anything there that's going to change this game round?
Well, the only discussion we'd have then is if you don't move the ball quickly, they're going to be, whoever comes off the bench is going to be faced with the same scenario. You know, once Forest are in their shape, once Forest are set like that, very difficult to break down. And yeah, I mean, obviously you look to the bench if the game isn't particularly going your way. Sam Parkin has just joined me. Good evening, Sam. Just saying there, a frustrating, scrappy game. It seems to be as if the game is being played on Forest's terms, not ours at the moment. I think they're executing their game plan very well. They're not really interested in closing the ball down anywhere near the halfway line until we get to their final third. We're not moving it quick enough. Hardly mentioned Nonny's name. Cole Palmer needs to try and get on the ball more often, but it's been a pretty terrible game in my opinion.
Yeah, they've caused us a few problems, haven't they? I think their setup's probably not maybe what I anticipated. It's been a more open game. That's probably the situation around the game. There's a little bit more freedom for Forest, so
I mean, their two best chances have come from our corners.
Yeah.
You remember the two free kicks we given away?
Yeah.
Matty Shield gets booked.
Yeah.
Brings down, I think, was it Callum?
Yeah.
That's the same, then Connor does the
Connor's
same.
one, yeah.
And we nearly conceded from the second one as well, but almost identical.
Yeah, it's a problem with defending the set pieces, isn't it? Too many free headers.
The goal.
Yeah.
Petrovic, got to do better.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I've spoken to you quite a lot this season. I just want someone to get hold of the runner. I mean, he just ambles away from, I think it's Jackson. Jackson just lets him go, and he's got a free header 6 yards out. Their biggest threat.
He hasn't jumped.
No.
It's not like he's leapt.
No,
he's a big boy, Polly.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And sometimes you go, right, great delivery with pace, and he wins, and this is a looping. I think Petrovic's got to come and claim that.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I think he's got to come and cut. It's on the 6 yard box, it's in the air a long time, there's a loop on it. He's almost in his own goal. He falls back into his own goal, the header from here. I mean, I'm looking at Petr Cech on that occasion, and going back to our best goalkeeper.
Yeah, of course.
But I think Cech comes and catches it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Punches it or do something.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that. Yeah, I didn't really apportion that to a goalkeeping error. But yeah, I think they've won too many headers in the box. That's clear. Obviously, the Wood chanced in there after that as well.
Yes.
I think the shape on the ball still, in terms of where we were start of the season, still enjoying it. Cucurella into midfield, just allowing Gallagher to go higher. The left-hand side, obviously, where the goal comes from, they're really lopsided for us. I don't know if you noticed that. They don't play with anyone wide right. Gibbs White is all over the place. Hudson-Odoi is playing as a kind of nominal wide left player. So I think on that side of the pitch, Hudson-Odoi gets back in with Olarena. That's why it's been hard for Madueke. On the opposite side, that Yates is getting over and trying to recover, but it's basically Montiel on that side by himself. So no surprise really the goal came from there, and I think Chelsea need to utilise that side of the pitch a little bit more.
Moving the ball quickly, Sam, is another problem I've got, because once they sit in their shape, the 5-4-1, it's very difficult to disrupt. I don't care how good a team you are. If that team is set and they've got the 5-4-1 and they're sat in their final third, there is very little space in which to win. There has been the odd occasion where we moved the ball quickly. I mean, Palmer's created the two best chances. The pass for the goal and then the pass from Jackson as well, which really probably make a case he should score. Good save for himself.
Brilliant save, I thought.
Yeah, it's a good save, yeah. But you want you kick, hit the back of the net.
The thing about that pass as well, I mean, only he'll know, it's almost as if he bends that onto his right foot. It's an incredible pass. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely beautiful. And, I spoke to you about it at half-time against West Ham. When you're playing against a team that's deep like this, the biggest change, I think, and it's been a criticism that's been labelled against Chelsea for probably a year, 18 months now, but Palmer getting turned and thrashing those ones into the forwards' feet.
Him in, doesn't he?
And there's been a couple of them again today. Striker's dream, forward player's dream, because if you take an assured first touch on the half turn, your second touch is a strike. It's a real game changer for Chelsea. So he's played the two best passes, that's created a goal and a great chance, but equally as good, I think, are those couple that he really zips into the forward. It causes panic for them and it makes it easy for our players to receive them. So still within, I know what you're saying, but I think within that, Palmer's still looking like he's got the keys.
He's the one.
Yeah.
He and has been for some time. He's the one. I suppose, David, looking at the bench, I'm not sure that anything will change just yet. Reece James is out on the pitch warming up. I'm not sure how that will change anything right now. But again, I go back to the point I said today. Personnel can change. Us moving the ball quicker. I'd like to see us take a. We just seem at times just to have an extra touch, or the pass isn't quite quicker, and it allows them to get back goal side. I'd like to see us just be a bit zippier.
Yeah, I think it took Forest 10-15 minutes. I agree with what you're saying, but it took them 10-15 minutes maybe to get a handle on Chelsea's movement. I think that's been a big plus point of the last couple of performances. The options on the ball, the difference in setup. Now we've got Cucurella kind of in that hybrid midfield position, and I think it took Forest maybe 15 minutes or so just to get to grips with Chelsea, and then since that kind of period of the game, maybe it has become a little bit too predictable. But in the main, I think there's a lot of positives as Dave comes back to rejoin me. Call me a cynic, Dave, but all of a sudden, with time running out on the season, and I'm frustrated that the games are running out considering Chelsea's form, everyone's back fit. And now, yes, there's sixth position to still fight for, but God, it would have been nice to have had this luxury a few weeks ago.
Well, you can tell me as an ex-pro, if you're injured towards the end of a season or at the end of the season, does that, and you're under contract with the club, does that mean that you are a regular for treatment after the end of the season? Is that, or your holiday might be delayed somewhat?
I had plenty of experience of that, Dave, and that is absolutely the case. The meanest physios or physiotherapist staff would have you in irrelevant if you'd come back and made a couple of appearances. So that'll probably be the next few months for a few of these Chelsea players that are still undergoing their rehabilitation. But on a serious note, Grave gives the manager great options in the next few games, especially get over the line in this game today, heaps pressure on Newcastle for the next two fixtures, and there's a great opportunity with, I think, Newcastle, Manchester United and Brentford.
Yeah, so they're playing Manchester United on Wednesday in Newcastle, so someone's got to drop points there, if not both of them. Brentford, you never know quite what to expect from, but they're going to Brentford on the last day. So Newcastle have finished their home games, and certainly if you'd offered Chelsea's the final three games as they are, this one tonight, Brighton, who are got a good point today but are really going nowhere, and then Bournemouth, who again have had a good season but they're a mid-table team, and Chelsea have been so strong at Stamford Bridge. Then you look at those three games and think, really, with plenty to play for, 9 points are there, not for the taking, but certainly possible.
Yeah, my feeling on this right now, Dave, and call me a forever optimist, I think Forest have played well there. They played with intensity, but the reality is they've achieved their goal pretty much, and I think it will be difficult to maintain those levels for the rest of this game. It's a feeling of celebration rather than possibly that kind of siege mentality that today's game would have created had they still needed something. So I just think the players, even if it's 5-10%, I think naturally there may be a little bit of a drop-off in the second half. Players are a little bit like that, when they got 13 goals to play with here.
I think if they lost by a goal or two this afternoon, it's not the end of the world in the bigger picture. So hopefully the motivation will be stronger for the Chelsea players in the tail end of today's game.
Yeah, so either Forest drop it a bit with the pressure not on them so much, or the similar effect could happen if Chelsea raise it a bit. And we saw Chelsea, the goal they scored was an excellent goal, and almost happened again when Palmer got Jackson through and only for the keeper to make a save. If we could see some more of that, some of the quality we've also seen from home matches in recent weeks, surely Chelsea in their squad, in their team, in what's on the bench, they have got more than Nottingham Forest, and they should be able to make that show.
Yeah, and I think Mauricio Pochettino, we saw a couple of shots of him not looking best pleased, and that's probably the open nature maybe that first half. You expect Forest to be deep, hard to break down. I'm sure there would have been less gaps had the Luton defeat not occurred. I think probably the players are just freed up a little bit in terms of that pressure, and maybe some of those recovery runs from the likes of Gibbs-White and Hudson-Odoi possibly haven't been of the intensity that they would have been, you know, had they still needed to get something out of today's game. So yeah, I think that's probably more on the players rather than. Ben asked me in the TV commentary if maybe Nuno Espirito Santo would have changed his tact, or maybe just said, you know what, we don't have to be so defensive today now that result has happened. I don't think that's probably in the manager's nature. What does happen though is probably players take one or two more chances. I think that's added to quite an open game. I didn't anticipate it being, you know, too many chances, and what we have seen is two teams going at it.
I think probably Forest would train the same way all week in expectation of what was going to happen. Yeah. And to change that, they may say afterwards they didn't even know the scores elsewhere. I don't believe that for a minute, but they're making their way onto the field. So the second half on the way. Thanks, Sam.
Cheers, Dave.
For joining us, and we'll have Jason back with us very shortly. Second half on the way here then for Forest against Chelsea, currently 1 apiece. So teams make their way back onto the field at the City Ground, 1 apiece between Nottingham Forest and Chelsea. We wait to see, well, Chelsea are back on the field. We wait to see what's going to happen team-wise. Looks like there are no changes on the Chelsea side, so we'll see what Nuno does for Nottingham Forest. So Chelsea have been sent out slightly early for the second half, which is often a sign that the manager has said what he has to say and then says go and deal with it.
Yeah, it's not been a great game, as we said. Set pieces has been a feature. This, you know, I made the point that now Forest are on their way out. I'd be surprised if there's any changes either side, unless we find out that Yates has picked up a knock that he can't return. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. And the game, yeah, Yates is out. The game is being played the way Forest want this game to be played. We've got to find a way to play the game that we want to play. And what I mean by that is, you can't change what they're going to do with the 5-4-1. What you can do is change how you would approach it. If it's slow and laborious and you're having extra touches and they're set, you're relying on one man really, and that's Palmer. He's the man that can make the difference. Want to get him on the ball more often? It's very hard to thread balls past 9 players, because essentially that's the 5-4-1. You've got to try and find a part. The only way you can do that is when they're out of that shape, when they're set in and they're encroached in that position. It's impossible. It's very difficult to get the right pass. Yet they still offer a threat with Callum Hudson-Odoi.
Forest make their way onto the field, and we get set for the second half. Olive Kintyre is the anthem of choice at Nottingham Forest, has been for a number of years. So all the scarves are out, the supporters, and trying to back their team for what's almost certainly going to be. It is going to be a third season of Premier League football for Nottingham Forest next season. So they line up once again, and we get set to go for the second half. Ryan Yates, as you mentioned, took a couple of knocks in that first half, but he is back on the field and good to go for the second half. Referee Tony Harrington gets the second half underway here at the City Ground, 1 apiece. And Nottingham Forest play it forward long straight away, looking for Chris Wood. And work back to Petrovic for Chelsea, finding Cucurella starting the second half away on the left-hand side. We'll see how long that lasts for as he plays it forward, trying to find Nicholas Jackson. Bolly in there with a challenge on Mudryk, and the throw-in goes Forest way on the right. Taken down there by Bolly. Throws in. Wood on the chase now against Badiashile, trying to head on. Hops clear by Cole Palmer. On halfway near Karte, one of the three central defenders for Nottingham Forest. Now it's lumped forward for Wood to chase with Badiashile. Cucurella comes in to flick it clear with his left foot. Gibbs White with a challenge. Worked out by Yates, looking for Gibbs White once again. Cucurella intercepts and Jackson holds the ball up just short of halfway. Good ball by Jackson, finding Mudryk around the left-hand side. Chelsea springing forward here. They've got three in the attack. They've laid it back to Madueke on the edge of the area. Madueke should have shot, instead took it too wide, and in the end a foot came in by Karte. Madueke retrieves down the left, tries to find Mudryk. Ball through too long, through to Matt Sells, and it stays one apiece.
Yeah, the pass from Mudryk is poor. It's behind Madueke. But brilliant play from Jackson. We get him behind. We've got 3v2. But the pass from Mudryk, he wants it in front of him. He has to check his stride there, Madueke. He wants it in front of him.
And now Forest will break themselves with Callum Hudson-Odoi finding Morgan. Gibbs White runs beyond Gallagher. 25 yards out now, 20 yards out. Gibbs White out towards the right-hand side. Montiel across looking for Hudson-Odoi. Caicedo got the foot in for into Forest. Good move by the home side.
Yeah, their break there down their left-hand side. Eventually the ball works its way on the right. Caicedo's the man that gets back. We've gone from one end to the other, and that's the game again that Forest want to play. They wouldn't have anticipated leaving themselves 3v2. We should have done better there. I wonder whether Mudryk, having scored the goal, you know, Dave, can take that on himself. He's in a back line. He opts for the shot, opts for the pass instead of the shot. It's not a good pass. It's behind Madueke. He's then got to have a touch, and by that time they get bodies back. Anyway, Loreno's got a throw in on the right-hand side.
We saw in the first half what's going to happen here, because it's level with the edge of the penalty area, and again it's launched in with plenty of whip, and Bolly got a flick onto it, and Silva got a touch to clear it away, and it will fall back towards the right, and Ola Aina once again turns inside. Mudryk puts a left-footed ball in, decent ball in, headed away by Badiashile at the near post, and Chelsea will clear, and Palmer will try and put it away towards Jackson, but it clipped the back heel of a Nottingham Forest player, and in the end Cucurella away.
Scrappy in this game. It's really scrappy from both sides.
Second half started in exactly the same way as the first half. Picked up by Yates. He's fouled by Caicedo. Free kick to Nottingham Forest.
Scrappy. Palmer trying to get a ball into Jackson, doesn't it? As you mentioned, is it Yates' heel that it comes off and the ball ricochets up in the air? It turns it to fight ball, and again the game that Forest would rather play. We want to get the ball at our feet. Forest are happy with the way it's gone. They've got another free kick on the right hand side, and we saw what happened in the first half. Yates goes in there into the box.
Yeah, Forest free kick on their right. Wood at the moment hanging back just outside the area with his arm outstretched. Everybody else crowded around the edge of the area, but Wood and Hudson are just behind that. They'll come in by Gibbs White from the right, down by the touchline over on the far side. And it's clipped in now by Gibbs White, deep towards the back post. Murillo gets head onto it. Thiago Silva with a touch clear. Going to fall back to Aina, midway inside the Chelsea half. He'll try a long-range dig. Not too far over the bar, but I think Petrovic had it covered, stays one apiece.
More concerning is they win another head-up from a set-piece. I don't think we've won one yet from a set-piece in terms of the wide areas. Comes back. It's a lovely strike, but my word, it's got to do something to beat the keeper.
He's 35 yards out. It's going to be some goal from there.
Yeah, and it's one of those lazy strikes where they just, there's no pressure on the ball. He just puts his foot through it, laces. Nice strike, just high, wide, and handsome. And now Forest again. You're looking at Silva just striding into the Chelsea zone. No one's engaging the ball. No one at all. No one's interested in the ball.
Thiago Silva is just walking forward with nobody within 10 yards of him.
They're not interested in the ball. They're interested in space and making sure they. It's lovely though from Jackson.
Flick off by Madueke, looking for Cole Palmer. Madueke again. Again, there's three Forest players, and as soon as Chelsea go forward, then Forest do engage. But they have it back now. Nottingham Forest on their left with Aina.
Now move it quickly.
Yeah, Chelsea trying to move it quicker. Gallagher back to goal, forced all the way back to Trevor Chalobah. And now Silva once more. It is fascinating the way when Chelsea have the ball in their own back line, Nottingham Forest will not go near them. When it gets into the other third, they certainly will.
Yeah, and it's all about filling spaces as opposed to and marking men as opposed to the ball. The ball's irrelevant until it comes into an area we're prepared to engage. Again, Caicedo, we're inside their final third, and they're just sitting off, making sure that 5-4-1 formation. There's a chance here, 1v1 by the way.
Madueke has done well against Aina. Got a slight challenge in. Chelsea still have the ball, but the momentum has been lost. Chalobah coming in from the right. back into the centre circle it goes, and Badiashile. There was just that brief moment there where it looked like Madueke could be in behind, but...
Yeah, 1v1 isn't something you often see the white men be faced with, actually, and he had all that in a 1v1, and he does well. He comes inside and Lorena just sticks out that left leg and toes it away. Chance to Cucurella on the left.
Yeah, Cucurella got the ball from Caicedo, gets it back now from Gallagher. Cucurella to Mudryk. Mudryk just takes too long over it. In comes the Forest challenge, and they'll work it out towards the right-hand side. It's Montiel now, with Gibbs White in support. Good tackle by Caicedo. In comes Gallagher, and Gibbs White trying to recover. Yates again with a challenge. Yates is down once again, and more instructions to his teammates.
Yeah.
For another really scrappy period. Yates back on the field of play. Chelsea trying to come forward. It's a good tackle by Murillo to deny Conor Gallagher. Yates for Forest, and now Gibbs White steps away from Cucurella. Gibbs White plays it to Hudson-Odoi coming in from the left-hand side. Hudson-Odoi moves towards the edge of the area. Support from Danilo on the left of him. Madueke is doing some good covering to force him back. Aina has it for Nottingham Forest now. Aina, Hudson-Odoi.
Yeah, they're strolling around Forest. They're enjoying this.
Hudson-Odoi gets it back from Danilo, and that's good play by Forest as well. Hudson-Odoi chips across into the penalty area, halfway by Thiago Silva. Danilo in the box now, up against Chalobah. Danilo tries to go round Chalobah. Chalobah very neatly gets it back to Thiago Silva, and very calmly played away there by Chelsea. And then Caicedo has lost out to Aina. Chris Wood holds the ball up on the edge of the area. Aina once again for Forest, keeping possession inside the Chelsea half, inside the Chelsea final third. Worked out towards the right-hand side, Gibbs White to Montiel. Now Yates onto his left foot. Yates with a drive, and that has gone just wide of the left-hand post. And Nottingham Forest showing more intent there than we have seen going forward. Ryan Yates on his left foot, getting inside Conor Gallagher, and the shot just clips the outside of the post, in fact, it goes wide.
It's a brilliant strike, but Olarein has started this second half really well. He's all over the pitch at the moment. We're second best, I'm afraid. That's the truth. We're second best. We're not winning our individual battles or individual duels. They're closing down. There's a spring in their step. There's a zip about the way they're closing down. And as I said, as we've said, they're not really prepared to engage the ball until it gets into a danger area. But when they do, they're first on it. Bolly there, closing down. Conor Gallagher wins the tackle, clean, nice, clean challenge. And when they do get in the challenge, they're in your face. And Conor Gallagher's a little bit of frustration between him and Yates at the moment. That's been developing.
Gallagher's gone back to Yates and pushed him.
That's been developing. That happened a couple of minutes ago, where Yates went through the back of Conor. The referee saw it, but Yates has got that about him. He's got a little bit of spite in his game, you know, Yates.
Well, they've tangled. Gallagher's gone down clutching his head, then Yates has picked the ball up, and then Gallagher's gone back to re-engage with him. I think the referee has calmed things down without the need for any further sanctions, and Chelsea have got the ball again from the foul by Yates. And now can Chelsea make something of it, with Gallagher finding Palmer central position 25 yards out onto his left foot. He's got Cucurella in support away on the left-hand side. He's picked him out now, left corner of the area. Back to Palmer once again. Chelsea in a decent situation here if they can get a ball into the box. They've got Gallagher in there and Jackson laid back to Caicedo. Chip forward into Palmer, onto his left foot, stabs it wide. Nice idea, had to take it first time, and it goes wide. Stays one apiece.
Brilliant ball from Caicedo. Palmer should do better, Dave. It's a brilliant ball. Palmer's on the left-hand side. He makes a run across field. He's onside. Chip back in. Left foot. Oh, is it the company that it's a brilliant little chip pass? Who is it? Danilo, is it? They just make sure he doesn't get his shot away.
All 13 of Palmer's league goals this year have come at home. He could do with one on the Chelsea in front. Couldn't quite deliver on that occasion.
Any half-decent side foot goal bound gives the keeper a problem. He seems to comes off the top of his foot as opposed to the instep, which he's obviously looking for.
Turned out by Chalobah, and Nottingham Forest get a throw in, which is in Aina territory on the left. Not quite level with the edge of the penalty area, but not too far behind that. So this, I'm sure, will be, I was going to say fizzed in, but he's not fizzing the throw. he's looping them in, but he certainly gets plenty of distance on them.
Yeah,
he has played well. Yeah.
He's been good. Talk about England centre halves. Position that we are blessed with a huge amount.
Chelsea going to make changes very shortly, but the long throw comes in by Ola Aina. Silva heads away towards the edge of the area. Hudson-Odoi tries to ping it back in, but that is very well wayward indeed. In fact, it's going out for a throw-in over on the far side. And so Chelsea are making changes very shortly. Gusto, I saw, was down there. Looks like he's a possibility. And the referee is just sending Cucurella back towards his own corner flag. But from what we can see on the touchline, it looks like there are at least 2 Chelsea changes imminent here this afternoon, because the second half really hasn't started in any great shape as Mudryk tangles with its way down their left. They get the throw in. Forest, I think it's theirs, but Montiel will have to give the ball back. So we're going to see.
Yeah, we are. I just wonder what this does to the.
And Nkunku and Gusto are going to be coming on.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating to see, because Gusto's only coming on at right back. Chalobah is there playing in the right of a 4, although when Cucurella comes inside, it's right of 3, and that'd be interesting if there is 3 centre half, what he does. So.
Madueke on the right for Chelsea. Inside Aina, but can't get past Danilo. Nottingham Forest again. The game plan works to that effect, and when they do need to double up, they get it right.
Yeah, they've been good middle of the park.
Aina coming in field from the left-hand side there for Forest. Overlap away on the right-hand side. If they can pick out Montiel, and they can, he can put a cross in. Right-footed Danilo heads it down. Messi at the back for Chelsea. Retrieved by Hudson-Odoi. Still inside the penalty area, left-hand side. Turns it back onto his left foot. Byline. Chip towards the far post. Header hits the post, and then somehow Chris Wood puts the rebound over the bar. How have Forest not scored there?
Inexplicable way he's not finished this. Brilliant play from Callum Hudson-Odoi on the left-hand side. He jinks one way, jinks out, floats the ball with his left foot towards that far post. Does it come off the post, or is it a header? It's Chris. Oh, it comes on the post.
Gibbs White hits the post.
Gibbs White hits the post. It comes back to Chris Wood, who's inside the 6-yard box. He's inside it. He's through 2 yards from goal. Comes off his shins almost, his ankle. Oh, it's got to be a goal. How they've missed that, I do not know. A let-off, massive let-off for Chelsea.
Huge let-off for Chelsea there, goodness me. That is some miss. So, coming off is Madueke, and coming on is Nkunku.
So Banishil's off. So that tells me
that Chalobah will go inside with Silva.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's going to be Silva and Chalobah. Cucurella also playing on that left, so nothing probably changed for him. We've just got a more natural right back playing on that right side. I wonder if we are now going to be a 4-4-2. Sorry, a 4-2-3-1, whatever you want to call it. I wonder whether we might see Cucurella stay a little bit more wide, high and left.
He certainly plonked himself on that left-hand touchline.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him come inside at the moment. It's a free kick.
Jackson is fouled by Danilo in midfield, who now stands in front of the ball to make sure Chelsea can't take the free kick quickly. That will be a first touch for Gusto with the free kick.
Yeah, I think that that's so Connor is now sitting alongside Caicedo, and Nkunku is playing central and the 10 position. He's now going to be so our shape has changed. Gusto now gives us a bit more of a proper right back threat going down the line, as he's showing now, Dave.
He's moving forward now. He's made a good 40 or 50 yards, and Jackson away now on the right hand side gets it from Gusto supporting once again. A couple of Forest men tracking him, but Jackson has it. Jackson moves in field now, and Jackson's done well to move towards the edge of the area. Can he play a ball? Again, what happens with Jackson is there's one touch too many, and the ball just bounces off the foot, but it's going to be picked up by Palmer, who gets the better of Yates. Palmer has it for Chelsea, flicking it through, and this time Jackson can't control in the area, and it goes out for a Chelsea throw-in.
Yeah, this attacking line is far more threatening, certainly in areas where we want to make a difference. Out in those wide, we've not really used. Nottingham Madueke couldn't really get him on the ball, and that's we're now seeing Nkunku. So that space where Nottingham Madueke was, Gusto should start to be a little bit more present there.
We've virtually reached the hour mark here. 59.5 minutes played. Nottingham Forest 1, Chelsea 1. Both goals in the opening 20 minutes of the game. Mudryk putting Chelsea in front on 7 before Willy Bolly headed Nottingham Forest level on 17. And Chelsea in possession here with Marc Cucurella down the left and getting it back once again. Cucurella just moving down the left once more. Mudryk, Gallagher I should say, back to Cucurella again. Ball fizzes off Palmer, but then off Yates, and Chelsea win it back. And here is Mudryk now on the left. Very congested down there, but Mudryk's done well to get some space to try and clip a cross in, which he does. Aina kind of heads up in the air, but not really out, and it's retrieved by Gusto anyway. But Gusto has lost out to Hudson-Odoi, and now Forest will try and counter. Wood holds the ball up. Gibbs White in the centre circle. Chelsea have got men back to defend. Gibbs White has got Montiel in support. Instead he goes left-hand side to Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi now trying to move towards the edge of the penalty area. Up against Gusto. Gets it back from Gibbs White. Hudson-Odoi once more forced back to Aina. Aina just takes a bit of time, takes a touch, controls the ball and plays in Gibbs White once again. They've got Gibbs White and Hudson-Odoi here. And Gusto, back heel by Hudson-Odoi to Gibbs White. Little back heel by Gibbs White, Hudson-Odoi. Too much.
They're showboating a little bit. I wouldn't do it just yet, by the way. Palmer, though we haven't seen him, is definitely playing right in front of Gusto. Kunku is playing in that 10 position. Reece James is warming up. I'm not sure we're going to see him, although I'd love to, but where does he come on? Bearing in mind, just brought Gusto on. Might play further in front, potentially, of Gusto. Hard to make a case there, although he can play midfield. He won Player of the Year
Can he hold in midfield?
He won Player of the Year at Wigan when he played midfield, so yes, that is a position that he can do. A lovely play from Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson straight back heel sets Gusto away, and Gusto's run away from Danilo. He's got space here to run into Gusto. Now can he pick out Palmer, who's in the area? The cross clips off Aina, headed away by Murillo, and retrieved for Nottingham Forest by Niakate. Good play by Nkunku.
Brilliant play. That's a yellow card, by the way. You've got to give him a yellow card for that. He brings him down, he knows what he's doing. And that's exactly what Cole Palmer is saying. It's a free kick, has to be yellow card, referee. You want that punished.
Niakate lost possession.
Yeah, he knows
good play by Nkunku. And then he made sure he dragged him back.
That's a yellow card.
It's not a shirt tug, it's a short tug.
He knows what he's doing. It's brilliant from Nkunku. I have to say that it might have been a foul their way.
It's more the short tug, I tell you that.
Yeah, there's a leg tangle, but he knows what he's doing. Referee, once you give the foul, you've got to give the yellow card. Carter's a lucky boy.
Absolutely, and he's shaking the hands from Ryan Yates, because they would have been in trouble if he hadn't done that. So they've got away with it. They've got a free kick to defend, but could have been an awful lot worse for Forest, especially with the yellow card escaped. Anyway, Gallagher and Palmer standing over the Chelsea free kick down the right. Gallagher makes it to take it, but it's Palmer who swings it in towards the back post. Header off the post, the header. The near post header went right across the face of goal and hit the outside post and came away.
Is it Silva that heads
I think it might be Silva.
It's a brilliant delivery. It's on the right. It's one of those Cole Palmer ones where he delivers it. It's a bit of space for Palmer again.
Palmer again sprays it forward towards the edge of the area. Knocked down, looking for Nicholas Jackson. Should be cleared that time by Niakate for Nottingham Forest. Hudson-Odoi up in the air on halfway. And
sorry, Dave, the substitutions, they've added something about our game. I have to say that the shape of the team, the change of personnel has given us a little bit more zip.
Gallagher finding Palmer, finding Nkunku to Mudryk on the left-hand side. Heavy first touch gave Moreira the chance to clear away. He has done, but Thiago Silva here has gone close from the free kick.
Yeah, it's a brilliant delivery. It's one of those in-swinging. He just gets a little touch on it. It's going towards the far post, sells his route to the spot, bounces off the post, and in the end, harmlessly away. Chelsea much, much, much better.
63 on the clock. Palmer out towards the left-hand side. Nkunku is there. Cucurella, Palmer, back to Cucurella once more. Conor Gallagher moving in field towards the central position. Gallagher exchanging passes with Caicedo.
Dave, there's a zip about a game at the moment now.
Much improved as Palmer puts the cross in, headed away by Niakate for Nottingham Forest. Ryan Yates further away. Gibbs White with Chelsea players appealing for handball. That wasn't given. And Chris Wood tries to hold the ball up here for Nottingham Forest up against Cucurella inside his own half, and that looks like a free kick to Forest as Gibbs White is brought down, and that does relieve some pressure for them.
Yeah, let's off the hook a little bit. I don't know what Gibbs White is saying to the referee.
Probably saying you need to book the Chelsea player, but given what we've seen just moments ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure of that. But here's the chance again from Silva. Runs across Yates in between Olorena, gets a flick. Once that comes off his head, he will have felt this has hit the back of the neck, because he'll know the trajectory of the ball.
Here's Hudson-Odoi there for Nottingham Forest. He's got Ryan Gusto on the outside, gets the cross in too high for Chris Wood. Chelsea get it away from going across their penalty area. Chip forward by Mudryk towards Nicholas Jackson. Jackson battling with Murillo. Niakate further away. Yates chests it down over halfway up against Gallagher and Mudryk. Play forward for Wood to chest down up against Thiago Silva. Ball bouncing off 2 or 3 players. Chelsea win it back.
Yeah, a bit scrappy again from both sides, but Chelsea much better. There's an urgency and a zip about a game that I've not really felt I've seen in the opening hour of this game until the subs were made. Cucurella is definitely playing out. That inverted left-hand side player, that's not happening anymore. You're pretty much got Connor sitting deep alongside Caicedo.
Yeah, Caicedo coming forward now for Chelsea. He's 25 yards out. He's finding Nkunku, and Nkunku is going to find Cucurella. Forest have got waiting to come on. We've got Chelsea coming forward with Gallagher to Palmer, edge of the D. Palmer steps away from two, looked like he's brought down by Danilo inside the D, and the referee gives the free kick, and that's a useful free kick now for Chelsea.
Brilliant from Palmer. Honestly, this boy's the silky touches, the way he turns, those snake hips. He just goes one way, goes the other. Danilo's the one that brings it. It's a free kick. The only thing is it's going to be, it's just a lovely piece of close control. He'd have learnt that as a kid at Manchester City. The little drag back, sole of the foot, inside of the left foot, drags it one way, goes the other. The only thing, Dave, is that it's so close that the wall is on the penalty spot. You know, if you can move the ball off its point and get a strike away. Palmer's over it, as is Nkunku.
I think Palmer is the one who fancies it from the way he's placing the ball.
Yeah, this is...
Matt Sells, the Forest goalkeeper, trying to line up his wall, which is a five-man wall with two Chelsea players. Are we going to see Nkunku shift it to Palmer, or is Palmer going to go for going himself? Free kick in the D. Cole Palmer left footed into the wall. Might fall to Palmer again. Forest drive it clear. Exactly as you said there. Very, very difficult to get it up and over from there.
Yeah, and that's why he's not tried. He's tried to go through the wall. The wall does its job. And that's where you've got to move the ball. I wonder if you can just either roll the ball back or sideways and to hit it from there. It takes some doing. Anyway, Palmer on the ball again.
Yeah, Palmer down the left-hand side. Chelsea much improved in the last 5 minutes or so. Palmer ball in. And Murillo with some very awkward control gets it clear. Chelsea players appealing for handball as the ball ricocheted up. That's not being given, although of course VAR will check, but I don't think there's anything.
It's come off his own leg. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that. They're not given anything.
Has to be deliberate.
Yeah, anything. Well, what does that mean?
Natural position.
I take your point. But yeah, that's not going to be.
67 on the clock. One apiece. Conor Gallagher for Chelsea, who have been better since they made their changes. Has been more about it.
You know, there has been a very different looking Chelsea side since the subs.
Gusto finding Jackson. Jackson trying to get it into Nkunku. In comes Murillo to drive it clear.
So lucky, you know, that. Here's the ball that comes across.
Yeah, it bounces back off the back leg of Murillo onto his...
Yeah, it comes off his heel. It's not particularly great defending. It gets quite fortunate, but the ball doesn't ricochet with Chelsea player. But no way that's going to be given as handball. But Chelsea have a throw in. The corner, I do apologise, the corner.
Which
Palmer's
Palmer
over
will take. We believe that Forest are going to bring on Elanga for Montiel. Short corner is taken, and here is Palmer, gets it back from the short corner, delivered into the penalty area, headed away by Murillo, and now we'll see again if Forest can break away from the Chelsea set piece. 3 on 5, it's worked well down the left-hand side to Hudson-Odoi. It's still 3 on 5 effectively as Hudson-Odoi moves towards the edge of the area. Left corner, lays it square, Ola Aina, right footed shot goes wide. Once again, Chelsea almost done from their own corner.
Third or fourth time that's happened, Dave. Been a feature of this game, that's how they got their goal. How it looks like they're going to take the lead. Callum Hudson-Odoi down the left-hand side. He cuts him out. Ola Aina drills the shot. You got Petrovic diving down to his right-hand side, stretching. It wasn't on target. I think had it been, he might have got there. But that's when they've looked most dangerous, all over the top.
Now, long ball for Chelsea, and for Jackson to run onto, and Matt Sells comes off his line and clears with the outside of his right foot out for a corner.
But bizarre challenge from the goalkeeper. He comes off his line. I don't know why he's, well, we'll see again, why he's not picked it up well. He's misjudged it, and he clears it. In the end, he catches Jackson. There's not going to be anything other than the corner. But again, how vulnerable can we be from a corner, our own corner?
Well, once again, Chelsea have a corner, so see what the delivery is like here and see how they defend if they have to. But the corner will come in from the left-hand side this time. Gallagher standing over it. Palmer is there to the short option. It comes in towards the near post. Silva was battling for it. Going to fall to Caicedo as the clearance is made.
Just about made it into the 6-yard box. There's got to be better delivery there.
Gusto turns inside beyond Danilo. Gets it back down the right from Chalobah. I think we're going to see Raheem Sterling shortly as well for Chelsea as Poch tries to find the way through this Forest back line. Has been improved of late. Now Nkunku gets it back from Gusto, laid off by Palmer. Gallagher on the edge of the area. Gallagher further out towards the left, and Mudryk square to Palmer. Can't quite get the first touch, but here's Gallagher again. Forest getting men behind the ball.
So tight in there.
And now they'll try and break. Nottingham Forest, and look at the space here down the left-hand side for Callum Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi in loads of space here as he moves towards the edge of the area, up against Chalobah, turns inside. Hudson-Odoi once again, shot takes a deflection, hits the crossbar and bounces wide for a corner. Goodness me, when they break, when they counter, Chelsea they just don't have a shape, and Forest look like scoring.
They're at their best when we're on top of them, bizarrely. But does so well. It's the run from Gibbs-White which takes the attraction. He comes across there. No, it comes off. It's actually a deflection. You're absolutely right. Comes off Caicedo, comes off his thigh, and the loop, it goes over Petrovic, hits the top of the crossbar and bounces behind for a corner. And they've looked their most, as it has been all game, their most dangerous when they're defending a set piece. And it's happened time and time and time again.
Sterling is on for Mudryk. That's the third Chelsea change, and Nottingham Forest are going to bring on Harry Toffolo and Anthony Elanga. Ryan Yates is one of the players who is coming off, and Montiel is also coming off as well. So Toffolo, I think, will slot in as the wing back in place of Montiel, and then Elanga obviously is a more forward-thinking player, replacing Ryan Yates. So an indication possibly that Nuno is looking to go and win it himself here. It'll be interesting to see how their midfield shapes up now, but I think they might go to a back four as well. We'll see what they make of their corner first of all. And a couple of new faces on the field. The corner is whipped in, and that's easy for Petrovic in the Chelsea goal to catch it and bring it clear. So Toffolo and Elanga are on for Forest. Montiel and Yates are off, and that third Chelsea change, Raheem Sterling on for Mykhailo Mudryk.
Yeah, let's have a look at exactly what that does. Mudryk's not yet. That's about to happen.
Yeah,
he's in there, but oh, that's a brilliant piece. Is that Olaine that's got these? By the way, he's been excellent.
Yeah,
he has been outstanding.
Aina has been terrific for Nottingham Forest, and here is Raheem Sterling.
Not forgiven, Dave. There's a lot going on at the back down there by the bench, mate.
There is, and in fact it was Nottingham Forest who made their changes, but Mudryk has now actually gone off behind the goal, so he's walking in front of the Chelsea fans, and here is Raheem Sterling making his way onto the field of play.
Yeah, Mudryk's imprint on this game has become less and less. Sterling, vast experience, we know.
Chelsea fans giving a good applause to Mudryk, who got the opening goal in this game. Raheem Sterling is being given a warm welcome, shall we say, by the Nottingham Forest fans. But let's see if he can get a goal or an assist and really put those words back at Nottingham Forest in these final 18 minutes or so. One apiece, been one apiece for a long time here. And
Chelsea, though, more threatening. There's a little bit more devilment about the way that we're approaching their edge of their box.
And Gusto has found Jackson. Jackson gets it out towards the right, and Cole Palmer. Four to aim at in the penalty area. Palmer might go alone onto his left foot into the box for Nkunku and lifts it over the crossbar. He's appealing for a corner. Forest appealing for a goal kick, and they're going to get the goal kick.
It's not corner. Brilliant play from Palmer out on the right hand side. He's drifted out to the right. Plays it, comes inside on the edge of the box. Slides one into Nkunku, who wants it. His touch with his left foot isn't on point. And when your first touch isn't like that, you're stretching. And he stretches, gets his shot away, goes over the crossbar. But encouraging again there, Dave. And look at their back line. Bolly, has he come out to the left? Looks like
could still be a three there, and what may happen is that Niakate may move into midfield. We'll see, but anyway, they're working it forward. They could forget midfield because they're going through now with Gibbs-White looking for Hudson-Odoi inside the area, onto his right foot. There's the curler. There is a fantastic goal by Callum Hudson-Odoi, who does not celebrate against his former club. There's real respect there. It's a class goal that Chelsea find themselves behind, and it's their former player who's done the damage. Hudson-Odoi allowed space from the through ball by Gibbs-White into the area, onto his right foot, placed the shot, curled it beyond Petrovic, and Chelsea were in front here, find themselves behind, and it's Callum Hudson-Odoi who scored. Forest 2, Chelsea 1.
It's a brilliant goal. It comes from them building it back. They played the ball long, but Callum Hudson-Odoi, he's been getting it out back line for quite a long time now. It's a lovely touch, actually, but plays Gibbs-White in, he plays the ball out. Now it's about, can you get your shot away? It's the overlapping run, actually, a bit better there. He comes inside.
Is Gusto concerned about Toffolo making the overlapping run and forgets about Hudson-Odoi?
He is, but done this. We've done this against Sheffield United. It's almost an identical goal against Sheffield United last weekend. He cuts inside on that left, just gets his instep. Petrovic, he's not stopping that Petrovic, he's not stopping that.
Well, it's his 7th goal in 15 games, Hudson-Odoi, so he's in a rich vein of form. And they'll say there was respect to the celebration, but it's a goal and a celebration and everything else that is potentially hugely damaging to Chelsea to end this current good run and put Newcastle firmly back in control of that top 6 place.
That's been allowed to happen, that break, that running at our back line. You know, they've done that well, Forest. And it's happening certainly be more encouraging going forward, but too open down their left, our right. Still time, got to react.
Of course, if it stays this way, or even a draw, then that would officially relegate Luton Town, because Forest officially need 1 point. They have the goal difference in their advantage anyway, but they need 1 point to be absolutely sure. And they have more than that as things stand. They have a 2-1 advantage, and Chelsea have 14 minutes plus stoppage time to find something to do about it. Forest have it with Elanga trying to hold the ball up. Forest 14 minutes away from what would be for them a notable double over Chelsea after their win, which of course Elanga gave them at Stamford Bridge very early in the campaign. Forest fans in party mode as the clock ticks down. Up to Chelsea to quieten that mood in the next few minutes or so. You say they'd Chelsea have had a good spell for 10-15 minutes, and but they always look vulnerable on the break. There's going to be a yellow card here for Niakate for delaying the restart. So that yellow card shown by Tony Harrington. But we have 13 minutes to go, and 13 minutes for Chelsea to avoid what would be another in a long list of frustrating away games this season. For all the good results at Stamford Bridge and the exciting nights and what have you, it's not going right on the road as things stand. Raheem Sterling back to Cucurella to clear from inside his penalty area, laid off by Nkunku for Sterling once again. Ball comes off Danilo, throw in over on the far side. 2-1 Forest, 13 to go.
Oh dear.
You said it before, I mean, several times this season you've seen it before, and whether it's a scrappy set piece or I mean, that was a good goal by Hudson-Odoi in the end. Yeah, but again, you put it on the avoidable list for Chelsea.
Well, how many times has he got down that side and approached that? He's done the same. As I said, he scored 2 goals against Sheffield United last weekend. The second goal was almost identical. Almost identical what we've seen. You know he wants to come on his right foot. You should know that. Anyway, still time.
Still time for Chelsea, who come forward down their right, and Gusto has it now, driving forward towards the edge of the area. Palmer's in support, couldn't quite find Nkunku. Murillo with the clearance for Nottingham Forest. It gives Chelsea a throw-in midway inside the Forest half. Reece James, I can tell you, will be coming on shortly. Coming on for Connor.
He is. Yeah, that puts him in midfield in my mind.
So good to see Reece James back.
Indeed.
Conor Gallagher, the half minutes to go. Reece James on, and straight on with the organising, and in fact he'll take the throw in down the right.
He's got it right back. Gusto might be quite ahead of him now.
Yeah, we'll check on that.
Connor, he got Cole Palmer going more central. That's exactly what's happened. Gusto's playing at the right of the 3.
Gusto will find James, who'll drive it across the penalty area, and the clearance by Niakate goes out for a Chelsea set piece down the far side.
Yeah, Niakate does ever so well. Reece James is an underlapping run. Gusto finds him. It's a throw-in.
Thrown down by the corner flag. Is played back by Gusto to Reece James once again. James playing it back to Caicedo. Just over 10 minutes to go here. Forest 2, Chelsea 1, and Caicedo midway inside the Nottingham Forest half. We'll work it out towards the left-hand side. Now what can Raheem Sterling do up against Ola Aina? Cuts inside. Sterling onto his right foot. Sterling with a fantastic goal. The super sub strikes. Raheem Sterling makes it 2 apiece, and that's a tremendous goal, cutting inside from the left-hand side onto his right foot and placing the shot perfectly in the bottom corner. And Chelsea are back on terms with 10 minutes to go. Raheem Sterling with the goal. Forest 2, Chelsea 2.
Brilliant from Sterling. Picks up the left-hand side. Not dissimilar actually to the Callum Hudson-Odoi goal. He drives at Ola Aina, opens the body up, gets his shot away, bends it past Sells. It's a brilliant strike. Comes in off the inside there. Brilliant strike. 10 to go. Can we get the winner? It's a brilliant goal from Sterling. Brilliant.
Superb goal, as you say, gets inside Aina, and then it's almost as if he uses Murillo as the marker to curl it round. And there's no chance for the keeper. End-to-end stuff here. Forest have kicked off and they're down by the Chelsea corner flag on the right-hand side once again. Chance for them to come in field as well. Ball across the penalty area, challenged by Cucurella.
Well, he's done everything he can, Pochettino, to change the fortunes of this game. He's made changes, he's done shape change, personnel change, he's moved Palmer from the right to century, back to the right, moved around. He's now got Gusto on the right-hand side, and that comes really from Reece James's underlapping run, which led to the throw and which led to the chance for Sterling. And this game, by the way, this game is not over. There will be chances, from what we've seen, at both ends. Chelsea look much more comfortable in the shape we've got right now.
2 apiece with 9 to go, plus plenty of stoppage time, and Nuno for Nottingham Forest planning further changes as well. Hudson-Odoi, their second goal scorer in possession. It's going to be worked back by Niakate to goalkeeper Matt Sells. Long ball forward, Elanga can't get on the end of it. Sterling wins it back for Chelsea and plays it back to Cucurella just short of halfway. Caicedo in support.
Yeah, Caicedo now is the deeper of anyone at the moment. You've got Gusto coming.
Great ball by Caicedo, right-hand side. Reece James in space here. Great chance for Chelsea. He busts the cross in. Jackson heads Chelsea in front. It's 2 goals in 3 minutes. Fantastic move. Reece James with the cross, and Jackson runs over the advertising hoarding into the Chelsea crowd, and they've turned it round in no time at all. Jackson with the header, his 17th goal of the season, and that Europa League place, the 6th place, is back on course. Jackson strikes. Forest 2, Chelsea 3.
Oh, what a brilliant ball from Reece! What a brilliant ball! Boy, have we missed this! It's stunning! It's the first time cross. It picks out Jackson on the far stick. Can you finish it? Yes, you can. We've looked better. Gusto comes inside, loads of space. First time ball, let me tell you, this is inch perfect. It's a brilliant, brilliant cross. Brilliant header. 3-2 Chelsea.
What a goal, what a cross. And the celebrations, I can tell you, were absolutely immense.
It's a brilliant ball. He can't miss. He doesn't miss. Sells goes down at his near post. But it's about the cross. I've got to tell you, there aren't many better crosses of the ball in world football. On the right-hand side, the instep, it's the pace. It's everything. It's beautiful.
Sensational turnaround by Chelsea. Raheem Sterling and then Nicholas Jackson leaping over the advertising hoarding, running into the crowd to celebrate. That will probably get him a yellow card, but it will also make him all the more popular with the crowd. And a player who has had his tough times this season, but has worked his way into the season and is now offering a real threat and putting Chelsea in front. Forest can't believe it, but they've got time to come back as yet. Flick forward by Ola Aina, in behind Sterling, right-hand side, goal kick. 3-2 Chelsea, 7 to go plus stoppage time.
Dave, we've got to give Pochettino a huge amount of credit here, because he's changed the fortunes of this game. He's tried things. He's changed the shape of the team. He's put Gusto on. He's then put Palmer out to the right. He's now put Reece on. Palmer's now central. He's taken off Connor. Brought on Reece. He's tried everything, and he's come up with a formula to get our noses in front.
Noses in front, now can they hang on? 3-2 up with 6.5 to go. Nottingham Forest 2, Chelsea 3, and what's become a rather entertaining and exciting second half here. Chelsea coming forward once more, and they have been so much better as they've made the changes. Palmer has lost it in midfield, and Hudson-Odoi collects in the centre circle, challenged by James for Chelsea.
Reece,
Nkunku.
Yeah, Reece, that muscular figure, I have to say, he's slimmed down, he's a big boy. And I've got to tell you, in the middle of the park there, towing the ball away. So glad to see him, but what a cross. I promise you, you will not see a better cross all season. It's just, it's on the half volley, it's in step. You've got to get it right. You can see Jackson fast stick and finds him. Then it's over to you, Jackson. Can you finish it?
3-2, 6 minutes to go. Chelsea away on the right-hand side, and here is the aforementioned Reece James flicking it into midfield, and Cole Palmer finding Mark Cucurella. Now, if Chelsea hold the ball, Nottingham Forest have to do something. They have to go and engage, because if they don't, Chelsea will just keep the ball for 6 minutes plus stoppage time and win the game.
Indeed, and this gives Luton a lifeline. Yeah, this,
it does.
You know, this season has been remarkable at the bottom of the table, well, as it is at the top, but we have found ourselves in a position now where we have a chance of not just European football, but maybe Europa League. Anyway, there's a lot of football still to get played, even those 2 games. Both Newcastle and us. This go, at the moment, we go level on points with Newcastle. They're above us in goal difference.
5 to go. Forest about to bring on Taiwo Anyi to bring on more strength going forward. Chelsea have the ball in their, well, in fact, with their goalkeeper, Georgi Petrovic has the ball in his 6-yard box, and he will now play it forward, chip it forward, right-footed towards Reece James away on this right-hand side. Chest it down and plays it back. And notably now, Nottingham Forest players moving.
Have you noticed what they're doing now?
It's a change of tack.
Have you seen it? How high up the pitch they are?
Totally, it's amazing how goals change games in all sorts of reasons. But Gusto now battling away over on the right-hand side. Throwing goes Chelsea's way, battling with Toffolo.
Yeah, Jackson's coming to take it. Don't let him take it quickly.
Here's the change, and double change in fact coming up for Nottingham Forest. So more changes coming here. Nicholas Dominguez is going to be coming on, and he is going to be taking the place of Callum Hudson-Odoi. That's possibly somewhat surprising, unless he's picked up a knock.
Maybe he's run his race, you know, maybe that impact.
Way to win the game. They've got themselves in front. The question now is, well, the statement now is do not throw it away.
Can we stay there? Can we stay there?
Cole Palmer loses out in midfield to Danilo. Danilo gets it back there from Elanga. Gives White towards the left-hand side. Nicholas Dominguez, first touch for the substitute. Moves forward towards the edge of the Chelsea penalty area. Engaged out there.
That's well, Caicedo.
By Caicedo. Worked out to Toffolo. Toffolo's cross comes off Caicedo. Corner kick here for Nottingham Forest. 3 to go. 3-2.
Yeah, does well. Caicedo slows him down. Has to come back, and then he goes on the left-hand side. Toffolo gets the cross in, and it's blocked off. 87 on the clock. Set pieces has not been particularly great for us today. In fact, there's been many times this season. Have to defend this well. Most of